I think so. So I'll tell you what, let's get started with VCAS. Why don't we do an introduction? I'll go first if that's okay. And then we'll take it from there. So guys, my name's Dr. Mo. I'm one of the co-founders for Inspire Medics. The other gentleman you can see is Dr. Vikas Sandoo. He's the other co-founder for Inspire Medics. And welcome to the Inspire Medics IMG conference, which is mainly for PLAB doctors, but also for international doctors looking to come to the UK. We've got an amazing guest lineup as well. We've got Naseer, we've got Savvy IMG, and we've got Road to UK, as well as 2 or 3 other guest speakers who are currently doctors in the UK. So you'll get lots of opportunities to ask questions. Fire off your questions in the box. Please remember where you're coming from. So we've got a couple of here from Macarena from Argentina. Good morning, Pinky from Nepal. Good evening, Kevin, Nitin. We can see all your names. Thank you so much. So I'm going to give you guys a very brief introduction in terms of our background. And then our first speaker, he'll be Naseer. He'll be starting at 1:30. So thank you for joining us today. I'll introduce myself. So as I said, my name's Dr. Mo. We started Inspire Medics, me and Dr. Sandoo, 3 years ago in 2017. Really what we want to do is create an engaging education platform for doctors. And then as things have evolved, we've eventually had to make lots of different changes. We've made the PLAB 1 question bank completely free. We've got the PLAB 2 video course, which is super cheap. We're going to start my academy very, very soon. And really when we first started, we wanted a charity slant on all of this. So I know we're a business and Inspire Medics is an education company, but in about 4 years' time, we're going to be launching an international charity where we'll ask our doctors if they want to volunteer in various different countries across the world to donate their time and to help less fortunate individuals. Myself, I'm a practicing GP in the UK. I'm part of the RCGP, so I've got a qualification which is the MRCGP. I trained at Birmingham Medical School. That's in the UK, in the Midlands, if you're from outside the UK. And I went on to do my junior post, which is my Foundation Year 1, Foundation Year 2 in Leicester in the East Midlands. And then I did my my GP specialist training back in the Midlands, in the West Midlands, actually, not the East Midlands, which is where Leicester is. And I did that for 3 years. And I met Dr. Vikas Sandoo about 4 years ago. So he was 1 year behind me. And we got together and we set up Inspire Medics because we felt like that there was a need to create a more engaging educational resource. And we're really trying to use the best technology available. So for example, we've got Zoom. We've got 5 to 6 IT developers on our website consistently, always updating the website to make it better, to make it faster, to make it easy for you guys to Hi guys, I can see what Deborah's going on. So that's a little bit about me. I'm going to hand over to Vikas so he can introduce himself, and then we'll cover 1 or 2 key things about Inspire Medics before we get our first guest speaker, who's Dr. Naseer, on to speak.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Mo. So I'm just looking at the list actually. So people are responding to your request of where they're from. So we've got lots of people from different parts of the world. Good evening, I'm Fatima from the UAE, Marinella from Romania, Kevin Thomas from India, so is it Saeed?
Saeed from Pakistan.
From Pakistan. Dr. Mo's had his first compliment from Kevin Thomas. He said, "Gotta love the accent." So that's a good start for you. Who else have we got? So we've got Dr. Sana from Saudi Arabia, Hiba from Egypt, Ali, who's a Libyan doctor living in the UK, Abdul Muqit from Pakistan, Dr. Omar Zarar from Syria working in Saudi Arabia, Saif from India, Jazba Gamar from Pakistan, Flora from the Congo Democratic, that's interesting, Mariniella from Northamptonshire, that's not too far from us, and not too far from where our first speaker has been working as well, Kettering for Naseer. Alberto from Colombia, that's interesting. So Vivian from India, Bahi from the Maldives, Bushra from Bangladesh, Rua from the United Arab Emirates, Adi and Uche both from Nigeria, Mahmoud from Egypt, Ruman from Bangladesh, Sham from Sri Lanka, Abdul Zag from Libya, Dr. Kanyo from Nigeria. Don't forget Afghanistan. So Ahmed Wali Shazad has mentioned to the panel, don't forget Afghanistan. We know you from Afghanistan. We've got quite a few people. Bahuddin, we've done some teaching with Bahuddin from Afghanistan. Good to see you. Hava, I'm Turkish. Mohammed from Japan, and Ali, you've summarized it perfectly because you've said, so it's literally international, which was what we were trying to do. We've also got a chap from Aitan who's just messaged from Azerbaijan. So I'm sure there's plenty more. The list is actually building as the minutes are going on. So it's good to see so many of you from different parts of the world. And I know some more of you are adding in, and I'll keep a track of that, and we will give you guys a shout out because it's good to see how kind of international and from different parts of the world you guys are coming from. So we've heard a little bit about Dr. Mo. My name's Dr. Sandoo. So I'm a GP. I was born in the UK, but my family came from Pakistan, specifically from the Punjab side of Pakistan. But myself and Dr. Mo as well were both born in the UK. So I started off actually as a physiotherapist. So I did a first degree at the age of 18, and then I went on to do a master's in physiotherapy as well. And then while I was doing my physio degree, I was only 20, turning 21, and there was a graduate entry medicine and surgery degree, which is a fast track 4-year program in Leicester in the UK. So I decided to apply for that and thankfully got on. So I did the graduate medicine degree, and then I completed 4 years and qualified as a doctor at the age of 26. I then stayed in Leicester, so I worked as a junior doctor at the Leicester Royal Infirmary Hospital, and also in Kettering, where Dr Naseer Khan, who'll be talking shortly, is currently based. And I did some really good jobs there. So I spent some time in cardiology. I did time in dermatology and acute medicine, which is really perfect combination because you've got the busy side and some very specialized niche learning as well. Obstetrics and gynecology, and then for my foundation year, 2 year, which is what we call a senior house officer, so your second year as a doctor, as a junior doctor in the UK, I went to Kettering and I did 4 months of research, then respiratory medicine, and then general practice. And I liked a bit of everything actually, so I always saw, I enjoyed all of my jobs, so I didn't pick a speciality in terms of a hospital speciality. I decided that GP was perfect for me because it allowed me to fulfill my desire of basically having a little bit of knowledge of everything. So I went on to do GP training in my home city, which is Coventry in the UK. And I had some fantastic posts. I spent time in pediatrics. I spent time with the hematology and oncology team. And also an ear, nose and throat job as well. So it was really fantastic alongside 18 months of general practice as well. And then I qualified in 2017. And when I qualified, that was the time when me and Dr. Mo kind of got together. But actually I was doing a lot of traveling at the time as well. So I went to Greece and I worked as a GP volunteer for the refugees from Syria. So I was there for almost a month. And then 12 months later, me and Dr. Mo went to the Cox's Bazar, so, which is, I'm sure many of you will know, which is in Bangladesh, which is the largest refugee camp in the world. So again, I volunteered as a GP there. But while we were out there, myself and Mabeen joined up with a local charity, and we did a risk needs assessment of the needs of the refugees there and how we could utilize our platform of doctors, our platform of medical education, and also our connections in the UK to be able to provide long-term sustainable healthcare for refugee populations. And we're currently working on that. So that's going to be a long-term project, and looking at the audience that we have today, which is absolutely fantastic, by the way. It's amazing really, because I can actually see now that there's so many of you. We know that from our question banks, we know when people sign up, they put their addresses in, so we can, we have an idea of where people are from. But obviously today, to get you guys on, it's absolutely amazing actually. So there will always be scope. We will be listening to you guys as well if you feel that you're from a country where there's some support that's needed. And there's anything that we can do to help, we'll be looking at and exploring those in the next sort of 24 months. So at the moment, what are we doing? So basically, now we're both practicing GPs in the UK, so we still work, but we set up, as Dr. Mo said, iMedics back in 2017. And the vision was, there was 3 different visions really. One was to try and inspire people to actually come into medicine, dentistry, nursing, pharmacy, and physiotherapy. So we did lots of free training courses for 6 college students basically in the UK who are not sure yet about what they want to do, but we try to encourage, say, look, if we can do it and our parents weren't doctors, then you guys can do it as well. So that's the first project that kind of started, and then that evolved into producing a question bank for the medical students for the PLAB 1 exam, for GP trainees as well in the UK. And then that evolved into online video courses where, again, we do training for PLAB 2. We've got a 100-station PLAB 2 video course. We did, obviously moved on to face-to-face courses, small group teaching, one-to-one coaching. And then it evolved even more. So we went on to a next strand. So many of you will realize now that our PLAB 1 question bank is actually free. And I think, if I'm correct, we are the only company that offers a free PLAB 1 question bank. And at the moment, I think Dr. Mo will correct me if we're wrong, but there's 2,700 questions in there roughly at the moment, but we're adding more questions on each day. We have to quality check them, make sure that they pitch to the right level and they matched with the NICE guidance, which is what we tested on. So we're working on making that the biggest question bank, and we're looking to keep it free because people always ask, is it going to be free forever? And I think at the moment, Mo, I think I'd agree that it most likely will be free forever because we want to try and support as many of you guys as we can. The next step for the company was interesting because so I went to an interview with NHS England, and they have a program called the Clinical Entrepreneur Program, and I had a quite difficult interview, but gave my ideas, the ideas that I've told you guys today. I pitched them to the head of innovation for NHS England, and he was quite impressed, and the panel were quite impressed. So iMedics was selected on to the NHS England Clinical Entrepreneur Program, and I was selected on in September, so just ago. And that is already starting to open up new ways, new links, new connections, and we're getting big quite quickly. But what we want to do during that process is keep our feet on the ground, and not forget the people like yourselves, really, who've kind of been with us from the start. So there's lots of new projects that we're doing. There's lots of exciting things that are happening. And obviously one of the things is what's happening today, actually. So, I mean, you already know that there's already 3 of the panel who are logged in already. So you'll be able to see Dr. Naseer Khan, you'll be able to see Dr. Nicholas and Kimberly Tan, and those 2 are from Savvy IMG. So you'll have most of you at some point would have read a blog from these guys. And then also at the bottom of the screen, you've got Dr. Ibreez and Dr. Ibrahim. And these 2, again, you'll have heard of Road to UK. Most of you would have most likely seen blogs. And I forgot to say, Naser is also very popular, popular with his blogs as well, with Naseer's journey. So it was really nice to connect with these guys, and it was good that, really grateful that they agreed to talk, to give you guys a bit more of an insight into their journeys, because all of these 3 guys, or 5 guys rather, have different backgrounds. They came from different parts of the world. They're actually all doing different training pathways as well, which is interesting. And they've also done a good job to help the international community. So for us to connect with these kind of doctors who are fitting in with our logos, if I move out the way, it should say inspiring the next generation. So, and I think these guys are perfect for that. So I really hope that you will enjoy listening to what they have to say. Anything, Mo, you wanted to add into that? Or?
Yeah, guys, we know you've got questions. I can see that Sadaf, Hima, Ayman, and Abdul has got questions. We will get to them. We will definitely get to all these questions. Continue typing them. What we'll do is I'm just going to take you through an outline of what we're going to be taking you through in terms of the next couple of hours. So I'm just going to share my screen for a second. I hope you can all see it. Okay, here we go. So in about 5 to 10 minutes time, Dr. Naseer Khan will be joining us at 1:30. He's going to talk a bit about his journey, what he's been through, his experiences, and he'll answer some questions as well. About 2:20, we'll get Dr. Ibreez and Dr. Ibrahim. Similarly, they'll be talking about their journey and answering questions. 3:10, we'll get, this is UK time, by the way. I know some of you guys have, it's evening time or it's morning time where you are. in the world. So at 3:10 in the UK, Dr. Kimberly and Nicholas Tan from Savvy IMG will be talking a bit about their experience, their journey, their platform, and also they'll be doing Q's and A's. At 4:10, we have a UK GP, Dr. Siva. He was an orthopaedic registrar, but he's now a family doctor in the UK, and he's got a background from India, so he'll share his experiences. Then we have at 10:05 Dr. Umesh Prabu, who's the ex-medical director for the Bury National Health Service Trust. So he's someone who's got a fairly senior position in the national, or did have a fairly senior position in the National Health Service, and he'll give his insights. 5:20, we have an infectious diseases specialist, Dr. Furqan Amjad, a very close friend of mine, very good. He will answer questions that you may have in relation to becoming a consultant in the UK MRC P, for example. He's done that exam and is doing that exam at the moment. And then at the end, we'll take questions and answers. So that's the outline for the webinar. Let's see. Very quickly, because we just want to highlight one or two things for you guys before Dr. Naseer joins us, is that, of course, we have the free PLAB 1 question bank. You should all be aware of this. So this is, if I just share. Okay, so if you can see, so Vikas, you can see my screen, the website. Okay, good. Okay, so basically, we've got the free PLAB 1 question bank. Please be aware of it. Please use it. It's there for you guys. If you ever want to make any comments, if you want to get in touch, if you think there's an error in the question, there's a live chat feature down at the bottom. We have 24-hour live chat support. These are real people. So we've had questions, are you a bot? No, Joy's not a bot. She is, she's a live chat support specialist who will answer or help to answer your question and forward it onto us directly. So we get all the queries. So if there's any issues with the questions, please let us know. But we're building the bank. You can actually submit questions. So at the top of the website here, you can earn some money by submitting a PLAB 1 question that you may think of. If we approve it, we'll pay you for it. Just get in touch, drop us an email at info@i-medics.co.uk. Of course, there's some other PLAB products. You can go through the links later, but you can hover over the relevant PLAB box down here. The actual PLAB 1 free question bank, the page looks a bit like this. So you can choose your package, the free package. It's got over 2,700 questions now and how many months you want it for. This add to cart or free access. For those of you who are doing PLAB 2, we've of course got the PLAB 2 video course. Again, it's priced at a very good price point if you need to access it. So again, 1 to 12 month subscription. We've got PLAB cases as well. So I'm just going to try and access those. So PLAB cases, again, they're priced very well. 100 cases, common cases that come up for the PLAB 2 exam. And then finally, we've got a PLAB Academy, which we're launching in the next couple of months. And actually this month, there'll be a couple of, there'll be a live academy running on the 6th of July. This one's been cancelled because of the COVID situation, but the next one should be running. And again, you can join a 10-day academy if you really wanted for the PLAB 2. So I'm just gonna, jump out from there. What we'll do, I know we're a little bit early, but what we'd like to do is, I know you guys have got lots of questions. I'm sure Naseer and the rest of the panel are excited to join us as soon as possible. So what we'll do, if it's okay with you, Naseer, we'll get you to actually unblock your camera so we can see you and hear you at the same time. And then Dr. Naseer is going to give us an introduction in terms of who he is, his background, and he'll be happy to answer any questions afterwards, and we'll be moderating those questions, so we can obviously let him know what the question is and make sure everything goes smoothly. Now, I know someone's got their hand up at the moment. Noor, if you would want to type up your question into the chat box or the Q&A feature, and then we can answer your question if you've got something that you wanted to ask or if there's an issue. So Vikas, is there anything you want to add to that? So if you unmute your mic, Vikas.
So there is a few questions. So while Naseer unmutes, I'm just looking at some of the questions that have been generated that we can troubleshoot, because I've got a feeling there would be quite a lot that will build up. So the first one I can answer, actually, so I've just seen Saeed Shah. So can you apply for graduate entry medicine after having done a qualification in biomedical sciences? Saeed, I assume you're in the UK with that question, but if you are, then yes, absolutely. So if you have a degree in biomedical science, then you can indeed apply for the fast-track graduate entry medicine degree in the UK. If you've done biomedical science abroad, if you're in India or Pakistan or Asia or Africa or any other country, you're better off checking with the medical school first, because sometimes, well, you'll be classed as an international student, and that sometimes can limit the opportunity for you for graduate entry medicine. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you'd need to get a minimum of a 2-1 in your degree. If you were to get less than 2-1, then the graduate entry medicine degree is very competitive. So lots of students will apply for it. And of course, you know, if your grades aren't there, then you will struggle with that. If that answers your question, Said. If it doesn't, just drop us a message. Abdul, we will come to the UKMLE because I'm sure the guys on the panel will all be able to do that. Kindly shed the lights on pros and cons. So Naseer Khan, Dr. Naseer Khan is actually currently a GP trainee in Kettering. So he'll give you a first-hand experience of his experiences so far. And me and Dr. Mo will talk a little bit later in the gaps when the speakers are changing over a little bit about the pros and cons of working as a GP. Sada Rizwan, thank you for the session. Can you please guide us on how to apply for observership in the UK? I'm settled in the UK currently and waiting to appear in PLAB 2. Okay, fair enough. So from please guide me about a career in ophthalmology. Well, you'll be pleased to know that Dr. Kimberly Tan from the Savvy IMG is an ophthalmology trainee. So she will be on a little bit later this afternoon. So she'll be able to guide you with regard. Right, okay, let's do it. Let's unmute Naseer. We will answer some of the other questions as we go along. So we've got the list is still on our thing here. Sounds good. Happy with that, Mo?
Yeah, so Naseer, whenever you're ready, if you want to make your grand appearance, as we say.
So I'll try to share my screen if that's okay.
Oh, actually, give me a second. I'll enable the feature.
Sure. Thanks.
Yeah, Naseer, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for doing the session. I hope it's useful. I've prepared a short presentation, so I'll try to share the screen now. Just a second. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see it now. So thank you again. Thank you so much for having me. I know you asked me to share my experience, so we'll go through it. The target audience for my presentation is basically doctors who are at the beginning of their journey and who wish to work in the UK in the future. But before I go through this, I want to introduce myself. So I graduated from Pakistan in 2014. I passed my IELTS and PLAB 1 during my internship or house job in Pakistan. After that, I applied for my visa soon after that. Back then, I did not know much about visa applications. I didn't know how to apply for it. I didn't have anyone from my family in the UK, so I didn't have any guidance. I ended up having a visa rejection. So I waited for a bit. I waited for a year, actually, worked on my application. I went to a visa consultant as well. And then I applied for my visa again the next year, and it was rejected again. And by now I had 2 visa rejections, and I was really hopeless and depressed. And this time I went to all visa consultants in Karachi, and they all said that my case was too complicated and I would never get a visa. So my PLAB 1 was 2 years ago by then. PLAB 1 used to be valid for 3 years back then. So it was still valid, but it had been 2 years. All of my friends who studied for PLAB 1 with me were now working in the UK. And I just felt hopeless, but I joined these Facebook groups and a lot of people there helped me. So I worked on my visa application. I applied for my visa again. And eventually I did get my visa in late 2016. I took my PLAB 2 the next year. I passed my exam. After my PLAB 2, after I took the exam and before the result, there's a gap of about 4 weeks. So I had 4 weeks where I had absolutely nothing to do. I thought about doing a clinical attachment and I applied for it, but nothing came out of it. So one of my friends, Omar Alam, who's got his own blog, he advised me to share my visa cover letter with others. So I thought about doing that. And when I was doing that, I thought I had written something about PLAB 1 and PLAB 2, so I decided to share that as well. I had written something about IELTS, so I decided to share that as well. So that's how I started making a blog. And then I started writing whatever I knew. In about a month's time, I ended up writing about 30 or 40 blog posts before my result. And I started enjoying that. In those 4 weeks, I was sleeping for about 2 hours every day. I used to wake up at 6 in the morning, jump out of bed with excitement at 6 in the morning, start working on my blog. I was living with my brother who was working as a junior doctor in the UK by now. So I remember he used to go to work in the morning. His wife used to go out as well, and she used to leave a sandwich for me on the table. And when they used to get back home in the evening, the sandwich would still be there, and they would be like, "See, you did not eat." And I used to be like, "Okay, I forgot about it," because I was just so busy in my website. Anyhow, I used to sleep at 4 in the morning and again get up at 6. So I really enjoyed that time, but I ended up making a website during that time. I launched the website when I passed my exam. I didn't even know if I was going to pass the exam or not, but I was going to launch the website anyway. After that, I went back home because after passing your PLAB, you have to go back home to apply for your work visa. And when I went back home, my goal was to share this knowledge with others in medical schools now. So I visited as many medical schools as I could, and I held these free career guidance sessions in about a dozen medical schools in Karachi. After that, I got a job and I came to the UK. I worked for 6 months in Portsmouth and then for 2 years in London as a non-training doctor. And after working as a non-training doctor for 2 years, I got GP training in Kettering, as Waqas was mentioning. So I know you guys asked me to share my experience, and I feel I've done that here. So I want to talk about a few other things which might benefit doctors who are going through their journeys. So I know that in the target audience, there are a lot of people who are still in med schools or who've just finished med school. So we'll go through a few things now. So this is what I'll cover. So just to give you an idea. So I'll talk about what you can do before graduating in med school, how you need to look at things soon after graduation, the pathways you can take to GMC registration, what you need to do to be eligible for PLAB 1, a basic roadmap. I'll talk about jobs in the UK because a lot of people are asking about that these days. I'll talk about working hours, the total money you will spend, the money you will make, and in the end, how to find more information. So what you can do before graduation. Now, I hope everyone or most people in the audience have a paper and pen because you might want to write this down. I'll be happy to share my presentation as well if you want. So you can do audits, you can do research projects, you can make quality improvement projects. An additional degree helps as well. And in some training applications, there's an additional score for this. So if you've got an additional degree, you'll get marks for this. I'm sure others will touch on this later on. If you've got any journal publications, any poster presentations, oral presentations, any teaching experience, formal or informal. So even if you're teaching your friends before a class test, that counts as an informal teaching experience. You can get them to fill feedback forms. You can design your own feedback form, or you can get the JRCPTB teaching feedback form. Clinical attachments in the UK help. They help because they expose you to the NHS. You learn how things run. But clinical attachments are not necessary to find a job. Any additional courses, any workshops, seminars, voluntary work, any leadership or managerial role. So even if you were the class captain or the class monitor or anything like that, if you were the captain of your football team, you can add that on your CV as well. So you can do all of these things before graduation. So I will not go into the details, but this is what you can do. Or any other extracurricular activities. Now, what you need to do after graduation. So the most important thing is your internship or house job, as it's known as in Pakistan. I think someone's got their mic on. So internship is very important. And I say this because it's difficult to find internship in the UK. So it's best to complete your internship from Pakistan or your home country, I mean. I'm not saying it's impossible to get an internship in the UK, but it's difficult and it's best to do this from home. If you're a British national, then it's different. Then your chances of finding an internship in the UK are slightly better. And I know this was being discussed in a Facebook group earlier today. And I saw Kimberly's comment on this as well. So that's another thing you can always do. You can always go to Facebook groups and get advice from there. And your internship needs to meet a certain criteria. So you need to have at least 3 months in medicine and at least 3 months in surgery. And subspecialties do count under medicine and surgery. For example, pediatrics will count as medicine and obs and gynae will count as surgery. So if you've done 3 months of medicine, 3 months of peds and 3 months of obs and gynae, so that fulfills the criteria of 3 months of medicine and surgery. I hope that makes sense. Now, the most important thing you need to do is you need to make a plan about what you need to do with your career and with your life. So if you don't make a plan, then you won't be able to act on it. So make a plan and design a roadmap based on this. And then the most important question which people ask is, should I work in my home country or should I go abroad? And if I decide to go abroad, should I complete my training in my home country or should I go abroad straight away? Now, this depends completely on what you want. If the goal is to go abroad as soon as possible, then it's best to do your training from abroad. And it doesn't have to be the UK. Anything is possible. So if you want to go to the US, go for USMLE. If you want to go to Australia, take the Australian exam. I know some exams are more challenging than other exams, but anything and everything is possible if you work hard and if you're dedicated enough. So now I will talk about pathways for getting GMC registration because PLAB is not the only pathway. PLAB is one of the pathways, but if you have any acceptable postgraduate qualification, I'll go through this later. There's another pathway called MTI, Medical Training Initiative, and there's a sponsorship route as well. So I'll talk about each of these briefly, and I'll start from the bottom. So I'll start from sponsorship. So if you're studying at any of the institutes in the UK, which is recognized by the GMC for sponsorship, you can get your GMC registration based on this. You can find a list of these institutes on the GMC website. Just go to Google, write GMC sponsorship, and the criteria is you must have engaged in medical practice for at least 3 out of the last 5 years, including the most recent 12 months. But it's best to go to the GMC website and read about it if this is something you want. Then there's Medical Training Initiative. So this is a 2-year training program in the UK, but you have to go back home after completing it. So this is ideal for people who wish to get a flavor of what it's like to work in the UK for a bit, and then they want to go back home. So this is ideal for them. GMC registration is for life, so you can go back home, work for a bit, and then you can come back. The GMC registration you get will be valid forever, provided you go through the revalidation. As I said, ideal if you want a flavor of UK experience. Now, the acceptable postgraduate qualifications. They make you eligible for GMC registration. You can find the list on the GMC website. again, go to Google, write GMC acceptable postgraduate qualifications. There are two kinds of postgraduate qualifications. One, the UK qualifications, which are Royal College exams. So I think nearly all the Royal College exams like MRCP, MRCP-CH, MRCS, they make you eligible for GMC registration. If you're talking about Pakistan, then FCPS in anesthesia is recognized by the GMC for GMC registration. From Bangladesh, again, the same, fellowship in anesthesia. From India, at the moment, there is no qualification which is recognized by the GMC, but keep an eye on the GMC website for this because these things keep changing all the time. And now finally, PLAB. PLAB has two parts, PLAB 1 and PLAB 2. PLAB 1 is a theory-based exam, as I'm sure most of you know. PLAB 2 is an OSCE-based exam, and PLAB will be replaced by the UKMLA in the next few years. Again, keep an eye on the GMC website for this because things keep changing. To be eligible for PLAB 1, you need to have your medical school qualification, and you need to have IELTS or OET or an acceptable English language qualification. You don't need your internship or house job to qualify for PLAB 1. It's still best to have your internship, as I explained earlier, but you don't need it for PLAB 1. So you can take PLAB 1 during your internship like I did. And again, you don't need any attachment or electives to be eligible for PLAB 1. Now, let's talk about a roadmap, what you need to do and when. So I advise people to start their visa homework even before they graduate from medical school, because this is a mistake that I made. I did not work hard on this, and I ended up having 2 visa rejections. So you don't need to do a lot for this. You just need to be familiar with the process. You just need to know what you need to have. So you need to have a bank statement. You just need to know that if you have any big transactions, you might need to explain them. As soon as you start working, it's best if the money you're earning, if you've got pay slips for that. So just a few basic things. You can find guidance for this on Facebook groups, on my website, on other websites as well. Road to UK and Savvy IMG both have really good websites that you can benefit from. And once you graduate, then my advice is to go through the ECFMG or the EPIC verification as soon as possible, because this can take time as well. You need it after you pass your PLAB 2 and before GMC registration, but this process can take time. So the sooner you start, the better. Then you need your English language requirement, which can be IELTS or OET. After that, you take your PLAB 1. Then it's your PLAB 2 visa. PLAB 2 is only held in the UK, so you'll need a visa for that. Then you go to the UK and take PLAB 2. GMC registration is usually straightforward as long as you don't have big career gaps. Then you apply. It's best to start your UK career with a non-training job to adjust into the system, to understand how things run. People do start their NHS career with a training job as well, but it can be a bit overwhelming. So it's best to start as a non-trainee, in my opinion. And then you can enter a training job. And it's possible to get into any training program. In the past, there was an impression that it's difficult to get into surgical training programs. It's true, it can be more challenging, but if you work hard enough, you can make it into any training program. So that's about the roadmap. Now, let's talk about jobs in the UK, because I'm seeing a lot of comments on Facebook groups where people are complaining that it's difficult to find jobs, or they're not finding jobs. And people who are taking PLAB 1 at the moment are concerned if they would find a job or not. So I think right now things are a bit different because of the current crisis, the current pandemic. But the UK still has a lot of jobs. And once things go back to normal, there will be a lot more job openings. I keep telling people that there are still countless jobs at both training and non-training level. To get an idea of the current job situation, just go to the NHS Jobs website yourself right now and have a look at the number of openings right now. So for non-training jobs, you go through the NHS Jobs, but for training jobs, there's a centralized system. There's a website called Oriel. You apply through that. If you're taking PLAB right now, don't worry about this. You'll become familiar with this in the next, once you start working in the UK. As I said earlier, all specialties are open at both non-training and training level. I just want to talk about my experience of job hunting as well. I know this was 3 years ago now, but just to give you an idea, I applied for 181 jobs. I had 22 interview offers. I attended about 8 of them, 7 on Skype, and I got 4 job offers out of those 8 interviews. So when it's still the same, you might have to apply for 500 jobs now, but you will find a job. Now, working hours, I find this part interesting because I compare this with Pakistan, and back home in Pakistan, working hours were like about maybe 70, 80, or even 100 hours per week. But in the UK, it's different. On average, you work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So it's about 40 to 48 hours per week. The longest shift is for 12 or 13 hours, but not longer than that. I know we're used to working 24 or 36-hour shifts back home, but in the UK, you won't work like that. It's just 12, 13 hours. And if you're working the weekend or if you're working the night, you will get compensatory offs for that to make sure that your total working hours stay at an average of about 40 to 48 hours per week. So that's good. You also get about 27 annual leaves every year. You also get study leaves as well. Now, I'll just quickly touch this topic as well of how much money you need to spend. So the total cost of PLAB, now this includes everything starting from your IELTS or OET, then your fees for PLAB 1, then your visa fee for coming to the UK, your living expenses during your PLAB 2 phase, your GMC registration fee as well, all of this, everything. So this is about 4,000 to 6,000 British pounds. In my case, personally, I think it was about 3,700 or so that I spent, but it can vary between 4,000 to 6,000. And after you pass your PLAB and get a job, when you come back to the UK, you again need some money because you get your salary at the end of the month, but you need money for your expenses. So that can be somewhere around 2,000 to 5,000 British pounds, depending on your circumstances, depending on where you're staying, depending on your lifestyle, your number of dependents as well. So this is the amount of money that you will need. 4,000 to 6,000 for PLAB, and once you get a job and come here, 2,000 to 5,000, depending on your circumstances. I also want to talk about the pay scales and the money that we make as junior doctors. So I'll talk about pay scales for ST1 level, which is where most people start from. So you get about 2,500 to 3,000 British pounds per month after all deductions. So this means after taxation and after everything else, this is what you get in your hand at the end of the month. Tax is about 20 to 25%, but as I said, this is the money that you get in your hand after taxation. And I think it's more than enough. I feel it's more than enough because even the system is so good that even as a junior doctor, you earn enough to buy the latest cars, you earn enough to buy a house as well. So I don't know what more we can ask for. So we, as junior doctors, we have a pretty comfortable life. But again, this depends on circumstances, and savings can vary depending on a number of factors, depending on your lifestyle, depending on your number of dependents as well. So if you have no dependents, then things will be different for you. But if you've got 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 dependents, then things might be different for you. So it can vary a lot. It can also vary on whether you're living at hospital accommodation, which is cheaper, or in a private accommodation. Now, about the UK, I just want to stress that the UK is a welfare state, which makes a big difference. Now, I didn't know what a welfare state was when I was in Pakistan, but a welfare state is a state where the state is responsible for its people. So, for example, healthcare and education are free, and that makes a big difference. I would like to share a small story here. So when I was studying for PLAB 2, one of my friends who's with me, she was studying with me, her uncle was living in London and he had a heart attack, so he went to the hospital. When he was being discharged from the hospital, there's a department in the hospital called occupational health, or occupational therapy, sorry, the OTs. So they realized that his home was slightly uphill and it was difficult for him to walk that uphill pathway. So they installed a railing for him to grab onto while walking that uphill pathway. And also in his home, he had stairs and he could not do the stairs. So they installed a chairlift for him as well. Now again, depending on your savings, you might not have to pay for this. Depending on your savings, if you've got a certain amount of savings, if you've got less than that, the government pays for all of this, and basically you get free treatment, including all of these facilities at home as well. Now, this is very different from healthcare systems in other countries. The other thing is, if you work here for 6 years, you get the British passport. In 5 years, you get indefinite leave to remain as well. And in 6 years, you get the passport. Now, just to summarize, I feel that the exams are very easy. The PLABs, PLAB 1 and PLAB 2 are very easy exams still. It's a short journey because PLAB 1 and PLAB 2, it takes less time to go through them. There are a lot of jobs. The pay is good. There's a very helpful IMG community and people go out of their way to help each other. And once you've worked in the UK, you can always move on to other countries as well. Just very quickly about how you can find information if you need to find anything. Always go to the official websites. That's the best source of information. If you don't find information there, then send them off emails on their official email addresses. People reply to emails. You can always go to blogs like Road to UK or the Savvy IMG, Umer's Guidelines. They're all very useful blogs. You can search through Facebook groups as well. I think International Medical Graduates in the UK is the most useful group. If you're not a member of that, I would advise you to join that. But there are other useful groups as well, like the one in which we're hosting this session. Join this. Road to UK have a useful Facebook group as well. There are other Facebook groups as well. Join all of them and make good use of all of them. Post your query on Facebook groups, people will respond. And if all of this fails, only then I think it's best to send personal messages. It can be difficult for people working in the NHS to respond to each and every single personal message. So I think it's best to post your query on the groups. And if you still don't find information, then you can go to the groups. You can find my website at naseer.com. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram at Naseer. So that's about it from my side. And I think we still have time, so I'm happy to go through any questions if anyone has any.
Okay, good. Yes, Naseer, thank you so much for sharing that that journey and the experience that you've had, and of course, the information that you've provided. We do have lots of questions actually, as you might imagine, and so what we'll do is you've got about 20 minutes roughly, I think. Sure. Let's have a look. You've got about 20-25 minutes of time to answer questions. Some of them are straightforward, Naser, so maybe they'll take you 30 seconds, but some of them probably need a bit of explanation. So why don't we start off with, we'll take in order. So let's see. So Ayman Yunus has asked a question. Could you kindly speak about your experience for your first job in the National Health Service? What was your experience like?
Sure. So I started my NHS career with a renal job in Portsmouth. It was difficult to adjust into the system. It was really difficult, if I'm honest. And I don't usually talk about this, but during the first few days, my thoughts were like, have I done the right thing by coming here? I had a very comfortable life back home in Pakistan, where I didn't have to do my laundry. I didn't have to cook anything. I realized what my parents were doing for me, basically. All I had to do was go to work in Pakistan. So it was really difficult. And then coming to a new country, new language, new people, new culture. It was really difficult. And then adjusting at work was difficult as well because everything was done differently. The way they take bloods, the way they insert cannulas, and everything else as well. So the first 6 months were really tough. People were really nice. My colleagues were really nice. They were really helpful, really supportive, but it was still difficult. And I've talked about this a lot of times. It takes people 1, 2, 3, or 6 months to get used to the system. But after that, things do become easy and you get used to the system. I think you're still on.
Okay, sorry, Naser. So the next question is from Saeed Shah. The question is, can you explain the requirements for clinical placements in the UK? So if a PLAB doctor wants to do a clinical placement, is there any requirements? How do you get clinical placements?
So I think by clinical placement, they mean clinical attachment, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So this can vary. Different hospitals can have different requirements. This can include IELTS or OET or English language requirement. So this can vary, and I think it's best to go to the hospital website or through official sources and check what their requirements are. But this can vary a lot.
Okay, next question, Naser, is we have an anonymous person. They've been trying to apply for jobs for 2 months now. They've made significant improvements to their National Health Service profile, but they're still unable to secure a job. Have you got any tips for them?
I think the best thing to do is, number one, keep applying. Don't give up on hope. Don't give up on your dream. There are still a lot of jobs. It's just that because of the current crisis, the HRs are busy, the consultants are busy. The way they've adjusted their rota, they might not be looking for new doctors at the moment, but things might change again from the 5th of August when doctors rotate, and things might be very different then. So keep applying for jobs, work hard on your NHS jobs profile. Ask people to review your profile, get as many people to review as possible, and just work hard on it. It's all about selling yourself. So you need to sell yourself. And people are still finding jobs. Even right now, every day, people are finding jobs. So keep applying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Naser. So the next question is from Ayushi Shah. Guys, if you do have questions, if you don't mind, just put in brackets which country you're asking from. This kind of makes things a bit more interesting for everyone. So Ayushi Shah asks, how do you build up your CV whilst waiting for the PLAB 2 exams to resume? I've already done a few publications. I've done a few clinical attachments. Is there anything else I can do whilst I'm in the UK? And Naser, I think you touched on this, but if you can perhaps recap.
Sure. So first of all, well done on your publications and your clinical attachments. So that's brilliant. Well done. If you're in the UK, you can do online courses, online modules. I think you can do that. If you can pass an exam as well, but which might be difficult right now, but you can start studying for it, and you might go back home in the next few weeks or days. I don't know. Passing an exam might be a good option right now, but if you're in the UK, that might be difficult. I can't think of anything else that you can do, but I don't know. Do you have any suggestions, Mo, about this?
Okay, so I think if you want to build up your CV in the meantime, you can do voluntary work actually, but again, it's not going to be really clinically related. So that's going to be a tricky thing to add to your CV. So there's voluntary work you can do within a hospital, but it'll be mainly non-clinical stuff, like, for example, delivering newspapers, serving tea, and so on and so forth. You could ask to volunteer at a local surgery, but again, it'll be non-clinical because of the concerns that there might be confidentiality that they need to protect around patients. There are private companies that you can approach, so private hospitals, private GP surgeries, who may be willing to take you on. And it's worth obviously Googling those in the area that you're in. So if you're in London, private surgeries, private hospitals, they may be willing to get people in and to try and help them or shadow them perhaps. Sometimes here at Inspire Medics, we might take on trainees and doctors from other countries to shadow us around the business, but that's more a non-clinical side of things. Vikas, I don't know if you've got any thoughts on this, so extra things they can add to their CV whilst waiting.
I think one of the things that stands out is if you're in the UK at the moment, you could, for example, apply for a care home because they would absolutely bite your hand off if you're a qualified doctor and you're willing to go into a care home. Obviously, you won't be doing medicine, but you'll be doing other aspects. And what the theory is that if you're trying to prove what you're doing is relevant to your next stage. So if you're coming for an interview and you say, look, I'm a doctor, I've got my qualifications, I've achieved this, and I spent, one afternoon a week in a care home because, I felt it was a good opportunity for me to spend some time with the members of the multidisciplinary team. It allowed me to build my communication skills. I found that just by sitting and listening to some of the elderly people and helping them, it made me more humble. So you're trying to demonstrate transferable skills. So I think, like the guys have said, if you can get an attachment, but that's always very difficult. But there are so many care homes. And again, while we're not going to be familiar with how it is in some of the countries of the guys who've joined us today, there'll always be something that you can do. But voluntary work always looks good on a CV. Aside from that, I think you guys have touched on it. So, qualifications. I don't think there's anything specific else from that.
Sure. Just a quick shout out to the panelists. From my understanding, you can actually go into the questions that are being asked and you can type in your response along with any relevant links to your blogs. So if you're sitting on the side, you're listening and you want to answer some of the questions in advance, by all means, please go into the Q's and A's at the bottom of Zoom and you can answer the questions directly from the attendees. So, and I can see Savvy IMG already starting to do that, but that's something else you can do whilst you're waiting. Okay, so let's see. Next question is this is from Bahuddin. I have passed PLAB 1 and PLAB 2 has been cancelled. I don't want to lose touch with medicine because it's been some time since I was in a hospital setup. A similar question: is it possible to have an attachment in a GP surgery after PLAB 1?
It might be a bit difficult right now because of social distancing. Clinical attachment in a GP surgery, but you can try and apply. You can approach GP surgeries for this, but so it might be difficult because everyone's trying to promote social distancing at the moment.
And actually, lots of questions are very similar. So this is from Abdul Razak. His question is, I've got a gap in my career. I spent 5 years doing a PhD that was off clinical practice. I'm applying for jobs but finding it difficult to get a job. What's your advice? A very similarly themed question, Naseer. Is it the same advice here if they're finding it difficult to get jobs?
Yeah, one thing that might help is if you can get a clinical job now, and if you start working in a clinical role back home in your country, if you're there, so that might help. But keep applying for jobs anyway.
Okay, I've got one very good tip for those of you who are finding it difficult to get jobs. From my understanding, I think if you have GMC registration, you can do private medical legal work with Medco. Pays very well. You can set up your own private practice, but you need to be registered on the Medco website. So if you just Google Medco into google.co.uk, you can do private work. It's you set up your own clinic, so you hire your own room, you book your own appointments, and then you can see those patients and you can start to earn money. And my understanding is you don't need any clinical practice for that. It's private work, it's private insurance work. So people who are involved in road traffic car accidents, you would examine them, 15-minute appointments, you would create a report and you submit the report to the insurance company. So it's Medco is the website. We may do a separate webinar on this. If you'd like a separate webinar on this, please raise your hands or drop us an email at info@imedics.co.uk. It's something to help your CV in the meantime, and it pays very, very well actually. Okay, Naseer, a slightly obscure question, but Ayushi is asking, what's the best way to get SimMan practice for PLAB 2 without attending an academy?
I am not sure, but people who are going through PLAB 2 right now might answer this better than I can because I'm not sure. It's best to join an academy though anyway for PLAB 2.
Sure. Okay, so guys, if you got any suggestions there for how you could practice for the SimMan practice for PLAB 2, just type it on the site and you can all have a read. Okay, let's try and get to some of the more interesting questions.
We've got a video course, Dr. Mo, with the SimMan in as well. So if you wanted to kind of, I mean, if you could probably see, if you look behind Dr. Mo, there's a SimMan lying there. But obviously, if you want to practice without using that, we made the 100 station online PLAB 2 video course. So you can, I think it's mainly me actually, going through 13 different common scenarios on the SimMan. So how you manage, and then once you've done that, you can actually practice yourself. So because what I've learned as I've gone through with OSCEs, sometimes, you know, it's hard to get your partners, you know, with you, or you may find that you're doing the exams at different times, or somebody's doing PLAB 1 and someone's doing PLAB 2. So if you are worried, and I know with a lot of these social distancing and lots of courses are cancelled and things, so watch the video course, but then after that, practice by yourselves and get used to the algorithm of the A to E approach on the SimMan. There can only be maybe 15 to 20 different scenarios that you can get, because you know, that's the kind of A and E scenario. And the back of the Oxford Handbook of Clinical Medicine is very good, because they're the A to E systems, you know, GI bleeding, meningitis, head injuries, pneumonia. Those are the kind of things that you'd get for a PLAB 2 SimMan.
So Naseer, the next question, kind of similar theme. We have a final year medical student, anonymous, who is from India, final year MBBS, 6 months left. What can they do to improve their CV before they start applying for PLAB? Is there anything they can do in their country as a medical student?
Yeah, so as I shared in my first slide, if you can go through any audits, research projects, any extracurricular activities, any formal or informal teaching experience, any presentations, any posters, any publications, anything like that, anything on your CV would be helpful.
Okay, good. So the next question, Naseer, is this is a little bit of a sad story, but I won't mention the name in that case. We have a international doctor who's come to the UK now for the last 6 to 12 months, I think, and they've had a gap now of 6 months because they've been looking after their father who's had bowel cancer, and they're trying to how will they explain the gap in terms of 6 months that they haven't done anything because they've been caring for their father? I mean, do they just be honest on their CV, or do they fill it in with something else? What's your advice?
I think it's best to be honest, but still, how to be honest about this and how to explain the gap. I think the best thing to do would be to get in touch with people who have been in similar situations and have explained their gaps, because a lot of people go through this and a lot of people have gaps which they explain and the GMC accepts their explanation. So you can find these people easily on Facebook groups. So get in touch with them and see how they explain their gaps to the GMC.
And this is an open question to both VCAS and Naser. Because of COVID, a lot of places have stopped recruiting, or there's not as much a demand as there was before. Is COVID going to affect the PLAB doctor's chances of getting a job or a job interview?
I'll let Vikas answer this one.
Okay, so it shouldn't do, because remember, most of you will come here and you're doing your PLAB exams to work here as junior doctors, and there's always going to be a demand for junior doctors, because as Naser will show you, that you rotate through. So you'll start off as an FY1 is what they call it in the UK. In other parts of the world, they're called house officers, but you will spend on average 4 months, and then you'll switch and you'll move to another speciality and another doctor comes in after you. So it hasn't impacted, we call it the foundation program. So that's what you guys will be applying for, but that hasn't been impacted by the coronavirus. So I wouldn't expect you to find it difficult to get jobs. It's going to be exactly how it is, because the hospital will still have a demand for trainees.
Okay, good. Apologies if I don't pronounce the name correctly. It's from Dr. Hiyu Chuong from Australia. I'll read it all out because Naseer, she's specifically asked you this question. Hi, Dr. Naseer. I have interest in attaining an internship in the UAE before heading to the UK to work. Do you have any idea what the requirements are to achieve this? And you may not. In Australia, it is nearly impossible to get an internship if you are graduated overseas. And it is also difficult to get an internship in Tbilisi, Georgia, where I am currently studying. So the question is, just in case you've missed it, I have interested in attaining an internship in the UAE before heading to the UK. Do you know what the requirements are to achieve this?
I'm really sorry, but I don't, because I'm not familiar with the UAE system. But I suppose if anyone else is, please feel free to answer this one.
Yes, absolutely.
So
yeah.
I think there are some people from the UAE who have joined us. So if somebody could answer the name of the, if they type it into the chat box, then if one of our UAE doctors who's joined the conference, if you can answer what the requirements are to work in the UAE, and then we'll have a look later on as well. So we may be able to dig out some links, because I'm sure there'll be the equivalent of the GMC in the United Arab Emirates as well. So me and Mubin will have a look a little bit later, and we'll email out a link to everybody as well. But if anybody on the chat can answer that, that would be helpful.
And if you don't find the answer,
yep.
You can always go to the Facebook groups as well, and I'm sure you'll find a lot of people from UAE on the Facebook groups, and they should be able to help you with this.
And Road to UK have sent you a private response, or a public response as well to that question. So thank you for that. Okay, let's see. Okay, here's an interesting one. We'll save this question for later. So it's about a GP training. We'll save it for one of our GPs, Dr. Shiva, if that's okay. Let's see. Anonymous has asked, can you please share your slides? How do they go about doing that, Naseer?
I'm happy to share it, but I'm not sure how to go about that. Can I share it with you, and can you pass it on? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that'd be fine. If you forward it to us by email, we can forward it on to all the attendees. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. So, okay, this a similarly themed question from Flora. Is it possible to work in the UK after a gap of 10 years? I've been a housewife now for a while, but I'm also a doctor.
Yes, it is. When I was studying for my PLAB, I had a friend who had exactly a similar situation. She had a clinical gap of 10 years, and now she's an ST3 training registrar. You just have to keep applying for jobs, and you will get in. As long as this gap is after your internship, you should be fine.
Okay, thank you, Naseer. We have a very specific question now from Hina. I have a telemedicine experience of 5 years in Pakistan. I've worked with one of the pioneers of telehealth from the beginning, and I've worked a lot in rural health and underprivileged areas of Pakistan. And I've been constantly into training doctors and paramedics as well. Would this experience do anything for me? I'm assuming if it's relevant for coming to the UK.
To be honest, I'm not sure, because this is still a new field. I suppose it would help. But if you're applying for a hospital job, they might feel a bit uncomfortable by the fact that you've not been working in a hospital recently. But having said that, you should still be able to find a job, because even people with no clinical experience find hospital jobs. So you do have experience. It's different from a hospital experience. So it might take you slightly longer than it takes others, or it might not, but definitely you will find a job.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Afghanistan. During preparation for the residency program in Afghanistan, I had to study, and I had a year clinical gap during that time. Will I get GMC registration, or do they require an explanation for this gap?
So as long as this gap is after your internship, it should not be a big issue. Even if it was before your internship, it should still be okay, as long as this gap is less than 2 years.
Thank you for that. And now we have a bit more of an different, we're going off on a different tangent now. This is about accommodation, Naseer. When moving to the UK eventually, this is from Anonymous, how difficult is it to find accommodation and figure out the bills and the amenities without any family ties? And it's from Nepal.
Good question. It's not difficult at all. So once you move to the UK, I think initially it's easier to get hospital accommodation. You don't have to worry about the bills or council tax or anything like that, because the hospital accommodation takes care of that. It's very easy to find hospital accommodation. It's closer to the hospital. And once you get a hang of things, then you can move into your own private accommodation as well. That's what most people do. That's what I did as well. So did I miss any part of that question?
There's some questions about amenities. So what are you spending your money on apart from accommodation? Like I assume like there's going to be car insurance, indemnity maybe you have to pay if you're later on in your training. I know the hospital covers it. What's the other expenditures going out your pocket as a UK doctor?
I guess maybe it's difficult to answer, but quite a few things. If you're living at hospital accommodation, then you usually don't need a car, at least initially. So you'll save money there. You will need money for groceries. You'll save money for the bills because you won't need to pay them. You'll save money for council tax. You will need money for indemnity cover. I can't think of anything else, but I suppose the concern here is, would I have enough money to pay all of this off? And the answer is yes, you'll be earning enough money to pay for everything.
Okay, good. Thank you, Naseer. Let's go on to the next question. So a lot of these are very similar to what you've already answered, so I'm going to try skipping over those ones. Okay, so we have a question here from... the screen jumps. Every time a new question comes, it jumps. I have to scroll up again. Okay, this is from Cital. After passing PLAB, which post will I apply for? FY jobs or medical officer jobs? I think there's some confusion here about what they think FY jobs or medical officer jobs are. Yeah, so the question is, which post will I apply for after passing PLAB?
So it depends on where you are in your career. So you would apply for a job which is appropriate for you. So for example, if you're a consultant back home, then you might want to start as a registrar or maybe as an SHO initially. But for fresh graduates, I suppose you've got three options. You can start as a F1 non-trainee. You can start as an F2 non-trainee. You can start as a ST1/CT1/SHO non-trainee. So you've got these three options. The higher the level, the more the responsibility, the more money you get, the more stress as well. Most people start from ST1 or CT1, and that's what I did as well. And as long as you've completed your internship back home, you can do that. But it's a personal choice, depending on, as I say, the higher the level, the more responsibility, the more stress, and slightly more money as well.
Okay, good, thank you. This is a question about PLAB 1 series. I would like to know how to prepare for PLAB 1 exam and how many months would I need and what preparation material I should use. It's from Camels, and I'm not sure which country it's from.
So things keep changing. The best thing to do is to stay in touch with people who've recently passed the exam and get advice from them. But the basic idea is that you need to go through online question banks. So iMedics have their own free question bank, so you can go through that. There are a few other question banks as well. If you go to the Facebook groups and if you see advice from people, they will tell you a few very popular question banks, so you can go through them. If you feel stuck at any topic, it's best to read official guidelines. So you can read nice CKS guidelines. You can go to patient.co.uk. You can go through the Oxford Handbook as well. And it takes it depends on how much time you're giving it. I've seen people pass the exam with 2 weeks of prep as well. But to give yourself a fair idea, it's best to give yourself at least 3 months. If you're a slow learner like myself, then take 6 months. But give yourself a few months.
And Naseer, correct me if I'm wrong, but you used to revise before and on the way to work whilst eating breakfast on the transport. So I heard somewhere you speaking about this. So you would actually get your revision in before work and after work, so that you wouldn't have to stress about these things. So that's another top tip.
Yeah. So that's how I studied. I think it's a very easy way of doing it because everything is on your phone now. So what I did was I used to wake up in the morning and I used to go through the first 5 questions before getting out of bed. Then after getting fresh, I would go through 5 more, having breakfast, 5 more, on my way to work, 20 more, reached work, but work hasn't started yet, 5 more, lunch break at work, 50 more. So by the time I used to get home, I was done with 100 or 150 questions. So or if I needed to study for a bit, I would just sit down for half an hour, not more. And I never really studied after 5 p.m. And I used to watch at least 3, 4, 5 hours of TV shows every single day. So that's how I studied. A week before my PLAB one, I took a study leave for a week and I stayed at home. And the goal is to study as much as I can. But I ended up watching 3 movies a day. So yeah, that's how I studied for PLAB one.
And of course, you passed it, and you also that's a good way of studying. This is a question from Ahmed specifically for you, Dr. Naseer Khan. During joining your first non-training job as an SHO, do they train at first month to familiarize us with hospital and UK health system?
Okay, so again, this can vary a lot. This can vary on. This can depend on your colleagues, your department, how busy it is, how much time they have. But people in the UK generally are very helpful. So for example, when I joined, I was not comfortable with taking bloods and doing cannulas. So they allowed me time to observe the phlebotomists at the hospital and just shadow them and learn from them for the first few weeks. And that was very useful and helpful. I remember on my first on-call, the registrar was supposed to go home at 8 in the evening, but she stayed with me till 2 a.m. because just to help me and guide me through things. So people here generally are very nice and helpful.
Okay, thank you for that. Guys, now Naseer has only got probably another 5, maybe 10 minutes left. So if you have any specific questions for him, please type them into the Q&A box, because obviously we've got other questions that you do have, and they're going to be more relevant for some of the other guest speakers that we have on the panel. So I'm just going to pick 1 or 2 other questions, and then what we'll do is we'll let Naseer wrap up and perhaps leave us with any last messages. So let's see. Okay, here's a question. Is practicing the 1700 questions still useful? This might be a while ago for you now, Naseer, but they're asking if it's still useful, or do you have any insight into that?
So there are so many different versions of these 1700 questions. Depends on which version you're following. But I suppose it's best to stay in touch with people who have recently passed the exam and ask them which version they followed, and just follow the same versions and follow the question banks recommended by people who passed the exam recently. So they will be your best guides.
Okay, cool. I think we'll take 1 more question, Naseer, and then we'll leave you with some departing words.
Sure.
Let's see. Okay, it's a slightly non-specific question. This is from Arnab Deb. Can you tell us a little bit more about clinical audits, please?
I don't think I'm the best person to answer this one because I've not done a clinical audit. So if it's okay, I'll leave this question for someone else to answer.
Sure, yeah. Arnab, what we'll do later on in the day then, we'll get this question answered by one of our other doctors, not a problem. I'll just pick 1 more in that case. Let's see. Okay, okay, I think that they're all very similarly themed actually. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually pause it there, Naseer. And if you want to leave us with any departing words, any messages, any top tips for the attendees.
I hope this was useful for the audience. Thank you so much for arranging this again. I think the only thing I would like to say is when I remember when I was back home in Pakistan and I used to think about coming to the UK, and it used to seem like impossible. It used to seem like an impossible dream, but once I made it, I realized that it was completely possible. It wasn't very difficult, to be honest. And so people who were back home and going through their IELTS or PLAB 1 or PLAB 2 or applying for jobs, just know that you will be here one day. Just stick to your dream, stay determined, work hard. And as long as you keep working on it, as long as you don't give up, you will be here. And my only request is, once you do make it, please look back and help others. So once you're done with IELTS, help others with IELTS. And the same goes for PLAB 1 to your job applications and your training applications as well. Please always look back and help others as much as you can.
Okay, fantastic. Dr. Naseer Khan, thank you for joining us for the iMedics International IMG Conference. Of course, you're a busy person, I'm sure. You've got lots of things to do. Vikas, you want to add anything else to that before we...
Yeah, absolutely. So Naseer, firstly, thank you very much. I think it's always good to hear your story. Obviously, we've spoken to you before, and I think what you can learn, so I'm just reflecting on some of the things that Naseer has said. So you can see that he's been through the struggles that many of you guys will be going through at the moment, wherever you are in the world. And Naseer is a perfect example. What Naseer did forget to tell you, actually, is that he was voted Junior Doctor of the Year for Kettering General Hospital, which was last week.
Nominated, just nominated.
Nominated, okay. So nominated. Now that shows you from his journey where he applied to all of those jobs. He got so many rejections. He had issues with his visa. But what he did show, which is something we always talk about our parents when we say this, but is this ability to persevere and keep going, because there's so many points when Naseer's, especially his first slide where he summarizes his journey, where he could have given up and lots of people would have said, I'm all right, I'll go back to Pakistan, you know, I've got a good job, family's there. But he kept on going, and now he's at this stage where, you know, he's established himself. The fact that he is an international doctor, he is from Pakistan. He's got a cat as well. There you go. So his cat has made a guest appearance. And now he's been nominated for Junior Doctor of the Year. That to me tells me that it fits in with what we've always said. So we've always said iMedic stands for Inspire. And that to me, that's inspirational, because that shows that hard work, keep going, don't give up, and you will get there. And he's a perfect example of that. And so, you know, looking back, that's the take-home message, I would say, from what Naseer has said. And obviously his cat's wagging. What's the name of your cat, Naseer? You may as well, because I think your cat's going to be more famous than you. By the end.
Yeah, so he's called Mittens.
Mittens?
Because he's got these white mittens.
Fantastic. And he's the star of the show. So if you can see now, the cat's actually looking... I mean, if the cat gave us a meow, that would just top it off, I think. We could all go home after this.
I don't know if he'll do that.
But yeah, Naseer, I mean, look, it's been absolutely fantastic.
Likewise.
We would love to have you back. You know, we'll definitely keep in touch with you, because I think you've done a fantastic job, and you're a good ambassador for Pakistan as well, but also for international medical graduates, wherever they are all over the world. Do keep an eye. So Naseer does have, as he mentioned, he's got his own website, Naseer's Journey, and he's got his own blog as well. And keep up the good work, Naseer, and keep in touch. We'll be keeping an eye on your GP training estimates in the coming months as well.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay, Naseer, take care. We'll see you soon.
Sure. Thank you. Take care.
Okie dokie. So guys, what we're going to do now is we're going to actually move on to the next part. So Vikas, can you hear me, or is my mic still muted? Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next part of the webinar. So it's going to be Dr. Ibreez and Dr. Ibrahim, founders of Road to UK, and of course, core medical trainees. So whenever you guys are ready, you can open up your camera so that everyone can see you. And of course, please, if you can introduce yourself, because we'd love to hear from you guys, and a bit about your journey, and also a bit about what you guys are doing currently at the moment with regards to your blog and how you're helping PLAB doctors in the IMG community.
Hello.
Hi.
First of all, we want to thank y'all for having this entire webinar in the first place. And it's been a really great opportunity, I guess, for everyone really to take this chance to hear from so many different people from so many different backgrounds. I also want to thank Dr. Khan for his input into GP training and how people can get from basically one place to another if you just live on that dream. With that, also, I want to thank everyone at home who's joining us, because I know it's Sunday, and be it your morning, afternoon, or night, you know, tuning in for a webinar, especially sitting there and listening to all of us talk about ourselves and what we're doing, may not be the most interesting thing, but we'll try and keep you as entertained as possible as we talk about what we do. So let me first introduce myself. My name is Ibreez.
And my name is Ibrahim.
And we both run WIMS UK. And the really, I think, most interesting thing about today, what with the webinar and everything that's happening, is that it's actually 2 years since we have started working in the NHS. And on top of all of that, it is the anniversary of the NHS. 72 years into the NHS, and we're really seeing how wonderful it is for something like this to be there for everyone, and the opportunities that the NHS has, not only for the patients who require it, but of course for all of us, and how we can help and give back to what the NHS affords us. So I think with that, we're going to just talk a little bit more about how we got to where we got to, and I'll let Ibrahim start off.
So let me just start this on. Okay. So I'm Ibrahim. I'm one of the medical trainees, and we started medical training last year. So it's been 1 year into the internal medicine training already. From August next month, we'll be starting IM year 2. So before that, to just tell my background, I am from Bangladesh. I came around 2 years ago exactly to the date, 5th of July in 2018. I landed in London. I remember the day exactly. I graduated, and then I did my internship. And during the internship period, I actually decided to take this path of coming to the UK to become a doctor. And I got to know about different exams and all the other things. But I think there's 2 more deciding factors that actually was the biggest thing. The first thing, how will I get all the money to take all the exams and come to a different country to make a career? The financial stress was a big thing when I started my planning, given my background and all the other things. And the second thing, when I actually took one step at a time, like I passed IELTS first, and then I passed PLAB. And after PLAB 1, the big decision of coming to a completely new country where I have actually never traveled outside my country ever in my life before coming to the UK. So that was a big decision. And I think the hurdle was the visa. As Dr. Khan actually mentioned, the whole structure process, it was really unknown to me how the whole thing would actually play out. And given the circumstances of my dad being a retired personnel and not actually having a regular income other than a pension, so it was quite a murky situation for the visa application. And everybody I went to with what my dad had as a savings said that it's not going to work. You have to have a solid income or all the other things. Everybody actually said that it's not going to work. And actually that delayed my whole process. After PLAB 1, I actually started thinking, should I start a job? Should I start making my own money and then put into that? But that would not be possible, because just with an internship, what kind of a job you'll get that will actually amass that amount of money. But with all the courage and what knowledge I gathered from reading all the different websites and different guidance on the gov.uk visa, I actually applied for the visa and hoping 60% that it will get rejected, but they didn't. So in my first attempt, I got the visa and I came to the UK and I took my PLAB exam. And after the PLAB exam, there was the same time that we hear right now that there is no job in the UK.
Yeah.
And but
we were almost faced with almost a more of a, I think, uphill battle. In that first, we were really lucky in that we took the prerogative that as soon as we passed PLAB 2, we started applying for jobs. And we managed to secure a couple of interviews even before our registration had gone through completely, at least for me, because I did have some gaps and I did have to kind of, finagle my stuff around before I got my GMC registration done. But we essentially, our first job that we landed and accepted was as a medicine rotational post and at a CT1 level. And that was in Yorkshire, which is in the northeast quadrant of the United Kingdom. So it was all, perfect. It was the job that we wanted. It was the environment that we wanted. It was the rotations that we wanted, but there was a visa cap. And many of you may not know about this because it's been lifted now, and so thank God it's been lifted. But essentially, we had gotten jobs and we were just waiting for a visa. We were waiting for the certificate of sponsorship, which essentially would then allow us to go ahead and apply for the work visa. So without that, we couldn't proceed. And it was the most frustrating couple of months I think we've ever.
Couple, I think.
It was at least 5 or 6 months that we were just essentially stranded. But in a different sense, because we had the job in hand, but we had nothing to show for it because we had this cap. Now, luckily, we found a way around it. We managed to get back into the system in that we applied and we took a job in emergency medicine. And honestly, I want to say it was a blessing in disguise, everything that happened. You know, we fixed whatever we had to fix. We did whatever we had to do. We reflected on it. And we started off in the NHS, in the same hospital, but in emergency medicine, which honestly gave us the best approach to the NHS by far, because we understood the ins and outs very quickly. Our hospital was extremely supportive. They had a shadowing initially for the first week. And then within that time, they got us, you know, doing things on our own. And with Annie, it's always extremely supportive because there's always going to be somebody on the shop floor who can help you. And you're never in that situation where you're all alone and you're wondering what to do next. And of course, if you're a little bit rusty on things like cannulations, urinary catheterizations, or anything.
Or any practical procedures, if you like, you know, if you want to sharpen your skills, hands-on skills, Annie is the best place to do it.
Because anything can come through that door.
Yeah, exactly. And I think working is Annie. And we get this question a lot, and I'm sure this question would be asked in this session as well. Like, what would be the first job you would advise for an international graduate to start? From our experience, I would say accidents and emergency, we say A&E, it's emergency medicine, or ED department, emergency department, will be a very good place to start. You will start to know how a patient gets admitted in the NHS and gets into the hospital environment. And then you can decide whether you want to work in the hospital environment or you can work in the GP or primary healthcare. That actually gives you a clearer picture. When you started the A&E.
You see pediatric patients. We saw patients who needed to eventually be referred to surgery, to obs and gynae. We saw a couple of ophthalmology patients.
Bones,
we saw broken bones. Oh, so many broken bones. We set a couple. We learned how to do, you know,
so whichever specialty you want to specialize in further, be it orthopedics, be it pediatrics, be it surgery, I think emergency medicine has that encompassing everything. So but if you ask me, then why didn't you pursue emergency medicine as a career? Because I didn't want to. My heart was always with medicine, and I always wanted to be specialized in some branches of medicine. But when I came to the NHS, because emergency medicine was not a concept when I was in my back home, everything was either casualty or they get actually diverted to the different specialties. There was no emergency medicine concept back home. So when I found this, like, you know, as we didn't want to, but we had to because of the visa cap and all those things, it was a blessing in disguise, I'd say again. So if you want to join in the NHS and have have no idea how the NHS runs, I think starting in an emergency department would be the best option because you get so many support from the nurse practitioners, the nurses, the healthcare assistants, the different persons in the multidisciplinary team. If you just tell them very nicely that I have not worked in the NHS before and this is my first job, they will go out of their way to help you out.
Exactly. And another really good thing is for your competencies. So we tried to be as proactive as possible when we started working. Within 3 months, we managed to get our FY2 competencies, which is now known as your CREST form, signed off. And A&E also gives you that opportunity because it literally takes off everything that you need in the CREST form.
From patient communication to practical skills to end-of-life discussions to cardiac arrest, everything.
And it's fantastic because then you get that, you know, you get that feeling of what you need to do. You have that initiative and you go ahead and proceed. So during the time that we applied, there was still a resident labor market test, or an RLMT, which restricted us because we aren't British citizens and we don't hold E or EA citizenship. We couldn't apply in the round 1 of our intended training, our internal medicine training. So what we had to do is we had to wait for the re-advert, which is basically what people will call round 2. And we applied for the round 2.
Round 1 re-advert.
Yeah, it's just a re-advert of the same round 1. So obviously, if there are already positions that are taken up in the round 1, those won't be available in the re-advert, and it'll be whatever is left over. So the great advantage right now that the UK does have is because this has been lifted, individuals with whatever experience you have, you guys are you are put down there on an equal basis. It doesn't matter what nationality you have or where you come from. It's all down to what you bring to the table, what you have in your portfolio, and how awesome you are in your interview. And that's really the takeaway from all of that.
Just to give you an idea about how this whole round 1 and round 2 works. Say for surgical specialty, which are competitive specialty, and all specialties are competitive, nothing is a walk in the park, but the number of the post is the deciding factor. Say for a surgical specialty, they have only say 500 doctors they would want to take as a trainee in a year, but for GP, they would probably say 3,000 doctors they want to take in a year. So as you can see, the sheer change of number of posts makes it a competitive specialty to get into. So what happened earlier is round 1 filled up all the posts previously, and there was nothing left for apply to round 2, or very small number. So the competition for international graduates were very steep back then when we had to apply.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm not saying the competition is easier, but there's a level playing field.
Yeah.
So you can apply in round 1 in any specialty you want, starting from neurosurgery to ophthalmology to whatever you want. So you have to have that entry criteria fulfilled. You have to have that good portfolio. You have to have that skills in interview and exams necessary for your specialty to do well and get into a training, which is not similar in many countries outside the UK.
I know a lot of times people do ask us, what is the IMG friendly specialty, or what would be really good? And personally, I believe that that's something that's more USA centric. People will invariably ask in the United States when they're trying to match that what is a more IMG friendly specialty, because in the United States, there are a lot of restrictions as to if you need a visa to work in certain departments and certain residencies. And there is competition based on that. But now that the UK has lifted that, honestly, guys, the only thing that is stopping you from applying for whatever residency or whatever training you want to get into is you. If you feel that you can't do it, that's going to be the only bar. If you can put together the portfolio, if you have the commitment, if you look and seek out opportunities for yourself, there's nothing that's going to stop you. All right. So off of my soapbox, but essentially after that, we applied for internal medicine training. And, a lot of times, because we were living in Yorkshire, it's in the Northeast, it's very cold, it's very beautiful, but it's very cold. And we knew
for us,
we knew we wanted to move somewhere that it was a little bit more to what I was used to, because I grew up on an island and it was something that I really wanted to get back to. So we decided to move to the Southwest, where there's beaches for days, there are cliffs. It's beautiful, it's fantastic. And aside from all that, guys, it had the rotations and the opportunities that we wanted throughout our internal medicine training.
Because internal medicine training, if you don't know, because the target audience here are varied, and they probably doesn't know the entire training structure. So just to give you a preamble, internal medicine training is the core level training of any other specialty of medicine that you want to pursue. Like in UK, if you want to do rheumatology, cardiology, gastroenterology, this kind of medicine branches, and there's probably many branches of medicine. I cannot remember everything on top of my head, but whatever the medicine branches you want to do, you have to do internal medicine training first and have to have MRCP completed. So internal medicine training is the core level training of all the medicine branches. So the medicine branches, which are uncoupled specialties, the internal medicine training is the first. So internal medicine training is for 2 years or 3 years, based on whichever specialty you want to do after. If you are after any non-acute specialty, like say microbiology or allergy or rheumatology? Yeah. So rheumatology, then you have to do only 2 years of internal medicine training. But if you want to after any acute hospital kind of specialty like acute medicine or cardiology or gastroenterology, you have to do 3 years of internal medicine training. So we are currently internal medicine training. During this internal medicine training, we'll complete our membership exams of Royal College of Physicians, that is MRCP. After completing MRCP and after completing internal medicine training, then we can apply for further specialty training, which will be for 4 years now. Yes. So that's how the whole thing structures. So 3 years plus 4 years. So if you want to pursue a specialty, like if you have in mind, like cardiology, so you're looking at to complete internal medicine training first, then during the internal medicine training, you complete the MRCP, and then you can apply for cardiology.
It's your specialty training, yeah. So another really good thing about internal medicine training now is that they have made 3 departments as mandatory for us to rotate through. So those 3 departments are geriatrics, or care of the elderly, or elderly medicine, ICU, intensive care, or ITU care, and finally acute care, or acute medicine, or MAU, whatever your hospital may call it. But essentially it's, the admissions that come from emergency medicine to the medicine unit. So for us, we started off in geriatrics. We were very lucky. We both ranked and our preferences that in such a way that we both ended up in the same hospital for our training posts as well. So with that, we started off in geriatrics in the same department as well. And then we actually ended up rotating into the next department together as well. So we started off in ICU from December, and everything was fine and dandy. We were supposed to rotate out, but of course, there was Corona. So we stayed in ICU, and honestly, it's been a mind-blowing experience. It's one thing to understand how to care for intensive care patients when they are critically ill, and knowing what to do for them in those situations. But with Corona, it was like a whole nother.
I think I have already spoke to my education supervisor about this, that this is like a once in a lifetime opportunity to work in an ICU in a pandemic like that.
Exactly.
The way the whole thing worked, the way we cared for the patients, the stress, and
then on top of that stress, and I apologize for interrupting, but we had to maintain our portfolio, and our exams got canceled, and we had to think about our ARCP, which essentially is what shows at the end of our training that we've been doing
end of each year
throughout our training, that we're doing what we need to be doing in order to be, progressing appropriately. So for us, I think that was really difficult because ICU is extremely consultant driven, and there are limited opportunities for you to do a lot of tests on these patients because they
hardly you don't communicate with patients at all, because when they come into ICU, mostly they are either intubated, sedated, and most of the communication with family members are done by the consultants and all those things. So as a junior doctor, you basically learn a lot of things, but you do less, I would say.
Yeah, I think most of our was understanding why we do the certain things and follow protocols, which is very important. But it also hampered a lot of what we need to do for our portfolio. So we decided to take it upon ourselves to be as proactive as possible to make sure that our portfolio was happy and healthy. And then on top of that, I know a lot of you all were very distressed with exams being canceled on your ends as well. And we tried to hold as many wellness webinars and kind of, afternoon teas webinars on our Facebook page, just to kind of give everyone a breather and a chance to feel that, they weren't as alone as it seemed, what with, everything being canceled and quarantine and isolation and everything on top of that. But the good thing I think that's come out of all of this, even though we had a lot of things that were planned and were canceled, is I think it's given everyone the opportunity to grow and reflect. And we really like how more people are adopting webinars and using things like this to really get the information out there. I think it's something that really was a long time coming, and it's good that we've done it now. And in that vein, a couple of our other IMG colleagues and us are starting a induction course for IMGs that we're going to put online in a couple of weeks' time for new IMGs that are going to be starting in the NHS. This isn't obviously to replace the normal induction, but rather to supplement.
Exactly, yeah.
Because I think a lot of times we're really scared and we wonder what's going to happen in our first job or our first role in the NHS. And this is going to kind of give everyone the chance to get a little bit of a head start. And then when they actually start working, they can know what kind of questions they want to ask and know what they want to do. Yeah.
Just to reiterate what you just said, basically the whole IMG induction process came to our mind when I think initially it was Health Education of England, the Southwest Peninsula, the Associate Dean actually came up to us asking that there are a lot of IMGs will be coming in this area. And they want to give them the best possible induction. And obviously they came to know about the website and what we do and all the other things. So they wanted our guidance, the Health Education of England. And then actually we involved different postgraduate medical education centers throughout the entire Southwest region, starting from Gloucestershire to Torbay, Exeter, Torbay, Barnstaple. All of them are actually in contact with us. And we are trying to formulate this online induction process. For IMGs, it's done by the IMGs. We have actually allocated the whole different topics to different IMGs, and we have all the submissions. So what will happen is the IMGs will talk about things they would have known. Things they think
they wish
they had known before they started working in the NHS. So I think it's a fantastic approach, and a lot of people actually submitted the videos, and we are really pleased that we're trying to put this forward. With the help of Health Education of England and German Medical Council together. So it will be a fantastic thing. Please keep an eye out in our Road to UK page and YouTube to actually see, because it will be a recorded video. It will not be like this. Obviously probably it is recorded as well, but it will be recorded in YouTube. You can watch it as many times and whenever you want. So that's one thing. Apart from, I don't know how many people actually know about what we do in Road to UK. You want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Road to UK, I'm just going to show a bit of the thing here. I don't know, can you see my browser? Yeah. So this is our website, and if you just click get started, you can actually see what ways we actually help or we have put our entire thing together. We have articles for you, which will take you to a questionnaire based on your level, and actually sift through all the articles that we have written and give you the only articles that is required for you to know. So instead of starting from a blank point of view and reading one by one, you can actually see and what things you have to do. If you click that, it will take you to the questionnaire, and we have free courses in our website, which I'll just touch it after a few minutes. And we have this entire collection of blog roll, which we will see. So I'll just want to very emphasize on these courses, because this is our latest project, which actually is helping a lot many IMGs, and we're getting very good feedbacks. So the Academy, it shows this courses which are applying for jobs in the NHS, a step-by-step guide for IMGs. If you go there, you can, it's a free to everybody to attend. There is absolutely no fee associated with it. And if you take a course, say, if you want to know about how to make an NHS job profile, or how to find the right job advertisement, if you just click it, then you open into a course page. So it's like we are trying to create an online academy where we'll put up courses, and you can just go one by one and see the videos, which are also publicly accessible in YouTube. So this is what we do in our free time most of the time. And at the same time, we are trying to integrate this entire thing. We're trying to come up with new courses. And also there is another course called Crest and Portfolio, where we actually have, because as Ibreez said already, that we actually, when we were in emergency medicine, what we did to actually get our Crest form signed, we signed up for a course portfolio. We went to the different consultants, get those SLEs done. Those are all the things was very new to me when I started working in the NHS. And I think with the help of this course, I want to introduce those things to the new starters who want to sign their Crest. Obviously, you want to sign your Crest form. And as you can see in this course, we have extensively discussed about, if you just enroll, I think, if you let us see the course content. Yeah, we have talked about how to be a clinical teacher, how to clinical audits and improvement projects, and all the other things. See, you'll have the videos to watch one by one. And as I said earlier, these videos are free in our YouTube channel as well. As you can see, our YouTube channel has all the related videos, and we have started this also series called Ask a Consultant, and also, sorry. So you can see in the playlist, you can see we have
guidance for international medical graduates. This playlist will cover all the topics that you would need to know if you prefer watching rather than reading. Then, of course, our Ask the Consultants FAQ series, and then just a little bit more about our In Focus and webinars, where we're covering different things about internal medicine training and so on.
So
I think that the long and the short of it, though, guys, I think we'll open the floor to questions now, because I'm sure it's going to be difficult, obviously, to cover everything that everyone wants to ask. But we'll try our best. And of course, if there's anything that's still outstanding after that, y'all know how to contact us if there's still anything that you particularly like to know from us. But if we want to go ahead and try and
answer the questions. If you have any questions, just ask, like mentioning our names, and probably Dr. Mo will go through the questions and we'll be able to answer it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, guys. Now, we've had a couple of comments that your website or your image seems to be flipped. You've got a mirror image, so everything's scrolling across the bottom is coming in reverse. So where it says live Q&A.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so if you can fix it, not a problem. If not, we'll have to leave it as it is. But, oh, there we go. Fantastic. There you go.
Sorry, we just didn't
So Ibreez is now on the other side, and Ibrahim is now on the other side.
It's been a magic trick.
It's been a magic trick. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure people could read that we're actually asking people to like us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's all right. At least
if you could just Google Road to UK, you'll find everything. Yeah.
So I think what you guys have been doing is sending subliminal messages for the last 25 minutes rather than direct messages. Okay, thank you for that. You've fixed the problem. Now let's go through some questions, if that's okay. I'm just going to cherry pick them depending on the ones that are most relevant to you guys, that you're best placed to answer. Let's see here. Okay, so what's the best first job to get after GMC registration? This is from Anonymous. That will help you to build your portfolio for surgical specialty training.
I would say A&E or emergency medicine. I know we talked a little bit about it in when we were talking just a couple of minutes ago. But first of all, you know, it doesn't add on to the restrictions that there is with core surgical training. It won't make it so that you've got 18 months and then you can't apply for CST, which isn't a thing in existence, especially if you already have a lot of experience or you're just at the cusp of having that experience. And like Ibrahim said, in A&E, we see everything. We saw a lot of broken bones. We saw a lot of things that are surgically related, appendicitis or acute abdomen, all that kind of stuff. It's a good place to get a good mix of everything, no matter what your specialty is. And you have so many opportunities. One of our colleagues, when we were working in A&E, he actually did a surgical audit while working in A&E. And it was under the umbrella of the A&E consultants as well as the surgical consultants. So he ticked off 2 boxes right there. So it is possible. It's just a matter of you seeking out those opportunities.
I think the audit was related to acute abdomen, I remember.
Yeah.
So just to add to the answer to the question, as Ibreez rightly said, it's not that you have to work A&E for 1 year. You can start off in A&E, work there for 4-6 months, understand the NHS, talk to your surgical colleagues who are the SHOs in your hospital, because obviously you'll be in very good touch with them if you're an A&E doctor and an emergency medicine doctor. They're very contact with the medical registrar, surgical registrar, and everything. Make those contacts into discussion, like how do I progress into surgical specialty and everything. They will be able to guide you. But A&E would be, I think, we quite say A&E, but I think it's excellence in emergency. It's the emergency medicine department. So my personal opinion, if you want to join a surgical career, start with emergency medicine and then move on to, after 4 months, try to get an SHO job in a general surgery to see how the wards are run, and then proceed on the training application.
Thank you for that, guys. It's going to jump a little bit. Again, if you're not sure what the answer is, because some of these are very, very niche questions, we'll save it for the other panelists. So what's the process of becoming a radio oncologist in the UK?
Okay. Do you want to start off and then I'll finish up?
No, you start off.
So radio oncology, I want to know, is this as an interventional radiologist or as a radiologist who specifically reads scans that are meant for the oncology departments, like the PET scans?
Yeah, I think the second one.
Mm-hmm. So they'll have to first undergo clinical radiology training, which is a run-through training of 5 years. Obviously, radiology is a fairly competitive speciality. So on our post that we've talked about clinical radiology, you can kind of get an idea of what you would want to do. And I still want to put in there that emergency medicine would still be a good place to start because you read a lot of scans and you read a lot of x-rays. So it would be ideal to think about doing that. But like we said with that, there are options for you to then, after that, subspecialize into what you would specifically want to know and learn about in radiology. One of them being, I think we've got, oncology. So we've talked about it in this post, but it is something that you can think about doing. And I think we've got statistics as well. For last year, it is a fairly competitive process, guys. But again, it's about building up your portfolio and trying your best to get into it. But it isn't something that's necessarily impossible. And unfortunately, this year's ratios are not out. It would be more interesting to see now.
So as you can see, radio-oncology would be actually, you have to become a radiologist first, and then you'll have to have a special interest in oncology. So that's how you'll become a radio-oncologist in the UK. So if you just go through this article, then you'll find how you can become, get into clinical radiology and get the exams done, and the whole pathway is laid out in the infographic as well. Yeah. All right.
Okay, good. Thank you, guys. Next question is from Hema. Are there job opportunities for doctors in the National Health Service at the present time for IMGs or not?
Okay. So I know this is a concern that a lot of people have. First and foremost, jobs for doctors right now are currently listed as shortage occupancy. And they weren't shortage occupancy when we started working, but we found jobs even during that time when they weren't listed as shortage occupancy, or at least all posts weren't listed as shortage occupancy. Currently, I know a lot of people get frustrated, but like we said about the course that we have that explains how to appropriately apply, it is something that we noticed that a lot of people who've said, oh, I've not been finding a job for the last 3-4 months, they've done the course and they've heard back and they realize it really does come down to how you apply. Not only that, if you want to check on NHS jobs yourself, you can just type in the appropriate titles, either FY1, FY2, Junior Clinical Fellow, Trust Grade, SHO. You can see yourself how many posts are available. You can sign up via Track Jobs to get notified to relevant jobs on a daily basis. We get those emails on 2 to 3 times a week, and it's at least 40 to 65 new jobs
are added every day.
Couple of days.
So if you don't know how, because the question is there any job for IMGs in the UK? And the answer is yes. And how can you know about those jobs that are being listed? Because the NHS jobs website is quite cluttered with all the different types of people that work in the NHS, starting from physiotherapists to receptionists to everything. And that is why in our course, we have actually included this lesson, which is called Track Jobs and Health Jobs UK. In this website, in this lesson, we have discussed in length about how you can set up an email alert that you get actually every day when you wake up in the morning, how many jobs are being added. So you can actually go through the list. You can put up very filtered, like, I just want to know about medicine jobs. I just want to know about FI1 jobs. So if you put up a large filter, like I did actually, I still have get the email every day in the morning that 65 newly added jobs, 45 newly added jobs. So there are jobs for IMGs for everybody.
And then on top of that, I want to say that, like, for instance, our hospital, the way that the locum, or, basically the way that the hospital fills up any slots that they have where somebody needs to work and they don't have anyone rostered to work, we have an app. And I don't know if there's actually a day where there aren't jobs listed. Just yesterday, I think it was yesterday, we just finished nights yesterday, so we couldn't actually do it. But one of the rota coordinators was begging us that they would even be willing to give us escalated pay, which would be on top of what a locum rate is, because somebody needed to come in and do a normal 9 to 5 shift.
As we are working in the NHS, we can see how much of scarcity of doctors is there. So I think it's just up to how you apply and how you present yourself in a job application would actually get you the job.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, guys. And the next question is from Ruman. Guys, remember with the questions, if you let us know which country you're from, we'll do a shout out at the same time. So Ruman is applying to prepare for jobs. How do you prepare your CVs and review it properly so it's good to obviously submit? And how do you prepare for job interviews? So two-part question.
Okay.
So,
you pull that up in the meantime. So for the CV, we have a post that Ibrahim is pulling up in the meanwhile about how to create the perfect CV. And it really does come down to making an attractive, well-structured CV that highlights the salient points in what you're doing. So if the job, is advertised that way, that they're looking for someone who has A&E experience, or at least is interested in A&E, if you're talking about something that isn't relevant to that, it won't help you as much. You should always tailor-make your applications and your CV to the application and the post that you are applying to. On top of that, once you get that call back and you have an interview, the first thing I always like to do, especially now, I know it's difficult when you're not able to go and visit the place that you're going to be interviewing at, is to look at their website, understand what they do, what kind of patients that they have that come in, what are your learning opportunities in that hospital, and what is the catching area of the hospital? Is it associated with a university or a medical college? Is it a district general hospital? Is it a tertiary level hospital? Because then that way you can have an understanding of what you can get out of working in this place, and then you'll know what kind of questions to ask them, because you should also ask them questions at the end of your interview. When you prepare for the interview, the one book that we always wax poetic about is a medical interviews book, which we've linked in our post about how to prepare and how to do well and do the Q&As in your interview process. But beyond that, you can always go through, Oxford Medical Handbook if it's for medicine, or the respective Oxford handbooks, and just get an idea of the emergency clinical scenarios or general clinical scenarios, or ask other people who've applied in those kind of posts what were the general types of questions that were asked. Without fail, we always find that people are asked about audits or research or quality improvement projects. So it's really important that you know what those things are as well. And you should always take the opportunity at the end of the interview to ask them, what they can give you, like we said before, about training opportunities. And even if you're in a non-training post, what opportunities do you get alongside the individuals who are in training, such as can you attend teachings? Do you have protected teaching time? What are your opportunities to do quality improvement projects and audits? Tell them that you want to get your CREST form and will that be possible within this? And then anything about any shadowing period or anything more related to anything that you would particularly like to know about the post that you are applying for.
So I'm just going to show, I'm just going to show quickly the Ibreez that I have already talked about actually. So creating the perfect CV, if you need a list to run down, what do I have to put in my CV? We already have that. So if you can see your medical experience, your research experience, your teaching, your management, teamwork, all these things that we have actually talked at length about what you can put and what you can do about to improve your CV. At the same time, in interview, as you can see that we have talked about how can you take me to your CV, how can you answer the question, different formats of answering your questions. Because if you have a structure, when you're answering an interview question, you can answer it concisely, and the interviewer get a cue to answer the next question. Because if you go on a ramble like I am right now, actually it doesn't help in your interview. That's one thing. And also, Ibreez also ended with the finalizing the first NHS job, what questions you have to ask after you get the job. Because just because they offered you a job, you should not just jump on and take the offer without actually looking into the whole, corners of it, if you're happy with it. Because there's been experience for a lot of IMGs because they don't know that, and they just say, okay, they offered me, I'll just take it. But maybe 2 months down the line, you'll get a better offer. So just make sure that whichever offer you're taking is good for you. All right.
Okay, good. I've got a very specific question now about emergency medicine. Apologies if I pronounced the name incorrectly. Dushi Azimo. I have my GMC registration now via the PLAB route. I've been applying for emergency medicine jobs in the UK for the last 3 months. No interviews yet. Do I have to take the MRCEM? And if I do, does it take me directly to specialty training in emergency medicine? I have 12 years post-medical job experience and no gaps.
So,
sorry.
So the thing is, to get into an emergency medicine job, if it's a junior level job, an FY2 or FY SHO level job, they don't want you to have a fellowship exam done to actually do a job for an FY2 level.
And I'll say we started off as interns. We only had internship experience.
So I would say if you target and broaden your search to, as you have said, you have 12 years of experience, I think you should broaden your search for a registrar level job if you've already done any of the exams. So I think, yes, to get to a registrar level job, you need to have some sort of membership exam done, which could be, I think for emergency medicine, currently they have fused all of them into a fellowship exam. So MRCEM is given after you pass the FRCM primary and intermediate. And when you complete the FRCM final exam, then you get the complete fellowship, if I'm not wrong. So there is no, I think, separate MRCEM exam currently. But if you complete the FRCEM exam, you will not get straight into the emergency medicine training. Yet still, you have to go through the process of interviewing and applying for. Just because you passed an exam, that doesn't automatically get into a training program. I think that's a concept that is not familiar with a lot of us when we start the job. Because when you go into a training post, there are specific entry criteria, and exam is one of them. Other entry criteria include competencies of foundation level, competencies of core level, then other like fitness to practice and all the other things. If you fulfill all of that and also go through the whole interview process of application and all the other things, only then you can get into a training post. So just because we have passed MRCP or MRCS, it doesn't give us the training post in the UK. You still have to go through the process of proving your competencies, working in the lower levels, and get into an exam. But yes, definitely, if you have completed, or if you complete FRCEM primary exam, that will increase your chance of getting into an A&E registrar level post significantly. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys. Let's see. Let's go on to the next question. So I think we've got VCAS. We've only got we've got about 10 minutes. Fine. So maybe 2 more questions. No, sorry, we haven't got 10 minutes. VCAS, we've got about 5 minutes left. Is that right?
No, we've got more than that. So we've. Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah, we have about 5 to 10 minutes. We have got some questions on Facebook Live, which I'm just going to check very quickly. Hold on. So there was a question. I did say to these guys that I wouldn't forget them. So let's have a quick look. So this question, I think it's relevant to the A&E stuff that the guys have touched on. But Suhail said, please ask what kind of medical procedures are we supposed to do as doctors at SHO level? I
think there is a list by the UKFPO, which is a Foundation Program 1 competencies. So I think we would have to be fairly competent as an SHO to do those procedures. If I can find the list, do you want to talk about this? Do you have any?
It's just, if I'm not mistaken, are we talking about just being able to do venipuncture, cannulation?
No, but there's a 15 list.
To that extent about it. But is it specifically about what you need to know when you're working in A&E, or what you need to be able to do as an SHO in A&E, or is it just more about as an SHO? because obviously in A&E they had us pick up a couple of extra competencies. Like I had mentioned earlier, like we learned how to do nerve blocks, which wouldn't be something that we would do on the ward. And of course, we learned a little bit more about giving certain life-saving drugs in research situations for ALS, because we had more patients coming in acutely in cardiac arrest versus the ones that were already on the ward. I kind of just remember beyond that. And of course, suprapubic catheter changes, but that might be on the surgical ward as well. Those aren't necessarily something that you would do, or stitch removal or eye washouts. Those were kind of the more A&E.
So I think I just pulled up the list of F1 competencies actually. So these are the competencies that an F1 doctor must have to complete before they go into an F2. So as a doctor in SHO level, it is expected of you to at least know these things. But more often than not, I think venipuncture and IV cannulation, there are other teams in the hospital that do this. Like in our hospital, we have doctor's assistant. In some hospitals, they have acute care teams, the nurses and specialized nurses who do this thing for you. And you will only get called to do this when they fail. So you have to be fairly competent in doing a difficult cannulation or getting a blood from a patient, which is like the veins are not that prominent. So these kind of practical procedures, I'm pretty sure you don't have to do IM injection, and the nurses are fairly competent in that. But in some cases, they may not be, and you have to know how to do that. So these are the common things. It's a list of F1 competencies. So all the UK doctors who are actually going through the UK Foundation program, they have to be able to do all these things. So it would be expected same from you as a junior doctor, as an SHO, to be able to do all of these things.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for that, guys. Got a question from Kavita as well on Facebook Live. So she said, please, can you ask my question? I'm just going to find it. Okay. I have 3 years of experience in anesthesia. Can I join at ST3 level directly?
So do you want to join as an ST3 in anesthetics, as a core anesthetic trainee, or is it that?
I mean, are you asking for that? Do you want to join a non-training ST3 level post or a training post? If you want to do it.
He's saying that because she's got 3 years already experience. So I don't know whereabouts in the world she's from, but
exactly. The thing is, your experience will not count towards your training years. So that's I think that's true for whichever country you're from. But there is a way that your training could be counted if you have taken the fellowship exams in your country. Because I think if you're really inclined to know about the anesthetic training, we have a comprehensive article on that as well.
Along with that, I mean, just the general parts of ACCS into what it could come into the long term. But I think it's just more about, if you're looking at into a non-training post, if you have the experience, I don't know if I would necessarily suggest you start off in a reg level post in anesthesia if you've not worked in the UK, because we work with them on a regular basis in ICU, and the anesthetic reg is extremely busy, and they must be already very competent
to work in the NHS
by the time they get to that point. Not to say that you aren't competent, but obviously the mechanisms, while the same concept of intubation and ventilation may remain the same, there are a lot of different machines that they use even from hospital to hospital. Like some of the ventilation machines that we use in the Northeast, they aren't using down here in the Southwest. So I think that it's a bit of a learning curve. Not to dissuade you, but I think it would be a good idea if you were to look into a CT1 equivalent initially in a non-training post in anesthesia, just so that you can get your feet wet, and then you would be able to get more confident and then think about applying. You can always shadow the anesthetic reg. We shadow the anesthetic and ICU reg sometimes when we look forward on ICU just to see what they do, if we maybe want to make a career change and not necessarily do IMT anymore. It's a really good experience because you get to see a lot of new things.
As I pulled up actually from the article that we've written, how actually you can get into an ST3 training. So as you clearly see, you have to have an evidence of achievement of CT2 competencies in anesthetic and intensive care medicine, including the initial competencies. So I think as it happens to all the industry graduates, that we have to know with the idea of competencies. The competence is actually made and mandated by the Royal Colleges. So they make the curriculum they decide that what an anesthetic CT1 should be able to do at the end of year 1 of training, what an anesthetic CT2 will be able to do at the end of year of the training, and what an ST3 who's starting should know when they're starting their training. So those competencies are not entirely based on exams. Those competencies are also based on workplace-based assessments, like all the procedures that you did, or the senior that saw you did the procedure, and the fact that, like, sign a form, put in your portfolio. So will that be possible to produce from the years of experience that you did not do in the NHS? That's the thing. It's difficult. Yeah. Or will you be able to convince an anesthetic consultant in the UK that, yes, whatever I've done outside the UK is equal to what you do in the UK? So I think those are the things that is not possible or not feasible to progress.
And even
so that's what happens.
I just want to say though, like I said it before, I don't think it's a good idea. And I think that's just because it's as an anesthetic or an ICU reg, there's a lot that hangs in balance, and you don't want to be in the situation where you're used to doing it a certain way, and then you're put in that situation and you're not able to know exactly how it's done.
It's always to start safe,
yeah,
and start slow.
Yeah.
I think Dr. Wakas, you are mute. You're muted. Yeah.
There we go.
Perfect. One more question for you guys. I've got an interesting one. So this is from Lahore, I think. So it's somebody called Kainat, again from Facebook Live, and it's written that most of the GMC sponsors want you to have a job in the NHS first before they confirm that they will sponsor you, I think is what they're suggesting. This route seems to be...
You cut off a lot. I could not actually hear the question. Sorry.
Okay. Is that better?
It's still cutting it out a little bit.
Let's have a look. I wonder. Let's get out of here and let's get back to here. Right. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Much better. Perfect. So the question was basically a lot of the GMC sponsors, according to this person, is Kainat, is that the GMC sponsors want you to have a job already in place in the NHS before they agree to sponsor you from his or her experience, and because of that, they think it's impossible to get a job in the NHS.
Okay.
Bit of a tricky question, but...
So when we first talk about the ways that you can get GMC registration, sponsorship is one of the routes that we do talk about. It could be specifically sponsored by certain trusts or hospitals that will go out of the way
I understand, but
or is it MTI?
No, I think they're asking about that previous work experience in the NHS, because a lot of the GMC, that's a kind of a weird question. Why would the GMC sponsor? So the question could be actually interpreted as two separate things. One thing is you're asking about a GMC sponsored pathway of registration, like, where the hospital or a Royal College can sponsor your GMC registration. And another thing can be looked as whether the hospital wants you to have a previous NHS experience before you're starting to work in the NHS. So Ibreez, you want to start the first?
I'm not sure if that's the second one. Yeah, But if that's what it is, I mean, they're the ones who will look for that. Let's say if it's specifically a hospital that wants you, all right? So let's say, like, for instance, we work at Derriford Hospital. If Derriford Hospital really needs a registrar that works in gastroenterology, and they find that you are a suitable candidate for that post, and they see that you meet all the criteria that they want, and the only thing is you just don't have GMC registration because perhaps you've not completed the exams that would allow you to get GMC registration, but they're otherwise convinced that you would fit perfectly in this role. They will sponsor you for GMC registration. Obviously, there will be some stipulations along the way, but they will give you that GMC registration with which you can then get your certificate of sponsorship and apply for your Tier 2 visa and then start working for them specifically. The other route then would be with the medical training initiative, where you contact the Royal Colleges, and depending on which Royal College you're looking at, they will show which posts are available through this initiative.
And then you'll have the interview process,
yes.
And then you'll come to the UK for a short training visa. I think Dr. Khan also touched on that topic.
And I think maybe
medical training initiative.
You might be concerned that they're not showing as many sponsorship posts right now. Maybe that's how I'm kind of interpreting it. And that also might be just because, of course, that everything that's been going on, it'll be very difficult for an individual to travel. And the MTI is heavily reliant on individuals traveling as soon as possible, because you don't have to wait around for any exams if they find that you are otherwise appropriate and you can come on a Tier 5 visa. So if that's what it is, that's not true. We actually, in our hospital, have just had a new MTI doctor start not too long ago. I'm not sure how he got here. I'm not sure what country he's from, but maybe he managed to get in because of this. But he is working in the neurosurgery department. And so it is something that is still happening. People are still applying and getting those posts. But if what Ibrahim was talking about.
If you are looking at all the jobs want an NHS experience, but you can still apply, because I think it's just one of those criteria they put forward, because if they look for an SHO level post, they'll want someone have an experience with the NHS, but you don't. But that doesn't actually deter you from applying, because when I applied for jobs, I applied for like 50, 100 jobs.
He accidentally also applied for a register post.
Yeah, I accidentally applied for a register level post, an ST3 level post. I don't have MRCP or anything done, but I still got a call back, and I politely said to them, I don't think I am actually okay to join this post, so I don't want to just take any other person's interview post. I'm declining the interview offer. So that's what happened. You have to apply for it, and whether they call you back or not, that's the second part. But first, you have to do your part, then apply for it. Yes, there is obviously a need for looking into the job description and person specification. If you don't meet that, you can still apply for it because it doesn't cost you anything. That's the first thing. And if you get a call back, it's a bonus for you. You can apply to the interview, and every interview gives you experience for the next interview. Yeah. Like that's a big thing. And don't just rely on one interview and one job. If you get another second interview, even if your heart is felt on the job offer that you got, I would still go for the second interview just for the experience, because you'll never get that experience ever without having a job interview. So attend as many job interviews as you can, and also talk to the HR about accepting a job, as we have mentioned in the article.
Good, sounds good, yeah. Anything you want to add there, Mubin, from your side? Or?
No, I think I echo that, guys. I think for all the attendees, and what Ibreez and Ibrahim said, is that sometimes if you do fall down, you struggle, you're not successful, take it as a learning experience, because it'll drive you forward for that next step in the journey. It's difficult, sometimes you don't always get in the first time when you apply for a job, but the second, third, or whatever number of time it is, you'll have that reference in the back of your head in terms of knowledge and experience that you've had from the experience. So, Ibreez and Ibrahim, unfortunately, time has flown past. We are going to wrap it up here for you guys. Thank you for attending, obviously, 2020's iMedics IMG International Conference. Any parting words you'd like to add for our attendees?
Have fun. Whatever happens along this way, honestly, it's 2 years from us today, and we look back and we're like, what in the world happened in these last 2 years? And how far are you getting? I think we like to moan and groan a lot as humans. That, oh, it's not perfect, or this could have been better, or that could have been better. We really, really lack the want to stop and actually say, you know what, this is nice, this has happened today, this is great, this is what I'm happy about. And it's just about taking those opportunities and really finding that chance to know that you are doing something that will make, your dreams come true one day, or whatever it is that you're doing it for. If you're doing it for yourself, if you're doing it for your family, if you're doing it just because you want to prove, to someone that you can do whatever it is that you set out to do, just do it. And don't think about what anyone tells you along the way. There are going to be a lot of naysayers. There are going to be people all the time who are going to tell you you're not going to be able to do something. And the fact of the matter is, it's just down to you. That's just like a trillion times, but it really does come down to that, guys. So have fun on the journey, and always reflect on how far you've come and how much further you can still go. Thank you, guys. Thank you a lot for having us.
Thank you.
Right. Perfect, guys. So thank you very much to both of you. It's been very insightful. These two, I'm sure you'll have heard of Road to UK, but if you haven't, then obviously make sure you check them out, because they have lots of blogs on lots of the common themes that you've asked today. And I think it follows on from what Dr. Naseer Khan was saying, and I think Dr. Mose touched on it, which is that element of don't give up, because these guys have shown you they've gone on a different path to Dr. Naseer, but they are core medical trainees. They are, building their careers. They're obviously doing their Road to UK work on the side as well. So they've shown you that you can come from wherever in the world. This is Bangladesh. Naseer was from Pakistan. In a minute, we're going to hear from the Philippines as well. So it's another example. It fits the theme nicely. So it's been fantastic to have you on. The second thing I did promise, so my fiance is also tuning in. And she's from Pakistan, and what she said is a compliment for Dr. Ibreez. She said, I love that woman. That was the first thing she said. So I think she has seen you before, and she has been WhatsApping me here. Now, I did say I would embarrass her, so I am going to embarrass her. I've told Dr. Ibreez that this is what you said. So She said she loves you, so that's a bit of a compliment there. I'm sure she likes Dr. Ibrahim as well. But,
not as much, I guess.
That's understandable.
Good. Yeah, so she's watching from Pakistan at the moment, so she's one of the perfect work, guys. You know, keep it up. And again, like we said to Naser, keep in touch with us, because I think you guys are doing some good work. You know, and keep going, because you're inspiring a lot of international doctors. If they see people like yourselves and the other guys on the panel, you know, not only becoming successful, but actually going back, giving something back, it gives them that role model, that the power of role models to say, look, if they can do it, then I can do it as well. So keep up the good work, and thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so what we're going to now do is we are going to get Savvy IMG, who are now going to join us in the next few seconds or minutes, so probably the next minute or so. So this is Kimberly and Nicholas. They are the founders of Savvy IMG, the blog. They're also, one of them is an ophthalmology trainee, and also we have a foundation doctor. There we go. Just wave at us, guys, if you don't mind. Okay, good. And they are going to talk a bit about their journey, how they obviously came to the UK, and a bit about their blog and anything else they want to talk about. So without further ado, guys, Kimberly and Nicholas, welcome, both of you. Whenever you're ready. I'll just stop this share.
Hi, can you guys see our screen?
Oh, there we go, unmuted. Hello? Hi. So I just want to make sure that everyone can hear us clearly and that the webcam is working fine. It's all good, yeah? All right. So hello, everyone. Welcome to our talk. First of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to Mo and Vikas at Inspire Medics for inviting us to speak at this online IMG conference. It's great to be part of this IMG panel. And of course, thank you to everyone for taking time out of your Sunday to join us, all right? So I'm Dr. Nicholas Tan. I'm currently working as a full-time locum doctor.
And I'm Dr. Kimberly Tan, and I'm a third-year ophthalmology trainee at King's College Hospital.
And together, we run the Savvy IMG website, an online resource for overseas doctors, where we write up-to-date guides about coming to the UK. Right. So our talk today is going to be about our personal journey to happiness in the UK, because at the end of the day, that's what we are all really looking for, isn't it? As doctors, we want to help people, we want good career progression, we want job security, and we want a good life for our families. And we just want to be happy. So this talk is all about how we achieve happiness in the UK and how you can hopefully find your own happiness here too.
So as an overview of our talk, we'll be starting with a very brief background about us before we became IMGs. And then we're going to take you through each stage of our IMG journey, as you can see here. And at the critical stages of the journey, we're going to highlight some of the struggles and challenges that we faced, and we'll review how we overcame those challenges using a very simple 6-step plan that you can use yourself. And we're going to share some important lessons that we hope you'll take away from our experience. And at the end, we'll tell you a little bit about our life here in the UK, why we're so happy here, the Savvy IMG website and what you can get from it. And of course, at the end, we'll have time for your questions.
Right. So we hope that by explaining it with this structure, you can visualize the whole process, the challenge that we face at each step, and then see how we dealt with each of them. All right? So let's start from the beginning. So a little bit about us. Kim and I are both Filipino IMGs, but we actually grew up outside the Philippines. Kim is from the UK, and I'm from Taiwan. We both moved to the Philippines at around age 13. But we didn't meet immediately. It was not until we went to the same med school where we met, where we eventually started dating, our relationship grew serious, and then we started thinking about what would come next for us after graduation. Now, one thing I'd like to emphasize is that we didn't wait until after graduation to start thinking about this. We started thinking about what comes next 18 months before graduation. And in fact, we consider this as one of the most important factors in our success. And you'll see why in our presentation.
Yeah.
So, how did we decide what comes after graduation? To come up with our answer, we really had to look deep and reflect on what we wanted from our lives and careers. We had to figure out what our goal was and what our priorities were, what we absolutely need and can't forgo, and what we are happy to compromise on and be flexible with.
Yeah.
So we spent a lot of time reading and essentially doing some soul searching, and we came to similar conclusions. We both wanted world-class training with a good life in an English-speaking country, all right? So those were the three things we weren't going to compromise on. So we knew we were going to pursue the pathway of IMGs.
Yeah, and we also wanted this good life. And I know that the definition of a good life is going to be different for everybody. But just to give you an idea of what it means to us, a good life meant that we could be financially independent as soon as we started working. I think we had relied enough on our parents up to that point. We could live together throughout training. That was important to us. It also meant that we're in a work environment where there was time to enjoy life. So reasonable working hours, annual leave, and all that kind of thing. And of course, the journey had to be affordable to us because we had limited funds. So that was the sort of good life that we were after. And we considered the US, the UK, Australia, even Singapore. And after months of research, we eventually decided that the UK was the best fit for us.
Right. So now that we have decided on the UK, the first major challenge was figuring out the exact pathway to get here. So let's go through the 6-step plan that we mentioned earlier on.
Yeah.
So this is the exact method that we used back then to help us create sort of a structure for ourselves, which would help us overcome challenges.
Do you feel that they're lively?
No, I think.
Hello?
Hello?
We're passionate about what we talk about.
Hello?
Hello? There we go.
Okay.
All right. Righty. So, sorry, where was I now?
Yeah, we said we were on our first step.
Okay. Yeah. So, sorry. So the first step was to determine our goal, which was at this stage of our journey was to figure out the pathway to work as doctors in the UK as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, we wanted to save as much time as we could.
Yeah.
So we had to research the pathway. But unfortunately back then, there was a lack of IMG-friendly information. Naseer wasn't out at the time, and we really wish he was because we could have used his help. And the official websites at that time, believe it or not, were even more difficult to understand than they are now. But we knew that if we wanted to get here, we had to just suck it up and read everything and try to understand it. So it took, hundreds of hours in front of the computer just trying to figure out what everything means.
Right. So the third step, after we researched everything, we listed down all the major requirements that we needed to meet in order to work in the UK. So this included, of course, the GMC registration, requirements for our first job, and requirements for specialty training, so on and so forth. Now, after we have all the requirements, we then constructed a timeline with this. So what we did was we made a 2-year timeline and listed all the requirements we identified, but in a much more detailed manner, right? So for example, what were the dates for PLAB? When did we have to book it by? How much things cost? Deadlines for applications, and many more details. So the more detailed you can make your timeline, the easier it is going to be for you down the line. So we put all of this in a timeline, and this became our overall plan that went from graduation up until we got our first job. Now, it took us a while to do this, but it was complete around 10 to 12 months before graduation.
Yeah. And so after we had our timeline, basically all we had to do was execute that plan. Obviously, it was really important for us to keep checking all the rules to see if there were any updates, because this was done about a year before we were going to do it.
Yeah.
And we didn't want to base our plans on old information, so we had to keep checking. And lastly, the 6th step was to have a backup plan in case our original plan didn't work out. So we had several backup plans, but we put most of our focus and energy on our plan A. So what were the lessons that we learned from that? Well, there are 2 key lessons that we want you guys to take away from this talk. They vary slightly for each stage, but overall the lessons are the same. So first of all, you need to know your enemy, okay? So in order to achieve your goal, you have to know what you're getting yourself into. So at this stage, the process was, or the enemy was the process of migrating to the UK as a doctor. So yeah, definitely do your research.
Yeah, gone through this. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So doing our research was a very important step that saved us from spending unnecessary money and time and effort down the wrong path. So the information you're going to encounter during the research step is going to be overwhelming, okay? There's no way around it. So it's really important not to skip this step so that you can have a smooth sailing.
Yeah. And when we say research, we don't mean simply asking for opinions and experiences like on social media. It's very good to get people's experience and opinions like what we're doing today, but you have to understand that things change. Okay, what was true for us 7 years ago is not true today. In fact, what was true 6 months or 12 months ago may not be true today. So whatever you read on websites or blogs, even our blog, you have to check that information and verify it. So we always link to the official websites. We always encourage our readers to check it in case what we've written is already outdated. So definitely check all the facts.
Yeah. And now the second lesson is start preparing early. I cannot emphasize enough how much time and money this will save you. Remember, we started thinking about this 18 months before we graduated. Now, that doesn't mean that we were preparing for IELTS or PLAB 18 months before graduation. No, it means that long before we had to take any action, we've already done our research. We knew what are the possible things that can go wrong, and we have made backup plans for what can go wrong, or if something does go wrong, and we decreased any surprises.
We did have surprises, but we had less surprises because we planned ahead of time.
Yeah, and this increases your chance of success.
Yeah.
All right. So now that we have an overall timeline, the next stage is to get that GMC registration. And that meant for both of us, we needed to take IELTS and PLAB.
Yeah, so even as a British citizen, I still had to take IELTS because problem with my English.
No, it's just a requirement,
yeah.
Even though you're British.
You just have to do what you have to do. There's no point complaining about requirements. If I have to do it, then I have to do it.
Yeah, just stick to it and just do the requirements. All right. So now, what are the challenges? For the both of us, it was to pass all exams, and for me specifically, is getting used to the British English. So the Philippines is heavily influenced by American culture. And our med school was mostly in American English using American terminology. So a lot of the words in British English were quite new to us.
Yeah.
For example, in the States, they would say anesthesiologist. In the UK, they would say anesthetist. In the States, they use CBC. Here, they say FBC. So in the States, it's a seizure. Here, you would say a fit. There, you would say fever. Here, patients say temperature. So there are a lot of these, terminologies that you really need to get used to, and you just have to get your head around it.
Took time.
Also, I found that American English is very direct and to the point, whereas British English is often indirect and sometimes can be quite convoluted, which was difficult for me initially because again, Philippines is very Americanized. So to overcome this challenge, again, we went back to our 6-step plan.
Yeah, so this is our plan again. The goal was to pass all the exams the first time. So we needed to master using British English for the exam and also for PLAB, so for IELTS and PLAB. We researched the coverage of the exams, what they're like, the available preparation materials, and to address the specific challenge of learning and using British medical English, we actually watched this TV show. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. It's called Junior Doctors, Your Life in Their Hands. Basically, it's a reality show, and it follows around a group of UK interns as they start their first job, so F1s and F2s. And we got to see how they talk to patients, how they talk to colleagues, what kind of terminology the patients use. And it gave us an idea of what to expect as a junior doctor in the UK. And that also helped with our PLAB preparation.
Yeah. And as for the requirements, like the course and available dates, this was already done as part of our overall timeline. We did in the previous slides. Next, we then again refined our timeline to include exam preparation for IELTS and PLAB. We then executed our exam preparations, which included attending a PLAB academy. And then, of course, we had a backup plan ready. our backup plan back then was to do either IELTS or PLAB up to 2 tries each. And if either of us fail twice, we would then reevaluate our strategy.
Yeah.
And we may change our overall timeline.
Yeah. So we thought we'd give ourselves 2 tries, and then we'll see from there. And fortunately, it worked out. So again, the lessons learned are, number 1, know your enemy. In this case, it was the exams. And start preparing early, especially if you want to pass the first time round. So if you already know that you have difficulties in speaking English, then it's time to practice, because practice makes perfect. So don't, wing it the first time and then take it seriously like the second or third time. Try and sort of ease yourself into using British terminology and British medical English. And that way it'll be a lot easier overall.
Yeah, so what you want to do really is to give yourself a lot of time to kind of ease into it rather than doing it last minute and rushing into it.
Yeah.
So what happened after preparing all of this? So we both passed PLAB and IELTS on our first try. And when we got the results, we immediately applied for GMC registration, as we already had all the other requirements ready at that point.
Yeah, it was just
part of our timeline.
Because it's not just the exams that you need for GMC registration, there's other paperwork. So you can get all that ready beforehand, so that you can apply for GMC registration as soon as you pass the exams.
Yeah, and often they actually take quite a long time.
Yeah, it can take a while to do.
It can take a while to do.
The earlier you start doing it, the better.
Yeah.
So back to our journey, we knew that GMC registration was just one step for us, and we always like to be 1 or 2 steps ahead. So we started thinking about what comes next after GMC registration, which is getting our first job. So where are we going to go as a baby doctor? So,
right. And of course, you don't want to wait until you get your GMC registration before you start thinking about this. Because by that time, you may have wasted, again, precious time. So we'll show you why.
Yeah. So to help us decide on the best first job for us, we had to do some reflecting. We had to assess our priorities, and we both concluded that we did not want to do internship in the Philippines. The internship training there is very good, but we felt it was really important for us to start our medical career in the UK from the most junior position possible, so that we could have a better transition. Now, you may feel differently. I know that not everyone is going to think the same thing. You may want to complete internship back home before coming to the UK. So that's down to the individual preferences.
Yeah, so you really have to know yourself and then make a decision based on that.
Because what's right for us may not be right for you, and what's right for your friend may not be right for you either. So you have to know what you want, so you can take it from there.
Yeah, the good thing about the UK is the pathways is quite flexible, and often enough you'll find that you can go down several different routes.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to our presentation. So wanting to do internship here came with challenges, all right? Without internship, we would only be eligible to provisional GMC registration. And guess what? The only job that you can do with a provisional registration is an official FY1 job, which is basically the UK equivalent of internship.
Yeah.
So how did we overcome this challenge?
Yeah, again, we just keep going back to our 6-step plan. So our goal was to skip internship in the Philippines and get an F1 post in the UK. And if you can get this post, it's a really good position. It's the best post for those who don't have any previous, clinical experience. So I recommend it if you can.
Yeah, it would be the best post for those fresh grads.
Yeah, fresh grads.
For fresh grads, because you can basically integrate into the UK. Everyone will go easy on you.
Yeah.
And it's just a lot more supportive environment compared to an F2 SHO level where your seniors will have some sort of expectation on you already.
Yeah. If you've already done internship back home, then you can't apply for F1 because you can't repeat the internship. So this is only for those who haven't done internship.
Yeah. Again, it all boils down to personal preference.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we researched the pathway. And this was when it became apparent to us that it was different for me and Kim. So Kim, being British, had the right to work, which means that as long as she applies on time and fulfills all the requirements for FY1, she would basically be guaranteed a slot. But for me, it's not the case because I didn't have the right to work. I hold a Filipino citizenship. So I needed to apply to a LAT FY1 post. Now, LAT stands for Locum Appointment for Training. And these are basically leftover posts from the UK Foundation program that were left unfilled after people with right to work have been allocated a job already. So there's usually only a handful of them around. I think back then when I applied, there was like 7 or 8 posts. And so yeah, so those were the situation. And I was like, I hope for the best, and applied anyways.
Yeah. So on that pathway, after we figured out what kind of jobs we needed to apply for, we listed the requirements, did our timeline, and of course we had to execute our plan, have a backup plan. Now this is really important where you start preparing early, because as an IMG applying for the foundation program, you actually have to apply 1 year in advance. And if I had waited until I had finished PLAB, then I would already have missed the applications and it would be another year's delay. So I'm glad that we started researching it early on.
Yeah, and just to put this into perspective, so Kim had to apply for FY1 even before she did PLAB.
Yeah.
So that was how it fell. It just so happened that, you know, the applications were open. Oh, the applications to FY1 were open before we planned to do PLAB 1.
Yeah.
All right. So of course, oops.
Yeah. Next slide.
Of course, we executed that plan. We had a backup plan, which was if I was not able to have or get into a LAT FY1 post, then I would complete internship in the Philippines, gain full registration, then try again the year after. By this time, I would then apply for a standalone FY2 or a non-training job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to the lessons learned. First, again, know your enemy. In this case, it's the system and immigration restrictions. Now, this was mainly a problem for me because I didn't have the right to work. And that meant there was a risk that I might not get a job the first year I applied. So by doing my research and identifying this as a problem early on, I was able to come up with solutions. So knowing these things early can help you determine what risks you'll face and whether or not you're going to take them. For me, I decided to take the risk whilst having a backup plan. Now, this easily applies to all IMGs, all right? I see many IMGs asking whether there's a guarantee that they'll get a job or there's a guarantee they'll get into training. They want guarantee before they come here. So unfortunately, there is no guarantee, all right? It's all about the risk-benefit analysis, and you will have to review your own personal situation and then decide what level of risk you're preparing to take on your own journey.
Yeah, but fortunately, things have been getting better for IMGs in many ways every year. So right now, there are no immigration restrictions. You can apply to any job, including the UK Foundation program or specialty training, and your chances are better now than they were for Nick back then, because UK graduates are no longer prioritized. So although there's no guarantee, the chances are better. But if you're looking for a guarantee, there's just none, guys. Yeah.
So then what happened? Kim got into UCL, University College London Hospital, for FY1, and I found a job in North Wales. Yeah. Yes, or as they would say, Ysbyty Gwynedd up there in Wales. So the two hospitals were pretty far apart. I would say at least 4 or 5 hours.
Like at least 5 hours.
5 hours by train and journey.
Yeah.
But yeah, and we ended up getting separated for the year. But at least we achieved our goal of doing internship in the UK, and that was the sacrifice we were willing to make. Okay, there is a chance that we will be separated, and we were happy with that. So after that, we then got married, and then I applied to standalone FY2 afterwards and was able to get into Guildford, which was closer to London.
Yeah. So you have to know these things. We obviously, part of the good life that we wanted was to be together, but if it was just 1 year, then for us it was okay. So you guys have to know ahead of time what kind of challenges you're going to face, so you can prepare yourself whether or not you're willing to accept that risk.
Right. Okay.
Right.
So now we've reached the halfway point of our talk. We hope you guys found it helpful so far. And the next half is all about what comes after that first job. And this is where it gets interesting. So back to our journey. By now, you probably know that we love preparing early. While we were still in the early stages of our first job, we were already thinking what comes after F1 and F2.
Yeah, so every time we have to make these decisions, you'll hear me say again and again, we had to undergo a period of self-reflection and assess our priorities. And this is where Nick and I split ways. But we didn't split up, but we had the same overall goal, but we had different plans of how to get there. Because no two people are the same, not even a married couple. So we had individual, priorities, and the paths that we chose, we're going to discuss that with you guys now. So Nick, you want to go first?
Sure. So for as long as I can remember, I've always wanted to do surgery. My original plan was to apply for surgical training immediately after my foundation years. But this changed after a few months of working in the NHS. What happened was I met a few full-time locum doctors in Wales, and they explained to me that because they're not employed by the hospital, they can take on shifts that they wanted to, move where they wanted to, and best of all, get paid by the hour, all right? So obviously this would mean putting their training on hold for a bit, but for them, it was worth it. And then I can just remember thinking at the time, I couldn't really understand the appeal of putting off training to do locum work.
Yeah.
A few more months passed by, and by this time, boy, I was really feeling the difficulty of being apart, especially over the cold winters. So again, this then got me to think, okay, maybe locuming is going to be good. What really got me interested was that it had the flexibility, and it kind of guaranteed us living together after foundation training, and that at the time just really sounded like a really good. It's just really appealing to me back then. So as you may know, training jobs, you don't get to directly choose where you go. You can state your preference, but basically at the end of the day, you're at the mercy of the matching system, and you kind of just have to accept what you're assigned to, or the place you're assigned to. And when you apply to two different specialties, surgery and ophthalmology, you can't link your applications. So there was really a huge chance that we could get separated after FY2. And I was thinking, oh, no, this is not our idea of good life.
Yeah, I think 1 year apart is enough, but yeah. 5, 7, 8 years apart, no way.
Yeah, so again, that's something I wanted more control over. I wanted us to be able to live together. Another aspect of locuming was the lure of financial security in our early years. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you won't have financial stability unless you do locuming. So we were able to save up and buy our first house over 2 years as foundation doctors on foundation doctor salary. So it's possible, and we'll come to that later.
Yeah.
What I mean by financial stability in the locum pathway is that it would help us boost our savings, and it will enable us to work towards our investment portfolio, which was quite important to us. And again, this is because you get paid a lot more per hour compared to an employee, and you have the option of receiving it through a limited company, which, long story short, means you pay less tax. But then there's a third question: what happens to my training?
Yeah.
It turns out UK is very flexible in this regard, and I have the option to enter training via the Caesar CP route. If you don't know what it is, do read up on it. But this basically allows you to enter training either on the 3rd or 4th year of the program, depending on the specialty. So for surgery, it allows me to enter at ST3 level. So again, I wasn't closing off my options completely.
Yeah.
So with these factors in mind, I decided to do locum work first, with the option to continue training after continue training on the Caesar CP group.
Yeah.
Now off to Kim's side.
Yeah, so for me, I wanted to pursue training immediately. So if you don't already know, the specialty training in the UK is quite long. So for ophthalmology, it's 7 years. In other countries, it can be as short as 3 years. So I guess that's the trade-off you get for having a good work-life balance. We have less working hours, we have more annual leave. So the training is much longer. So I didn't want to delay my career any further. I wanted to go directly from FY2 to ST1. And the specialty that I wanted was ophthalmology. which is a pretty competitive specialty. But not only that, I wanted to be near my family, and my family were in London. So it was a competitive specialty, a competitive location, quite an ambitious goal, I thought, for an IMG, but that was my goal, and I worked hard to achieve it. So Nick and I went our separate ways for our career plans. Nick went into locuming, and I went into training.
Yeah. So what's it like to do locum full-time? So it was actually quite challenging in the beginning. There's the whole learning how the locum world works. And I'm currently signed up to 5 different agencies to get access to majority of the jobs and to have good negotiating. So it allows me to negotiate more. And then it comes to the second point, the negotiation bit. So I had to constantly go back and forth on contract terms with the agents I work with on things like the price point, length of contract, departments where I work, and the types of shift I was going to do, so on and so forth. Okay, I can go on all day, but I'm going to try to make this short. And then there's also making a good impression on the department you work at, so that in the future they would hire you again. All right, so you have to consider all these things, and there is quite a lot of politics and negotiations in if you work locum full time. But there's also a lot of perks you can get if you negotiate yourself a good agreement. Now, that's just a glimpse into the locum life. There's a lot more to it, but I won't focus too much on this here today because I know most IMGs aim to enter specialty. But if you want to know more about it, let us know and we can write up articles on this topic.
Yeah.
So again, let's focus more on the IMGs wanting to get into specialty training, and Kim's pathway is more relatable in that aspect.
Yeah, but you know, I also faced challenges on my pathway, and these were more of like intrinsic challenges. So I had this sort of IMG inferiority complex. I had very low confidence and self-esteem. I used to believe that I could never be as good as my UK graduate peers when it came to applying for specialty training. And you probably go through the same doubts as well when you first start out in the NHS, because you feel that everyone is better than you and you start to feel inferior. But that's really just because you're new. Like, everyone else is used to the system, and eventually you'll get used to it too. So I'm really glad that I didn't give into, you know, that despair and change my goal, or I wouldn't be here today. So to overcome this and to get into specialty training, again, we went back to our 6-step plan. My goal was to get into ophthalmology in London on my first application. Then I did my research, listed all the requirements, made my timeline, and actually I have a photo of my timeline from back then, and I wanted to show you guys. Yeah, I had this picture. So every time we have a plan, it's usually for 2 years, and it has a very specific goal. So the goal here was to get into ST1 ophthalmology in London, and then at the bottom of the of the timeline, I put all the requirements. So there's things like management, publications, prizes, audits, teaching, all of those kinds of things. The things I had to do to improve my portfolio and my application. And then on the timeline itself, I had color-coded dates with all the important events. And I even had this good luck charm on my whiteboard. And this is what we mean by constructing a timeline. So we had something similar to this when we were applying for GMC registration, doing PLAB and all of that. So, you know, yours doesn't have to be a whiteboard like mine. It can be in a notebook or on your phone. I just like to have mine on the wall in my bedroom so that when I wake up in the morning and before I go to bed, I'm always reminded about my goals, and that helps me to stay on track. So yeah, I then executed my plan, and I did have a backup plan in case I didn't get into ophthalmology or London the first time. So yeah, what happened? Well, I'm happy to report that everything I wrote on my timeline came true. So I was successful on my first application to ophthalmology directly from FY2. I ranked 96th percentile nationwide, and it was a competitive specialty. So there are 4.84 applicants per available slot. So that means for every 1 slot in ophthalmology training, there's 4 to 5 applicants. And I secured a training spot in my first choice deanery in London, so specifically South London. So there were only 5 places in South London and 430 people applying for ophthalmology. So I'm really happy that it worked out. And again, the lessons that I learned from all this are pretty much what we said earlier. Know your enemies. In this case, it's the application process. So you need to know what you can do to improve your portfolio and score well at interview. And the other element, believe it or not, is you. So you can limit your potential if you give into negative thoughts and into a negative mindset. So if you tell yourself, you know, that you're not as good as everyone because you're an IMG, you're just letting yourself down, because, you know, IMGs can do really well in specialty training applications as long as they have the right strategy. And it's really about preparing as early as possible. You can do well if you prepare late or if you're not very organized, but it is much harder. You know, you're making it hard for yourself if you do that. So I recommend preparing as early as you can. The more competitive the specialty or the more competitive the location that you want to get into, then the earlier you should start preparing. And it's a really daunting process as an IMG. Obviously, I know because I've gone through it myself. And I also know how helpful it is to have somebody guide you through that process. So since getting into ophthalmology, I've been able to give back to my juniors. I've managed to help other doctors, both IMGs and UK graduates, get into training in the UK. And since starting the Savvy IMG website, we've received so many requests from doctors all over the world. And I really wish I could guide everyone individually, but sadly, I just don't have the time, especially with the different time zones. But I still wanted to help people and offer them the guidance and the strategy that I used. So what I did was put all of that strategy and advice into an online course. So we made the IMGs for UK ST1 C21 Masterclass. So it's an online course, it's 80 plus videos. We update it every year. There's over 12 hours of video on there, and it takes you through the whole journey step by step. And it does cover all specialties, not just ophthalmology, because the process is essentially the same. There's a portfolio and there's an interview. So my strategy can be used across all, but it does not cover GP applications. And that's because GP applications are different from the other specialties. They don't have a portfolio and interview. So I can't help with that, but I'm sure Mo and Vikas can help out, or Naseer can help out if you guys are planning to apply for GP training. But I can help with other specialties. So I do have to mention it is a paid course, and all our students are really happy with what they get from it. So you can read their testimonials on our website. But of course, you know, we always say you don't have to enroll in this in order to be successful. So you can obviously do all the research yourself, and we have links to all the important websites on the Savvy IMG. So you can do all of that yourself. But what I do offer our students is all that research already done, converted into bite-sized lessons. And I give my students my personal strategy and my personal time. So I answer questions for them in depth every week in our private Facebook group. So if you want to have that level of guidance throughout your application, then you're welcome to check it out. If not, you can go through the links that we provide on the website, and wish you all the best.
Yeah. So that was our journey to where we are right now. And what has life been like here?
Yeah, I mean, remember in the beginning we said we wanted this good life. So yeah, we managed to find it here. So we have time to enjoy life. We go to concerts, we go to shows. Once in a while, we go to a fancy restaurant. We get to travel as well because we have annual leave and we have money to spend on ourselves. But even though we spent money to enjoy our life, we still managed to save up to buy a house within 2 years.
Yeah, so we did manage to buy a house within 2 years of moving to the UK, using our savings only from our foundation doctor's salary. So to anyone who is doubting whether you can survive in the UK on a doctor's salary, yes, of course, it's possible with good budgeting. So in our situation, it's just the two of us. I can't really comment if you have children or a bigger family. But of course, we have colleagues, and there are thousands of other doctors with children who are living here. So I would just let that speak for itself. And another thing we worked on during those first 2 years was building up our credit score. All right. So after we bought the house, we've managed to get a loan to renovate it as well. And we're really enjoying our home now, I would say. So yeah, it's really important to work on the credit score quite earlier on as well. And I don't see this as often as it should, but it's just one of those really important things that would enable you to get a mortgage and take out loans and get good credit cards if you move here to the UK.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of our timeline as well.
Yeah.
Buy a house at this point, so we had to make these financial goals.
Yeah.
So yeah, after reaching all of those goals and achieving our happiness here, you know, what comes next? So we wanted to help other IMGs do the same thing. There are lots of resources available for IMGs now, and you're hearing from a lot of those other IMGs today, but we obviously wanted to do our part as well. So we created the Savvy IMG website. You can find in-depth guides there, whether you have no idea what to do or whether you have some idea and you just need more information. So definitely check it out. And in our personal lives, well, we are expecting a baby. I'm 6 months pregnant today, and we look forward to the next chapter in our lives as parents.
Yeah. So let's summarize the talk that we've just given you guys and what you can learn from our journey so that you can potentially use it in yours. So we went through the different stages of our own journey. Again, it may be different from yours, but you will essentially face similar challenges.
Yeah.
And believe us, there will be challenges, okay? You just have to accept it. This is medicine, and there are going to be hardships. I'm sure you all knew that before going into medicine. And if you've gone through med school, you've gone through internship in your home country, surely you are a competitive person and you will make it here.
Yeah, I mean, you've gone this far, guys. You're going to go even further. So, you know, you're ready for this. And from our experience, there will be a mixture of both extrinsic and intrinsic challenges. So extrinsic challenges are those that have to do with the system. So how to understand it, how to navigate it, how to come out successful the other end. And then the intrinsic ones are, you know, those are to do with your own mindset. So overcoming things like anxiety, low self-esteem, and low confidence, you'll need to get through this in order to reach your full potential. So these are the challenges that we face and that you guys will probably face as well. And how can you overcome these challenges? Again, we recommend going through our 6-step plan. So we can see all the steps here. Before you even start, you need to know yourself and determine your goals. So as I said, it involves some self-reflection and some assessment of your priorities. It's not something you can ask others, you know, what should I do? Because they don't know you and they don't know what's important to you. Yeah. So you don't want to be pursuing somebody else's goal or, you know, and then having regrets later on. So know yourself, set your own goals, and then you can, you know, go out and achieve them. And then once you've decided on your goal, you know, you do the research, find the requirements, make your timeline, and execute your plan. And it's really important to be flexible and to have a backup plan, because things don't always go according to plan. Like Nick and I ended up being apart for F1, which we were hoping wouldn't happen, but we had to be flexible. You know, if we want to continue going forward, we couldn't just stop with one obstacle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those were the 6 steps that we recommend when facing a challenge. Okay?
Yeah.
So again, let's go through the main lessons. Number 1 is you need to know your enemy, because in order to succeed, you need to know what you're getting yourself into. All right, and then assess the risk and decide whether or not you want to take that risk. Second lesson, which is probably the most important one, is to start preparing early. The earlier you prepare, the more options you will have, the more flexibility and resilience you will have when you face the obstacles, because by that time you would already have had a backup plan. All right?
Yeah. I mean, we strongly advise you not to wing it, especially if you want to avoid wasting money or time. I mean, you can always catch up if you're a bit late. That's not impossible. But if you're in a position to prepare earlier, then we recommend doing that.
Yeah. So to help you understand the system and challenges you face, you can visit our website. We try to keep it as updated as possible. And we also provide the links to the important official websites you can verify anything on when you read it. Yeah. We also have a Facebook page where we post quick tips for IMGs on almost a daily basis. So if you found this talk helpful, do give us a like on that page.
Yeah.
And also, again, we have the masterclass for those aiming for specialty training at the SD1, CT1 level.
Yeah. So we hope that sharing our journey and lessons with you today and using the resources we create will help you on your own path to finding happiness here in the UK like we have. So thank you guys so much for listening to our talk, and we're open to any questions.
Right.
So Nicholas and Kimberly, thank you so much for the talk. And we didn't know this, but congratulations on obviously the house, the renovation, and the new baby that's going to be on the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So exciting times for both of you guys. So we do have a couple of questions, and some of them are very specific for your presentation. So the first one's from Anonymous. Which exam is required to get into ophthalmology? Could you just very briefly answer that?
So there are no required exams to get into ophthalmology or other training jobs, but there are exams that give you extra points. So you don't have to do them, but doing them does increase your chances of getting into training. So for ophthalmology, it's the FRC Opt exam, part 1, and the refraction certificate. So the portfolio score is out of 55. The FRC Opt part 1 gives you 3 points, and the refraction certificate gives you 2 points.
Okay, excellent. Have you got a blog article for this on your website?
Yes, we actually have like a whole comprehensive IMG guide for ophthalmology. So this is applicable to those who are just starting out, as well as those who already are specialists overseas, and how they can come here as well as an ophthalmologist.
Yeah, we basically cover CCT, Caesar CP, and Caesar on it.
Yeah.
Cool. The next question is from Macarena. Now, he or she didn't know that they could apply a year earlier for the foundation program. And Nicholas mentioned that you can even apply, I think, before taking PLAB. Is that right?
Yeah,
Yes.
So the timeline goes like this. So you have to apply in July the year before. So if I'm applying for August 2021, the application is in July 2020. And so in that time, in that year, you can take the PLAB exams. But there is a deadline. So you have to graduate by a certain time, because you have to pass PLAB in time to start in August. So it is possible to apply before you graduate or soon after you graduate, and then take PLAB later on, as long as you reach the deadlines.
Yeah, so how it basically looks like is, if I want to start, for example, foundation year 1 next year, 2021, the applications would be, is it November?
No, it starts, so the eligibility application is open this July.
This July, yeah.
July, August.
Oh,
and
so
then,
it's open now.
then you would need to take the PLAB 1 either September or November at the latest. If you don't take it by then you won't be able to go ahead with your application.
Yeah.
And then you have to take and pass PLAB by around March or April, and then apply for GMC registration. So if you miss those deadlines, your application won't proceed.
Yeah, so you basically need, you're basically applying on a premise that you will have had your GMC registration by the time you start.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Next question is, again, very specific. This is from Sital. I'm from Nepal, but my primary qualification is from the Philippines. Will it affect my chances to get a job?
No, I mean, it doesn't matter if your country of nationality is not where you went to medical school. I mean, I'm British. I went to medical school in the Philippines. Nick is Taiwanese/Filipino. Went to medical school in the Philippines. It's not going to affect your job chances. The main thing is that your degree is an acceptable degree to the GMC.
Yeah.
Well, Vikas, have you got any questions on Facebook Live? I'm just going to go through these questions, but you may have some on your side.
I have indeed, yes. So just going to log back here, see what's going on. I think one you've actually answered, actually. So there's a question from Rafid. Great to hear from both Nick and Kim. My target is to be an ophthalmologist too in the UK. Which pathway do you suggest? But I think you've actually touched on that already, haven't you, from your...
Yeah, there are different pathways depending on where they are in their career.
Yeah.
So I think I've given a link to the guide that we have, so you can kind of see where you fit in if you check that guide.
Yeah, so basically evaluate your own situation.
Yeah.
Decide which pathway you're going to be using. It doesn't have to be just the one, but evaluate which one you want to use, and then plan accordingly.
Yeah.
We have a question about the IELTS. So if you're a British citizen, do you still have to sit the IELTS?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So this came as a surprise to us as well when we were applying. I don't think the requirements has changed.
No, it's still the same. So essentially, if your medical school was not in an English-speaking country, then you have to take the exam.
Yeah, regardless of your nationality.
It doesn't matter about your nationality. Yeah.
Okay, next question is from Hema. The FRCS ophthalmology, can you get a consultant position in the UK? I think is the question.
So again, it depends on your experience, but having exams, I think it was mentioned earlier, just having an exam doesn't entitle you to a specific job role. So if you want to be a substantive consultant or you want a permanent consultant role, that exam is not going to be enough. You have to go through the CSER CP route and essentially show the GMC that you have the same equivalent training of a UK trained ophthalmologist. And the application for this is about 800 to 1,000 pages to show that you have the same training. That's if you want to be a permanent consultant. And generally for CSER, you should also take the FRC Opt. They don't really accept FRCS ophthalmology for that anymore. FRC Opt has a much wider coverage, and so that's the preferred examination. But if you want to work as a locum consultant, then if you have the experience and you have FRCS ophthalmology, then that might be enough, but not for a permanent consultant role.
Okay, cool. Thank you. One other question, which is, I'll tie two questions together. Nick, I think this might be more for you. Can you just explain a little bit more about locum jobs and the pros and cons very briefly? I know you touched on it, but perhaps if you can summarize.
So with locum jobs, it's very flexible. You get to choose what shifts you want to do. You get to work in the departments you want to. You get to work in the locations that you want to work in. So those are mainly the pros. And of course you get paid more by the hour depending on how much you negotiate with your agent. But the pros is
cons.
The cons is, yeah, you basically have to wrap your mindset around the agency world, where they will constantly, because how it works is if they manage to land you a spot, they get paid. So you'll find a lot of individuals in the agency world who are more on the pushy side. It's not that they're trying to be pushy. It's just the standard in that in the agency space. So you may find them coming across as being pushy. They may bend the truth a little bit to get you to go through with them instead of another locum agency. But as long as you sort of have that mindset that you're going to be approached with people with strong personality, then you can then reset your mindset through to that and work with them, rather than saying, oh, they're actually too much for me, and you end up pushing them away. So yeah, it's sort of a different mindset. Is what I would say to just working in NHS.
Yeah. And I think the other cons that we should mention, you can't get a tier 2 visa.
Oh yes.
Sorry. If you want to do full-time locum work because you're not employed. Nick was able to do it because after we got married, he got a spouse visa.
And I've
and if you're a tier 2 dependent, then you can consider it. He's mentioned the pros. Other cons include the fact that you don't have paid annual leave, you don't have paid sick leave.
Yes, the benefits.
So you take on all that risk of not having paid annual leave and sick leave by accepting higher pay per hour. So those are the trade-offs. Everything has pros and cons, and you have to work out whether it's the right fit for you. It might not be.
Yeah. Cool. Quick fire question for you, Nick. What specialities as a locum do you normally do? So what departments do you work for?
So it really depends on the seasonality, but I really like surgery. So every time there is a surgical post ready, I would usually jump onto that. And it depends. I was able to work in a specific hospital for, I think, 5 months straight on a recurring monthly contract. So even though, it may not sound so secure because you only have the contract for 1 month, what usually happens is if you are in really good relations with the department and your consultants, they almost will always go to your local agent and specify for you. So in that sense, I was able to work with them for 5 months, in which after I said I needed a break. And yeah, so I stopped in that hospital. Sorry,
so it's mostly surgical work and also a medical officer in a private hospital.
Yeah, and there's also the RMO posts in private sectors. where you're basically the only doctor on site, and you just have to deal with most things. And then if your hospital is not equipped to deal with an emergency, you have to send them to the emergency department.
So it sounds like dealing with everything rather than most.
Yeah, so yeah, it depends on the contract that you have. And various hospitals will have different specifications for what they need from you. You just have to be flexible and take on the post that you're happy to take on.
Cool. We'll take maybe one last question. Vikas, is there anything you want to ask? Otherwise, we'll wrap it up with Savvy IMG.
Yeah, so question from Nana on Facebook Live. I've just secured my first job in the NHS. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
As an FY3 in internal medicine, Kim spoke about some of the mental fears that she had. Any tips to offer on how to approach my first few weeks to ensure success and that I can catch up adequately with kind of life as a junior doctor in the NHS as an IMG?
Yeah, definitely. So we actually have a couple of articles on the website about how to prepare for your very first job. So on there are things like, arranging an induction at your hospital, making sure that you have an adjustment period at the hospital. So if you can speak to your consultant about being taken off the on-calls for the first few weeks so you can ease into it, that will be really helpful as well. I didn't get that because I went straight into training, but if this is non-training, then you can ask for that. It's good to look at your specialty that you're going into and try and review the top 5 presentations for that specialty, the top 5 emergencies as well. So at least sort of the clinical side, you feel ready for that. And then all you have to do when you start your job is get used to the system. So that will help, get you into it. Also, just being as organized as possible. I had like a clipboard when I was in F1. I think lots of F1s have clipboards.
I still have them now.
You still have it. I still have it. Actually, yeah. As an ophthalmology registrar, I still have a clipboard, but it's smaller, more discreet. And that just helps you keep organized, because when there are so many factors that make you feel overwhelmed. You don't know the place, you don't know the clinical aspects, everything's all over the place. So as much of those little things that you can address right away, then there's less for you to be overwhelmed with. So if you're organized, you've taken yourself off, or you've spoken to a consultant about not being on calls for a while, you've got an induction, all those kinds of things, then you're not going to just go in into the deep end. You're easing yourself into it, and I think that's one of the most important things to adjust. And also just remember, everyone is going to seem better than you. That's just how it is, because you're new, and just don't take it personally. That's the other thing. I took it really personally. I remember one shift I cried. I was so embarrassed. My SHO was like, what the hell? But yeah, it is overwhelming. It really is. But the thing is, I wish someone had told me then, is just not to take it personally. It's not a reflection on you that you don't know where the radiology department is. That's, you'll get used to those things. It does take time. It does.
Yeah, it usually takes around 4 to 6 months. You'll ease in, and then you'll just feel you are as capable as
the others.
Other SHOs.
Yeah. And I think another great thing is we have the IMG communities on Facebook.
Yes.
And that's what we didn't have back then. And now, if you have a problem, you can always post it on there just to get, words of support and things like that. So you're not alone. You're never alone in the UK. Even if you think you're alone, you're not. There's so many other people there that are out willing to help you.
Yeah, and one thing you can consider as well is sort of an unpaid shadowing period.
Oh yeah, shadowing.
You can liaise with the department you're going to work in. Tell them, hey, I'm here 2 weeks early. May I shadow sort of the current SHO on the department?
Yeah.
So
that's what we did, actually.
Yeah, that's what we did. So you go in, you're basically just supernumerary, because there is an SHO filling that job, and you just basically tail them around. Ask them their experience, go on them to theater, to on-calls, everything.
Ask them to show you how to use the computers and things like that.
You'll know the system by then. You'll get to know your consultants. You'll get to know where the different departments are.
Yeah.
So if that's something you're willing to do, then liaise with your department. It also gives you good brownie points to the consultants if you show that sort of initiative.
Exactly.
So yeah.
I mean that's what we did.
That's what we did. And the nice thing is that unpaid shadowing eventually turned into paid. Yeah. So the hospital was so happy with our initiative, they ended up paying us for that unpaid shadowing period.
Yeah, I always do that. So
yeah.
For F1, I applied to do shadowing actually a whole month. I didn't go in the whole month, but I started a whole month before because I really felt so nervous about starting, and that really helped me a lot. And Nick did the same.
Yeah, for me it was 2 weeks.
Yeah, for him it was 2 weeks.
Yeah,
because he couldn't come earlier than that with his visa.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I think what we'll do is, I think to summarize, nobody sleeps the day before their first job, full stop.
Yeah.
And if you do, maybe surgery is a good option for you because you'll have that kind of, what they call it, a psychopathic streak where you don't have these like feelings. But anyway, it's different conversation. We'll take one more question. Vikas, either you can do it. I've got one lined up if you don't have one.
I think you've got one for Nicholas, isn't it, in the corner?
Yeah, so it's from Bothwell. Nicholas says, do you feel confident going into locum after graduation, and did you receive training, which you kind of answered whilst working with locums?
So I did F1 and F2 before going into the locum world. So I was basically familiar with how the NHS worked already. Did I answer the question?
Yeah. I think because it's not straight after graduation.
It's not straight after graduation. I had 2 years training in the NHS as F1 and F2 before going in. So yeah, by then I kind of know the ins and outs of NHS, and I was confident enough to go in locum.
Perfect, good. So very good. So thank you very much, guys. Of course, off the mic, congratulations as well. So going through your story has been fantastic. Obviously, the new house and the baby, a huge congratulations, because that's something we didn't know.
That was also on our timeline.
Wasn't it? Okay.
Yeah, so but it came late, took a while, but yeah, we got here in the end.
So everything else except the baby. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's the thing. So, because I was reflecting, because I think you guys have followed the theme very well. So with what obviously Naseer said, and then the Road to UK guys. And I think if the audience, the key take-home message, I always make a few mental notes of what you guys are saying and what we can learn from it. But I think the key thing with you guys is this idea of having a plan. This 6-step solution that you had is absolutely fantastic because, and I think the first step is the most important, and the way you summarize it was perfect, which is understand about yourself first. So what are your values, that might be religious, it might be culture, it might be so many different things. Then when you're going to make that step, if you want to come to the UK, where does that fit with your actual core values? So I really like that, and I think something which all the attendees should take away, that have a good think about what it is that you want from your life, and that's medicine, it's your personal life, it's family in the future. You want to be thinking ahead, and I really like that, and I think it's great that you've got that vision, and you've got the board up, so you're constantly reminding yourselves that this is what we want to achieve. So so that's always good to see, and I think the other thing is having a backup plan, which I thought was always it's always sensible to do that, because you'll have challenges in life, and some of them will be in medicine, some will be in your personal lives, and how you learn to deal with it. So I like and I do like the fact that you guys have touched on mental health, which I think was very important. And I know that some of the other talkers will probably touch on that as well. But so very good. A couple of people have asked for your link, so I've already posted that into our Facebook Live group.
Thank you.
For Savvy IMG. It wouldn't be fair if I didn't give an embarrassing comment from my fiance. So she has sent me a WhatsApp message. When you came on, she said they look very young, which I think is a compliment. And she said that I'm not allowed to say it, but I've said it. So
I get that all the time, especially when I'm operating. They're like, have you done this before? And I was like, I've done it a few hundred times, yeah.
Are you a doctor? You look very young to be a doctor.
I make them guess how old they think I am.
That's very good. It's always better to look younger, because when people say, oh, you're 50 or you're 60, it's good to be how you guys are. So whatever is working. So
the youngest someone has guessed was 7. But this is an ophthalmology patient, so she had really bad eyesight. So I can't blame her. But I'm not 7, guys. I'm 32. Okay.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, good to see you guys. And again, exactly what we said to the other 2 guys before you, which is keep in touch, because we think you guys are doing a fantastic journey. And also, you've come from a different background. and you've gone down different training pathways. So it's really good to hear about your experiences, because they are different to what Naseer and what, you know, Ibreez and Ibrahim have gone through as well. So, you know, definitely keep in touch. And obviously Savvy IMG, so these are the guys, these are the faces behind the Savvy IMG.
Yeah, we're going to update that photo, because right now I'm not on there. I was taking the picture.
Yeah, my photography skills isn't that good, so
there'll be a third person on that soon as well. So.
Yeah, there will be.
Yes,
exciting times. But thank you guys so much for coming on.
Thank you
for inviting us. Thank you.
No worries at all. And Mo, I'll hand back to you then, if that's okay.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much, Nicholas, Kimberly. We will see you soon, catch up with you soon. Best of luck, and we'll signpost people to the relevant blog articles on your website.
Thank
you very much, you guys. Thank you.
So we've got people still attending, of course, and the next guest speaker, I'm pleased to say, has a mixed background in terms of experience. He's actually a qualified GP, working GP in the UK. He did some orthopaedics. He's got some orthopaedics experience as well as a surgical trainee, and he's got quite a varied experience he can bring to this webinar, which is why we've invited him on board. His name's Dr. Siva. He's a close colleague of ours, and he'll be joining us in the next few minutes. So what he'll do is he'll talk through his journey to begin with, how kind of he can give his tips on coming to the UK, working in the UK from both a GP perspective, but also a surgical perspective, and any issues that he had along the way as well, which will of course be relevant to you guys if you're coming to the UK and you want to work here. And of course, he's got a family, so he's a bit ahead of the game in terms of everyone else who's already been panelists so far. So he can perhaps give us some insights there if he'd like to chip in. So Siva, whenever you are ready, just activate your camera and we would love to hear from you.
So I'm going to activate my camera now. Okay, there we are. Can you guys see me now? All right. Lovely to see my close friends there, Mo and Vikas, and thanks very much for inviting me to share my experiences and my journey. And hello to everybody who's tuned in, and I hope you're finding this very useful. I must admit, I mean, I'm in my scrubs, if you can see, and I'm actually at work. But the good thing, again, I'll tell you about that in the UK is, yes, you can do things like this while you're at work as well, and there's a lot of value and a lot of appreciation if you do teaching and stuff like that. And thanks, Mo, for rubbing it in nicely. That I've come in after a very youthful-looking couple, and of course, yes, I have a bit of experience, and of course, yes, I've been through my journey, and it'll be great to share all that with you now. Just to introduce myself, my name is Siva Annamalai, and I work in the Coventry and Warwick area in the UK. My background, I'm basically from Chennai in South India, and I know quite a few people from India and all over the world are tuned in. And so what I'd like to do for the sort of in the next 10 minutes or so, talk to you about, you know, my initial background in India, my journey to the UK here, and what I did initially, and then transitioning into GP training, generally how I found life in the UK. And I think my journey will give you a few tips as well about what you need to bear in mind. So initially, yes, I went to Madras Medical College in Chennai, quite a very prestigious institution, and I'm sure some of you tuned in are alumni of the same college. Now, after finishing my primary medical degree, I was always focused on a career in surgery, and orthopedic surgery to be precise. So what I did was, at that time, prepare myself to come to the UK. I did quite a lot of jobs after completing I did my orthopedic post-graduation. I did a DNB in orthopedics. from Madras Medical College, and I gained quite a lot of extensive surgical experience. I was capable of doing quite a lot of procedures independently, and also knew my stuff very well. And then I, to beef up my CV further, because that was the trend, and I'm talking sort of early 2000s, that was a trend to do as much surgical exposure as possible. So I worked in plastic surgery, I worked in neurosurgery, tried to get as much experience as possible, and then I prepared for PLAB and then arrived in the UK. So initially, I did clinical attachment, but I tuned into one talk a bit earlier, and the speaker was saying you don't need to do clinical attachment, which is true, because I managed to get my first placement, my first SHO job, before I even did the clinical attachment. Again, it all depends on how you conduct yourself in the interview, how your CV is, and how you're able to actually sell yourself in a way, because highlight your strengths and how suitable you are for that role. So I started working as an SHO in orthopaedics in beautiful Haverfordwest, which is in Wales, and then worked my way through. Now, what you should remember, and obviously all of you have challenges, but challenges will be thrown out at you. And there's something called modernizing medical careers happened in the UK. And overnight, the way people were recruited into specialty training changed, because experience sort of wasn't that much a desired criteria anymore. So I carried on working in various orthopedic posts, and I worked at very good centers like Torquay and Exeter, which is the home of the Exeter hip replacement, a very specialized unit in the UK. But I've got to weave in career and life here, because you're not going to be just a doctor sitting in the hospital, and career options. My wife is a doctor as well, and she had her own career aspirations, and she is a child psychiatrist. So we were working in different places. We were a weekend couple driving around, and so they reached a point where we decided, okay, I think we need to be together, because we were we were expecting our first child, and then at that point we stopped and thought where in our journey we are. So we decided we wanted to settle in the Midlands, West Midlands, and it was a good place to be. And I decided to get a little bit of my time back to have more family time, and then I decided to go into GP training. So I entered GP training without actually testing the waters. I'd never stepped into a GP posting before. I'd never worked as a GP. And I took the exams, cleared the exams, and sometimes actually it's better just not to dip your toes in the water, but just to dive head in. And that's what I did. So I worked in A&E in the UK, and I think if all of you get a chance to work in A&E, go for that opportunity, because as an IMG, you see the varied depth of problems you see here, and that job put me in a very good stead to do the other jobs, and certainly to be a good GP, it helps. It's not a negative thing if you don't get to work in the A&E, but definitely it'll help you on your journey. So I did A&E, I worked in general medicine and pediatrics, and I think these three jobs, especially coming from a surgical background, it really helped me. And then I qualified as a GP now. I'm not sure, I haven't listened to quite a few other talks, and I'm not sure how much about GP training and GP exams was discussed. I just want either Mo or Vikas to tell me if that was actually mentioned.
We didn't cover anything on GP training, so everything they're going to hear about GP training is going to be fresh now from you.
Okay, brilliant. because obviously I spoke a little bit about orthopedics, and I'm willing to share some more when the questions are raised and if the trainees want, and I'll be touching upon that a bit more. But with yes, GP training, it was something I'd never expected before. I never experienced it. So basically, it's 3 years, and the scheme has changed a little bit now. But you do, we did 18 months in various specialties, spread across 3 specialties, and you do 18 months working alongside a GP trainer in a GP surgery. Most of it you learn on the job. There are trainers to supervise you. There are trainers to help you, to guide you on the way. And let me tell you, as an IMG, transitioning into GP training is a little bit of a shift of your thinking, but at the end of the day, it's a very rewarding experience. And I'll give you a few tips as we go along into that. Now, again, some of you might have come across that. You might have researched it about GP exams and GP trainings, and certainly as an IMG, completing the GP training is probably one step harder than graduates trained in the UK. There has been a lot of, a few years ago, this was looked into quite a lot, and I think there are various factors for that, but sorry, I just lost the screen. Sorry, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Oh yeah, so Siva, we can see you, we can hear you.
I can't see myself, but
we can see.
Okay. Okay, let me just carry on. With as far as GP training is concerned, yeah, it's back on now. The reasons now, there are various factors, but number one, being a GP is not just about diagnosing and treating. There is so many aspects to being a GP. In fact, the clinical side is just the final end point of your patient contact. It's the way you perceive information, the way the cues you give to the patient, the verbal cues, the non-verbal cues. There's various things mentioned, and also how you're able to make the patient feel comfortable enough for them to give their information to you. I think that is the key to IMGs actually crossing this hurdle of becoming a GP. But that there is a lot of help, and it is not a major challenge at all. In fact, it makes you a better doctor and a better person, a better communicator at the end of the process. So any IMGs who are considering becoming GPs, don't let the statistics or the what you read online be a stumbling block for you. I think there is a lot of support, and certainly people like me are happy to be involved in supporting you. So I finished my GP training, and I'm fortunate to be working as a GP, as a portfolio GP, just like Mo and Vikas are doing. That's the thing about GP, being a GP here. You're not just trapped in a room seeing patients 5 days a week. You can do a portfolio career where you can. Yeah, it's come back now. You can do teaching like these guys are doing. You can do a regular session somewhere. You can do locum work where you can work ad hoc. You can do. The thing is, I've gone a full 360 degree, because now there's so much value for the specialty I've trained in being a GP, that I'm actually specializing more as a musculoskeletal GP, doing a lot of work that I originally trained for. So now just a few words about my life in the UK. I hadn't traveled to the UK before, and again, that's the thing. Some of you, I think things have changed in India. Now, I came to the UK in 2004, and before that, traveling wasn't a major priority. But I know things have changed in the last few years. and you guys go on quite a few breaks abroad as well. But this was my first major sort of trip abroad in terms of traveling across the globe. So I came here and it wasn't a major culture shock. I'm not sure if this was actually discussed, but the bigger shock was the climate. It was a climate shock rather than a culture shock. So I'm from Chennai, and it's people from South India. Well, the whole of India, yes, it's hotter or hottest, and it rains sometimes. But it was a big shock. I'll tell you, some of my friends, that the weather can be quite a big influence, and sometimes I wouldn't use the word depressing, but you've got to be prepared to actually face some cold months. But when it is warm, it makes it extra special and all the more beautiful. Most of you, the language is probably not an issue. Most of you probably speak very good English, but obviously the nuances of language in the UK are slightly different. And to just pick up the various subtleties of the language and what sort of expressions are used for what, and that you will eventually get that in due course. The one thing I found about the society in UK, you are very accepted. It is a very accepting society, and you are respected, especially if you are a doctor. You are respected. You are valued for what you are, and it very much depends on how you carry yourself as well. But it is a very accepting and respecting society here. Now, if I have to tell you about, give you some special, not special, but in my journey, what sort of advice I can give you? If you are considering coming to the UK for training, it is still one of the top places in the world to train, be it for a surgical specialty, be it for a medical specialty. And I'm saying this because I did my surgical training in India, and then I saw how the training is here as well. And it is still the place to come for training. And being a doctor is a highly respected profession here. Now, also about the NHS. Now, the NHS, the National Health Service, is probably the only healthcare system in the world where that's free and equal for all. And that is, and to be part of that is actually quite a proud thing, to be part of a system that's equal for everybody and free. So in my journey, I saw the brilliant plan that was actually put up by the lovely couple who spoke before me. And to be honest, I had a plan, but not written out to that detail. So the first thing, yes, have a plan. And if it all goes well, brilliant. But be prepared for change, because you have to be prepared to change and adapt as the situation changes. What they expect from trainees here is to be flexible and to question. You should be prepared to speak and to question things rather than be completely accepting of everything that's told, and to learn to ask questions is actually a positive thing rather than a negative thing, because I know in some parts of the world to question might mean a sign of disrespect, but in the UK I found that you have to be open, and you have to keep your ears and eyes open and question things. Also, be prepared to step out of the doctor-centered approach. because it is all about teamwork. You'll be, well, whatever hospital jobs you do, you'll be working alongside a team of nurses, healthcare assistants, physios, and various allied professionals. And everybody has a very important role to play in the patient journey. It's not about the doctor, it's about the patient. And in the patient journey, they all have a very important role to play. So it's all about teamwork. The ultimate decision or responsibility might rest on the doctor's shoulders, but then everybody has to play an important role, and to respect the roles, to respect their responsibilities is what will make you a successful doctor in the UK. And the nurses are very experienced. We sort of float around doing various jobs, but they have done that job for several years, and be on the good side of the nurses. They're actually looking back, the very first advice given by my consultant, I mentioned Haverfordwest. I pitched up there a few months after arriving from India, and a lovely consultant there. He was on his close to retirement. He called me and said, "Look, that's the ward matron. If you stay on the good side of her, your job will be a cakewalk." And it was right, because they know what they're doing. You can discuss with them and discuss with everybody, all the allied professionals, put your point forward, but ultimately the decisions are made for the best interest of the patient. The other thing, talking about, from a surgical point of view, and also from a GP point of view, it's probably not in your best interest to project that you know it all. We have read so many books, and your theory base is probably very sound, but to project that you know it all is probably not a strength. It's more of a weakness. Now, if people have surgical aspirations, yeah, you've probably done your post-graduation, you've probably done enough hip and knee replacements and fracture fixations to actually be comfortable doing them on your own. But I'm not, the current training entry requirements in orthopedics or surgery, I haven't looked it up recently, but to actually project that you know it all might be a weakness. So yes, you have to focus on your strengths and highlight that, but at the same time highlight areas that need development, areas where you feel you need to learn, and focus on both that, your strengths and the areas of development. And that makes you a much better trainee, because at the end of the day, to be a trainee, you need to have something they can train you on. Yeah. And if you're there and you've been there and done it all, then your services might be used for something else rather than to actually train you to be a trainee. Now, but that doesn't mean I'm not discouraging people with experience from actually applying for surgical posts. I don't think that at all. It will be valued, but to actually project yourself in the right way is an important thing. And it's also all about being at the right place at the right time. But you don't realize it. Sometimes you don't realize you were in the right place till you actually walked out of the door. So keep your eyes open, keep your ears open. Show that you're interested at the same time, questioning things, asking why, how, and to actually have a healthy discussion, and the concept of agreeing to disagree through your training. Now, of course, the previous couple days spoke about other things as well, finances and career and children. Yes, financially, yes, UK is a very good place. You can earn. As a doctor, your earning is among the top bracket in the society. Depends on where you are and through your journey. Of course, children. Yes, we have a daughter, and I need to factor that in as well. You have to now. If you have the other thing to factor in is, of course, I was an Indian citizen, and I didn't have any family or relatives in the UK, and that is a factor, because it will test your resolve sometimes. And in India or other parts of the world, we do have people to help us at home, people to do things for us. But over here, it's you doing everything for yourself. And in a way, it actually builds your character and makes you self-sufficient. The other thing to remember is to have some hobby. If you come here to have hobbies and to actually make sure you do something other than just trying to be a trainee, because time will fly. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you've been running around jobs and you haven't actually done much. Make sure you keep up your hobbies or develop a new one. Travel. UK is a beautiful country. There are several parts of the UK where you can actually travel to, even if you don't find time to go abroad in the initial few years. And I wouldn't have done anything differently, to be honest. But in hindsight, I wish just like Mo and Vikas, somebody else had organized a webinar when I was sat in India thinking about coming to the UK, because it does put things into perspective. And that's about it. That's my journey. But I'm very open to questions about surgical training, about GP training, about life in general. Thanks to all of you for listening.
Fantastic, Siva. Thank you so much. Lots of useful insights, and actually there's a different slant on the way you approached it, which was very, very useful. Siva, we have a couple of questions, but we may ask about 3 or 4 depending on if you've got enough time.
Yeah, I have the time, yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's crack on into the question. So we have a question from Anonymous. I think the first question straightforward. Is a UK surgeon or a GP job more comfortable? And the answer there is obviously a GP job is probably more comfortable, relatively speaking. But the question is...
Comfortable on? I missed that. It's okay. You carry on. Yeah.
So the more specific question, Siva, for you is, as a female, this attendee has to strive hard to make a mark in the surgical field. Is that the case in the UK as well? Do you feel like female doctors in the UK who want to be surgical specialists have to work harder?
I don't think so. There are a lot of surgeons, female surgeons I've met in orthopedics, in general surgery, and obs and gynae. So I don't think it is. It's harder, and I wanted to mention, before it's important to tick the right boxes. That's it. And in some specialties, actually, being a female might be an advantage, because they are looking to obviously some specialties were male dominated, but now they're looking to make it more equal. And it's all about your credentials. It's how you actually tick all the right boxes, and you'll find all the details on the Royal College websites about research, your involvement in research, audit, publications, and doing the right courses. And if you've actually ticked everything, it's not harder to climb up the ladder as a surgeon as a female.
Cool. Next, thanks for that, Siva. Next question is, the postgraduate qualifications you do abroad, do they help or give you an advantage here in the UK in terms of academically and applying for jobs? Does it help in any way, shape or form?
Postgraduate qualifications can help in that. It's obvious if you've done a postgraduate qualification, you have some understanding, well, a good understanding of that subject and some operating. But again, look closely at the Royal College websites for their selection criteria. It is definitely not a disadvantage, but it may not be a massive advantage as well, because at the end of the day, you're applying here as a trainee. And you will have to go through the training process here as well.
We've got a question. Thanks for that, Siva. So you mentioned you do some work as a portfolio GP. Is that correct? You do.
Yes.
Can you mention what you do as the different things apart from obviously general practice?
Yes. So I work as a GP, regular GP in a GP surgery. But 3 days a week. We have our regular patients who come and see us, and I work a full day, 3 days a week. Now, as part of the GP service, we've got what's called extended access, where patients can choose to see a GP later on in the evenings or the weekends. And that's how I met my good friends Mo, and well, I worked with you guys, but we do this as well. And so I do that on certain chosen days. I also work as a GP in the accident and emergency department, where and that's an upcoming thing in the UK, where GPs are working alongside A&E team, and we see patients who actually present to the accident and emergency department when they should have really seen their GP, and we see those patients in A&E. And I'm also a GP surgeon. I do minor surgery procedures, and I also do vasectomy procedures as part of being a GP, because that's the other thing. A lot of surgery is coming to primary care, and this is probably a good time to consider coming to the UK, because the entire NHS has been defrosted, let's say, because of the COVID situation, and people are thinking about things differently, and this is a time for change and a time for opportunity as well.
Okay, perfect. And then maybe one or two other questions. The one key question which really stood out from an anonymous attendee: how do you get along with your British colleagues when you've come from a different culture? So how do you quickly adjust to that change?
It depends on person to person, and it's all about, if you can talk the language, that's 3/4 of the journey done. Grasping some of the subtle jokes, I still find it difficult. Yeah, even when Vikas sometimes cracks a joke. Yeah, but it's all about, I think it's being open, keeping your ears and your eyes open, and actually breaking the barriers within yourself, that you are different, that they are not going to accept you. Actually, they are very accepting, and you get along. And some of my very good friends are actually British. So I think it depends on the individual more than the people around you. And if you can break that barrier, break that mindset, you will be accepted.
Fantastic. Okay, that's all the questions from my side. Vikas, if you've got anything on Facebook Live, just ping it off Siva. Otherwise, we'll wrap it up for Siva here.
Yes, I have got a specific request actually for Siva. So from Facebook Live. So I'm just going to log in very quickly. So it's from Bikramjit Singh, who's in Delhi in India. He did specifically ask actually for your details at some point, but he's basically a plastic surgeon. And he wants your opinion regarding a career as a plastic surgeon, either going for plastic surgery or indeed general practice and going through that route. A bit of information about the salary and any difficulties that you have. So he's a plastic surgeon from Delhi.
He's a plastic surgeon, yeah. Now there are some recent initiatives by the Royal Colleges where they're actually able to offer fellowships and posts to qualified surgeons. I think it's for a fixed period of time. And you've got to check about the specific visas, and because I haven't done it for a little while, I'm not up to date with it. But definitely, if somebody wants to come to the UK, work for a short period of time, gain the experience, gain a degree. In that meantime, I know a friend who did that in orthopedics within 2 to 3 years' time. But that is possible, and there are lots of avenues for that. But as a longer-term career option, I'm not entirely sure about the process, and you might have to apply for the training and go through the training scheme. And again, I'm happy because I'll for you to share my email so that I can communicate with this doctor in private and offer whatever help I can.
Yeah, that sounds good. So Bikramjit, if you're watching us on Facebook, there's probably going to be a bit of a 10-second lag or what have you, but we'll get you Dr. Siva's details, and you can have a direct conversation there as well. And you can have a look at the blogs as well from Savvy IMG and Road to UK, because they've got some bits on surgical training and how to enter as well. So good, Siva. Thank you so much for your talk. Again, reflecting back, you know, it was a very different slant. So Siva, to all the people who've tuned in, Siva, I don't know if you're aware, but there's people from all over the world. Japan, we did a shout out when they first started. So there's Azerbaijan, Japan, UAE, Gambia, you know, everywhere, which is great. But I think Siva is a perfect example of somebody who has come through, you know, his journey is similar in some ways and different in some ways to the speakers. So I first met Siva as a junior doctor, actually. I think might be from when we did a pediatric job together.
Pediatric, we worked in pediatrics together, yes.
Yeah, and listening to his kind of pathway going through surgery, going on to general practice. He's also he's basically gone through that journey, and he's on the other side now. So he is he's an independent GP. He's doing other things. He's got his special interest. He's got his wife. He's got a child. So he's got that holistic kind of package that many people will be looking for. So it's always good to listen to somebody like Siva with his experience, and I suppose it fits in with what we're trying to get across with this conference, which is trying to motivate and inspire people and say, look, Siva is a perfect example, just like the previous speakers, of what you can achieve. And Siva is a good example, actually, because having worked with him, we know that he works hard. So you will have to work hard to get there. So, but it's perfect, and it's great to have you with us, Siva. So again, I would say we're going to we see Siva anyway. We work with Siva, so it's not going to keep in touch, but we will. And if anybody has any specific questions for Siva afterwards, just drop us a message, and we can easily get you in touch with him. All right.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks everybody who's listening and everybody who's on this webinar. Best wishes to you. All your individual circumstances are different, but all the best. Stay focused, and you know, and all the best to achieve your goal. Take care.
Thanks, Siva. Take care. Take care, Siva.
Thanks, Siva. Thanks, Siva. Right. Perfect. So Siva, fantastic. Thank you very much. Now we're going on to our one of our penultimate speakers now. And a special guest, so it was a late addition, so probably wasn't on your initial program when you registered, but basically we're happy to have, very delighted actually to have Dr. Umesh Prabu, and he's an example of someone who's gone through the whole journey. So some of the things that Dr. Umesh can tell us about are very inspiring. He can also give you a good, honest account of how things have changed in the NHS, because previously he's been a medical director in the NHS for more than 15 years for Bury NHS Trust and Wigan. These are different parts of the UK. He's also been involved at government level, so he's gone you know, very high up and mixed with lots of big people. He's done a good job to try and change things in the NHS to make things better for international doctors, but there is a lot of work to do, and I will hand you over to Umesh. I think he's just sorting his camera and getting his slides ready, but when you're ready, Dr. Umesh, the floor is yours.
Can you see my slides?
We can, yeah, I can see your slides and we can hear you as well. Yep, over to you then.
Right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. What I'm going to tell you is entirely different from what you have heard from youngsters. But I had an amazing journey. I'm hoping to write 5 books about my life. What I'm going to tell you is a very bad part of NHS, because my passion is patient safety. Everything I do for patients. And I was very lucky. I was a consultant pediatrician. I developed interest after my own mistake, why doctors make mistakes 32 years ago. And since then, I have given more than 300 lectures. I also became clinical director, and I became medical director of Bury, and we reduced harm to patient in Wigan by 90%. But to reduce harm to patient, I had to dismiss some doctors. I'm going to tell you some of these tragic stories. My aim is not to frighten you, but my aim is to teach you so that you don't get into difficulty at all. And it is extremely important to understand why doctors make mistakes. because nobody comes to work to harm patient. But I'm going to give you some statistics. Hopefully at the end, we'll have some very good discussion. My books are coming out one by one. My first book is with Jeremy Hunt, and I have met all of them. It is called Value-Based Leaders or Servant Leadership. I'm then writing a book on 22 children who have died, not even one should have died. I'm calling it 22 Angels. Then I'm hoping to write a book called 100 Bad Doctors. It is not because I want to expose anything. I'm very proud of being a doctor, and that is why I have to do it. And I'll tell you some of the stories so that you know not and you don't make any of these mistakes. This is my Twitter ID. I'm in LinkedIn. I'm in social media. I got 30,000 followers in Twitter. I got a lot of people following me in LinkedIn because I do train many people. I was in 5 different countries talking about patient safety just before COVID. And we interviewed 600 doctors from India and 300 have started coming. There are a lot of changes coming through NHS following COVID. And please do not hesitate to contact me anytime. 1,000 doctors have contacted me, and I've been able to help many of these doctors at very early stage. Secret of success is very simple. You had some amazing speakers today. I was listening to them, and it was so good to see. Secret of success is sheer determination to be successful. Knowing what success means to you. Knowing your own dream. Do not follow others' dream. And I give simple advice to my son, who is a GP and enjoying his job. I said, be a good doctor, be a nice human being. Most important is to be a nice human being. And be a good team player. And you'll always have a good job. And I'm going to give you some statistics, how many doctors are there in this country. Shakespeare was very clever. He said, honesty is best legacy. Doctors must always be honest. A leader must always be honest. If the leader is dodgy, organization becomes dodgy very quickly. And Shakespeare also said, hell is empty, all devils are here. So you must know who are your good doctors. You must know who are your bad doctors. You must know who are your good managers and bad managers. And because it is the devils who harm the patient. My lecture might frighten you. My lecture may worry you, but my aim is not to frighten you and to tell you how many doctors are doing extremely well in UK. And my own career, you can see, I have given 300 lectures. I'm an IMG. I grew up in India, and India didn't want me, and I had successful career in UK. That tells you UK is a very good country. But many patients are harmed in the NHS. I'm going to tell you some of this. Remember, medicine is a noble profession and most wonderful profession. And our patients, they trust us a lot. And we must always be trustworthy. And we must always provide nothing but the best care for patients. Florence Nightingale said 160 years ago, hospital should do sick no harm. Any idea how many patients are harmed in the NHS? And let me give you statistics. Each year, 20,000 patients die and 55,000 patients suffer more than 6 months due to doctor's mistake. It is not just the doctor's mistake. There are complex reasons behind it. And I'm going to tell you, and that is what we call system error. Today, medical error is in USA is the 3rd leading cause of harm to patients. But it has a huge impact on patients. It has huge impact on doctor-patient relationship. And many doctors are referred to General Medical Council. And 40 doctors have taken their own life. And many doctors are suffering in UK because of patient safety and strict professional regulation. That is why it's important for all of you to know why doctors make mistakes and how you can avoid making those mistakes. My own mistake in 1992, I was a consultant only for 4 weeks. I wanted to provide the best care. Unfortunately, I missed a 26 rib fracture in a 6-week-old baby. There were 7 things went wrong. There were 2 babies with the same name, same date of birth. And I had asked for a skeletal survey, special X-ray on a small baby, and my junior doctor picked up the wrong case note, and the wrong baby had the X-ray. I didn't realize wrong baby was sent home, and stepfather was abusing the baby, and he stamped on the baby's skull, and baby had severe brain damage. That was 22 years ago, and 6 things went wrong. I developed interest why doctors make mistake, and now I have given more than 300 lectures. So TUR is human. Every day human beings make 5 to 7 mistakes, but the most important is to protect patients. During your lifetime as a doctor, you will be seeing approximately 200,000 patients. And even if you get 99.9% correct, you are going to make 200 mistakes. And even if 90% of patients are not harmed, you are going to harm 20 patients. And that is the challenge which we doctors have, because we have to be good doctor every time we see a patient. And unfortunately, each human being makes 5 to 7 mistakes every day. NHS is a great institution. Each year, 360 million patients are seen by 1.3 million staff. There are 160,000 doctors with license to practice in UK. They come from 118 different countries. There are nearly 50,000 doctors whose primary qualification obtained outside UK, and they are known as IMGs, or International Medical Graduates. These are some of the infamous doctors of NHS who killed many patients. Dr. Shipman was a GP near Manchester where I live. He may have killed probably 140 patients. He was convicted of 15 patients whom he had killed. He committed suicide in this prison. Dr. Karen Haslam, 2 consultant psychiatrists, sexually molested patients for many years. Ian Patterson was a surgeon in Birmingham, and he did unnecessary operation on 1,000 patients, and he has gone to prison for 24 years. Mr. Patel was trained in Gujarat, went to America, and there he killed 15 patients. From there he went to Australia, and where he killed many patients, and now there's an international warrant for him. Mr. Patwardhan was a gynecologist from India, was practicing in London, and unfortunately sexually molested 17 patients or so. Minesh Patel, he had nearly 90 images of him sexually examining patients. He went to prison for 20 years just 2 years ago. But at the same time, these are very famous IMGs who have done very well in this country. Ramesh Mehta is a chairman of British Indian Doctors Association, very well respected, got OBE. Shabi Ahmad is from Pakistan, who is a consultant urologist. He runs APNE to support Pakistani doctors. Dr. Kailash Chand at OBE, very active in BMA, and Dr. Chand Nagpal, 2nd generation Indian, he is now chairman of BMA. Mayur Lakhani, professor of pediatrics, he is our RCGP president, and he has done very well. So there are many PMEs or black and ethnic minority IMGs who have done extremely well. UK is an amazing country. NHS is an amazing institution. I had sepsis 2 years ago. I got free treatment. Compare that with my cousin who needed mitral valve replacement in India, and we had to pay £26,000, which is 26 lakh rupees cash. And so you can imagine how good NHS is. But my wife had a problem. She was had unnecessary investigation by a consultant, and she developed pelvic abscess. She was in the hospital for 9 days, and she suffered a lot. Unfortunately, my another friend died 6 months ago. She had a complication due to unnecessary investigation by a consultant, and she developed severe complications, and she was in intensive care for nearly 1 month, and then 2 years she suffered and she died. When I was medical director in Wigan, 12-year-old developed severe brain damage. We made the wrong diagnosis. Somebody diagnosed appendicitis, which she didn't have, and she gave her succinylcholine, which was not flushed. And in children's ward, she had severe brain damage and cardiac arrest, and we had to pay £8 million to settle this case. 1998, I dismissed the first surgeon in Bury. 15 patients had died, and nobody had done anything. I was told to cover it up at that time by 3 wise men in BMA and 1998. but I was supported by GPs, I was supported by the board, and medico-legally, it cost us £30 million. And in Wigan, we reduced harm by 90%, but unfortunately, I had to dismiss few consultants. One was sexually molesting patient, one was drinking alcohol, and many other things. Very important statistics. There are 160,000 doctors, but 80% never get into any difficulty. Very important statistics. So vast majority doctors are doing extremely well. But 19% need help. Doctors make genuine mistake, human error, doctor with alcohol problem, doctor with gambling problem, doctor with mental health, doctor with autism. I had to deal with all these doctors. Then there are bad surgeons who do not keep up with their skill and they harm patient. Then I have seen research fraud, fraud in traveling expenses, and many other fraud doctors commit. And the most important is poor team working, poor communication, rudeness, and inability to get on with your colleagues are some of the reasons why doctors get in difficulty. So what is medical negligence? Medical negligence is very different from genuine mistake. I want you to remember that. Let me give an example of a child who died in Liverpool. Operation went very well. Surgeon asked the pediatric registrar to write heparin. She wrote 1,500 U, and U was read as 0, and the child was given 15,000 units of heparin, and child developed brain damage and died on day 3. These are the type of mistakes doctors make. So bad doctors are very rare. Bad doctors are those who do not listen to others, narcissistic personality, or psychopaths, but they are very rare. There are doctors in difficulty who are alcoholic, autism, mental health problem, physical health problem. They need a lot of support. Then there are difficult doctors who are rude, arrogant, racist, sexist. I've seen everything in my life because I had to challenge 87 doctors and only dismissed 9. So why doctors make mistakes? It's a very complex reason. No one comes to work to do a bad job. Bad doctors work in complex, good doctors work in complex system, and it is the system failure which is the reason. You may have heard about Baba Garba, who was charged with manslaughter, and no system leaders were held to account, and she suffered a lot. And that is the reason why. So my simple advice to all of you, NHS is a great institution. Most will have excellent life, and you can achieve anything in life. Learn from successful people. Training and non-training post, you already had a very good teaching, so I'm not going to bore you. Put patient always at the heart of everything you do. Learn from everyone. Respect everyone. I think the previous speaker said how important it is to respect nurses, because nurses know a lot in this country. Patient care is a teamwork. Always remember, team, together everyone achieves more, or together everyone annoys more. So please make sure you are a good teamwork and you work in a good team. Most important is communication skill. You have to learn, master the art of communication. Learn to get on with each other. And if you don't know, ask question. Always ask question. Do not take risk with the patient. I've seen many overseas doctors making mistake because they take risk, particularly those who have done surgery. They think they know everything and they don't listen to nurses. That is one of the common reasons. So pass exam on time and learn presentation skill and publication skill. Both are very important. Hand over properly. This is the most important. Vast majority doctors come to harm because they have not handed over very well. Be a member of Medical Defense Union. 12,000 doctors are referred to GMC in a year. I've been referred twice. I won both the time because my documentation was very good. And many doctors are not members of defense organization. My sincere request to you, when you come here, be a member of Defense Union. Be a member of professional organizations like BMA. There are many, you have to be a member. And be confident, be honest, but don't be arrogant. Success occurs when our determination is bigger than our excuses. Master the art of communication. Learn to get on with each other. Pass exam and time. Most important, NHS is good organization, but regulation in UK is very, very strict. 98 doctors have been charged with manslaughter in this country, and you have to remember that overseas doctors are much more riskier to the patient. It is better to be safe than sorry. Always remember, medicine is a risky profession. Learn to protect patient and protect yourself. Each year, 12,000 doctors are referred to GMC, and overseas doctors are 6 times more likely to be referred to GMC, and Black and ethnic minority UK graduates are twice more likely to be referred to GMC. There are complex reasons behind it. You already had all these lectures, so I'm not going to bore you. There are studies have shown women make better doctors. In this country, most popular doctors are South Asian women GPs. They asked 1,000 doctors, 1,000 patients, and that is what our study has shown. Remember to document very clearly. Vast majority, particularly in the hospital where we still have case notes, documentation has been the problem, so you must document very, very clearly. I had to study Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King to understand leadership. I also studied Saddam Hussein and Hitler. That is why my first book is all about value-based leadership. So patient safety must be the top priority. It is the patients who have to live with the consequences of our decision, and surgery we carry out and medicine we give. So most important, always put the patient first. And remember, one day we will all be patients. So we must take keen interest in patient safety. I'm now going to tell you some statistics from WHO. It's very frightening statistics. 17 September 2019 was World Patient Safety Day. And these are some of the statistics. 1 in 10 patients suffer adverse event and 50% are preventable. Preventable harm due to medical error is third leading cause of death in USA. 4 out of 10 patients are harmed in primary care and outpatient. $1 in $7 spent in Canada is spent on harm due to patient safety by medical error. In USA, focusing on patient safety, they have saved $28 billion. Unsafe medication cost USA $42 billion. Delay in diagnosing is one of the leading causes of harm to patient. Hospital-acquired infection affects 10 per 100 hospital patients. More than 1 million patients die due to post-operative complication in the world, and 7 million patients develop post-operative complications in the world. Very important, it is 80-20 rule. 80% of doctors do not have any problem, they do very well, and only 1% need dismissal or removal. These are the doctors I had to dismiss. Doctors are most trusted profession. Doctor-patient relationship is the most wonderful relationship. Doctor must always be trustworthy, and we must not harm patient. These are the doctors I had to dismiss: sexually molesting patient, stealing drugs, repeatedly telling lies, many patient wrong diagnosis and no insight, and one more, many patient wrong diagnosis, no insight. These are the doctors whom I had to help as a medical director: autism, cancer, alcoholism, rude and arrogant, behavior problem, gambler. So I have seen everything in medical profession. So doctors are human beings. Each day we make 5 to 7 mistakes. So making mistake is not a problem, but most important, learn from the mistake and make sure we are always very honest and we learn from our mistakes. I want you to look at this slide, how popular doctors and nurses are. Look at nurses, 91%, doctors, 89%. Look where politicians are, 17%. Sometimes I wonder how they got 17%. But the most important, with that much trust, we must always be trustworthy. Worldwide, there is a shortage of doctors and nurses. WHO estimate at present there is 4.3 million nurses and doctors shortage. Doctors and nurses burnout is very high. In United Kingdom, 30% of doctors show some evidence of burnout. As I told you, 42 doctors have taken their own life within a year of referral to GMC, and 86% have taken their own life, died within a year of referral to GMC, and many of them are avoidable. Medical profession has bullying culture. 30% of nurses said they have been bullied or seen bullying, and 20% of juniors said they have been bullied or bullying is common. In Wigan, when I was medical director, we introduced happy staff, happy patient mantra, and 70 staff came to see me in confidence, and that is how I was able to reduce harm to patients. Patient safety is a human rights issue. One day, we will all be patient. Patient safety is everybody's responsibility, and in NHS, patients are the most vulnerable, so we as doctors must always put them first and protect them. Mahatma Gandhi was a great leader. He said, don't lose faith in humanity. Humanity is an ocean. Few dirty drops do not make an ocean dirty. Leader as a manager is a change maker. He or she makes the changes by uniting everyone for a common purpose. And in NHS, our purpose is always patient safety, and happy staff, happy patient is how you reduce patient safety. In WHO study in 29 developing countries, they found 88% of patients developed harm due to medical error, and 80% are preventable, and 30% resulted in death of the patient. In USA, patient safety caused 98% to 200,000 patients die every year due to preventable error. In USA, 140,000 patients are readmitted due to medication error, and 7,000 of them die every year. I just want to use two more statistics before I finish. Number one is United States, at present, medical legal bill is 20 billion pounds. In UK, medical legal bill is 1.2 billion pounds every year. So ladies and gentlemen, patient safety must be everyone's responsibility. Patient safety is a human rights issue. You need honest culture, just culture. You need a learning culture, supportive culture. And we got to get rid of culture of bullying and blaming. And you need good governance and accountability. Finally, I had an amazing career. As I told you, I've given many lectures. Jeremy Hunt, Simon Stephen, they all know me very well. I'm hoping to write my books, and which will be published very soon. And I'm an IMG. I'm a proud Indian. My sincere request to you, yes, please come to UK. It's an amazing country. And my dream is to make NHS safest and the best. And I'm always here to help any one of you. I went to India to interview 600 doctors, 300 have started coming, and there are a lot of changes will be coming in NHS over the next few years. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm happy to answer any question now.
Dr. Umesh Prabu, thank you so much for that talk. I mean, that's really, really insightful, actually, and it's very different to the talks that we've had in the last couple of hours. So I actually have a question, and I think we'll move on to any questions and answers from the attendees. So you've done very well. You know, you've come from India, you've come to the UK. What's been the secret to your success? What is it that you've done to become so successful?
That's a very good question. And answer is very simple. I'm a very determined individual. My values come from my grandma, Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela. And I've always been like this. I have a very strong personality. I'm a very honest person, very sincere. And I met a lot of amazing people. My chief executive in Bury, who made me a good leader. He joined NHS at the age of 16 and left at the age of 65. And his dedication, hard work, sincerity is what impressed me. And he had two very bad consultants. He wanted to get rid of it. And nobody had the courage. And previous medical director was an Indian. He didn't do anything. And I was shocked. And that's the reason why. You have to be true to your conscience. And you have to say, I'm going to do it. I told both my children, if anybody can do it, you can do it. But always be honest, always be sincere.
Fantastic. And of course, when are your books coming out? Because you've mentioned that a few times.
Yeah, my first book is with Jeremy Hunt now. It has got 10 chapters, value-based leadership. It's all about Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, how we reduced harm in vegan. It has got 10 chapters, how to build a resilience, how to build a good team, how to support doctors, how to identify them early, how to put the governance, everything is there. But it also has where NHS wastes 20 billion pounds and how we can save that money and transform NHS and social care. It has got all the details, and Jeremy Hunt, Matt Hancock, everybody knows about it.
Fantastic. And we've got comments now from Hafia who's saying this is a very eye-opening presentation and talk. Hopefully we haven't scared all the attendees, but I think it's to obviously present the reality on the ground in terms of what actually happens holistically in the National Health Service. Vikas, have we got anything on Facebook Live?
So just checking. So there's nothing specific on Facebook Live, but I agree with basically. So I think me and Umesh had a chat, I think, earlier in the week, wasn't it? And you were telling me about your experiences. And, you know, we've talked about we've had a different panel today. And I thought, oh, should we put him on? Should we not? But then I thought, actually, we have to have him on because he's got a lot of clinical experience. Two, he's been through the whole career. So, and sometimes, you know, we always say, maybe this is a cultural thing, but, you know, when you speak to people who've been there and done it, with the experience, they can always share lots of wisdom. And I think that was the one thing that I got from Dr. Umesh's phone call. And then the other thing was, I think, being honest and truthful. So saying, actually, look, there are some issues, you know, there are going to be some struggles, and some doctors from, you know, the IMG community and the non-IMG community, local British graduates, have been involved in some bad things, but what are the solutions? How can we overcome that? And I think that was the one thing that I took from today's talk, but also from what Dr. Umesh has already told me, actually, when we had a chat earlier in the week. So, you know, I hope that you know, it wasn't designed to scare anybody. It was designed to actually let you know that, look, you know, things do happen, but with the correct guidance, with good core values. And it goes back to some of the things that the guys at Savvy IMG were saying as well. You know, your core values. Are you a good person? You know, and that's going to come from lots of things, upbringing, religion, culture. But can you bring them with you? And when you have that, if you've got a good character and good traits, people in the UK will see that and they will respond to that. Naturally, if you've got bad traits and you're a bad person, then people will also pick up on that. So I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add to that reflection.
Yeah, a couple of questions, actually.
My one simple tips is, do not contact me when it's too late. Many doctors contact me when it's too late. There is nothing I can do. I've been involved with 7 disciplinary actions. Now, if you contact me early, I'll be able to tell you. Number 2, if you haven't done anything wrong, and if it's genuine mistake, you have nothing to fear, because you should know the regulation. And I know 7 regulations which are involved. So worrying is not the solution for anything in life. If you are worried after listening to this talk, then I have failed in my talk. My duty is to tell you, beware of these things. 90% of doctors don't get into any difficulty. 10%, only 1% are bad doctors. Don't do those things. I'm writing a book, Tips for the Overseas Doctors, which will be published very soon, how to be successful.
I've got one question, Dr. Umesh, that's just come in on Facebook Live from Basant, who's based in Nepal. He said, I want to ask Dr. Umesh about, so his exact question, I want to ask about if any medical error or human error happens with us as international doctors in the NHS, are you at a disadvantage, if you like, as an IMG?
Right. It all depends on how you handle the error. If you try to cover it up, you will be in difficulty. Immediately talk to somebody, because as I said, every day human beings makes 5 to 7 mistakes. I've seen many mistakes. Talk to your senior first and be honest and be sincere. Number 2, be a member of Medical Defense Union. They have a duty to protect you. Number 3, be a member of BMA or something like that. They have a duty. Never try to cover up your mistake. Never blame somebody else. Be honest and be upfront. And in my experience, it is not the mistake you make which puts you in difficulty. It is what you do afterwards puts you in difficulty.
Sounds good.
Many people have changed the case notes. Many people have blamed the mother. Consent form has been changed. That is what puts you in difficulty, not your mistake.
Yeah, totally agree. I think that the take-home message there really is whether you got more compliments. I think people on Facebook, Bassam said it was very eye-opening what you've described, and sounds like the reality as well. But I think, yeah, that is a big take-home message. If you do make a mistake, and you will make mistakes, because everybody makes mistakes every day, whether it's at work or in your personal lives, the key thing is you own up, you take ownership, you reflect on it. So, you know, in the UK, reflection is huge. I'm sure all of the, you know, well, Dr. Umesh will say, but all of the panel will tell you how big, you know, reflection is for your appraisal. I made the mistake. This is what was good. This is what was bad. And this is what I will do in the future to prevent it from happening again. The worst thing you can do is cover it up or lie or make an excuse, which doesn't look good when you're standing in front of the GMC. So yeah, definitely useful take-home message there.
And one more advice: if you are under stress, if you are bullied, please talk to somebody. There are always people who trust you. And if you don't have anybody, just contact me, because I know so many people now in the whole country, because I've given so many lectures. I'm advisor to GMC as well. So that is what my advice. Do not suffer in silence. 40 doctors have taken their own life. Think of your family, the impact on your family. So please don't do any of those. Seek help at a very early stage.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, Dr. Umesh, I think I knew it was worth having you on, but you've just proved that, you know, you're always going to be a valuable asset. When your books do come out, I mean, I know we've connected, but let us know, because, you know, we've got a good following from the IMG community, so we can share some of your resources with them. And I think, again, we've got to keep in touch, really. I think somebody with your kind of experience is someone who I think, I mean, even myself and Dr. Mo from the UK, but all of our panel and all of our attendees will, and there's lots of people who couldn't attend. They've asked for recordings and they've left us messages. But I think we should definitely keep in touch, because there's lots of lessons that you can teach people from your experience.
I just want to tell you, I was so impressed by your speakers. They've been absolutely amazing, dynamic speakers you have. You have done a fantastic job, and I'm always here for you, because a leader loves humanity. Leader doesn't remove anybody. Even when I dismiss a doctor, I go through hell because his family suffers. So I'm always here, and please do not hesitate to contact me anytime.
Thank you very much, Umesh. It's been a real pleasure to have you on. I hope we didn't take too much of your Sunday, and I thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Umesh. Thank you. Take care.
Thanks a lot.
So Mo, you need to unmute your mic. Mo, you're going to have to unmute your mic.
Yeah. So thank you guys for the comments that you've provided. We have one last guest speaker now. So I'm just going to bring up the PowerPoint slide that we had at the beginning. I know there's some questions that are outstanding. You can still get them answered if you email us at info@i-medics.co.uk. Let's see if we can get, yes, we can. So the last guest speaker is a infectious diseases specialist, Dr. Furqan Amjad. He is a close friend of mine, and he's currently at work, but he's taken some time out to speak to us today, quite kindly. So a bit of background: he initially started at medical school in Birmingham. He was there for five years, possibly 6 if he intercalated, did an extra degree. But he went down the specialist route of working in hospital as a consultant, and that's what his end goal is. So Furqan, if you'd like to just activate your camera so that we could perhaps get you to join us, if you can hear us as well. Let's have a look. Okay, whilst we're waiting for Furqan to join us, very quickly, just to remind everybody that we have our free PLAB 1 question bank available. Please subscribe to it. It is completely free. Okay, so that's frozen for some reason. We have a free PLAB 1 question bank. We've got our PLAB 2 videos as well. We've also got the PLAB 2 Academy going live soon, which is an online academy. It's a 10-day course, 30 hours altogether. The links are all on the website. And I think Dr. Vikas, he's currently sharing his screen at the moment. So Vikas, if you can unmute your mic.
Perfect. So can you hear me? Hello? You can hear me, yeah? Yeah, perfect. So basically, yeah, just a couple of things just while we wait for Dr. Amjad to connect with us. So a few things that we can do to help you. So obviously, this is our website, i-medics.co.uk. The free PLAB 1 question bank is up here. Just simply choose however long you want it for. It's got 2,670 plus questions at the moment with nice guidance feedback.
You're in the wrong screen share at the moment.
Which one is it?
You're on the Facebook screen share, so switch to screen share.
All right, hold on. So, okay, perfect. That's better, isn't it? Is that better? Yeah. So as you can see, so basically, lots of very good questions, and we're adding more questions, but we're just reviewing them and putting the high yield questions in there to try and make your revision quite focused. There are other things that you can do. We have got some revision flashcards that some people go for. And we've also got podcasts if you're an audio learner. So if you like to listen to things on the go, then we've got the nice guidance that we've summarized on podcast. And some people are visual learners, in which case they go for the gold package, which is a subscription package where you get 750 PLAB 1 video questions as well. But the main thing is, you know, go with whatever suits your learning style. The MCQ bank is quite good, and it will give you a good coverage of some of the things that you need to know. We do some monthly webinars, so we will post out some dates for these. So these are 3 webinars. We've got one coming up for PLAB 1 students, which will focus on the current NICE guidance updates for hypertension and COPD, because the NICE guidance has just recently been updated. So if you're on our mailing list, you'll get an email. If you're not on our mailing list, just drop us a message today, and we'll make sure that we can send you. And they're free webinars, and they run for an hour at a time, which is quite convenient for most of our students. If you're preparing for PLAB 2, we've got a few things that we can do to help you. So we've got a 100-station online PLAB 2 video course, which covers real actors, real patients. We've got, well, real actors rather, but we've got mannequins, SimMan, procedure stations. And we've tried to make sure that we price everything so that it's cost effective for you guys. So $19.99 is quite cheap. I mean, $24.99, you get it for 3 months. That's a good coverage for your PLAB 2 exam. And you can watch how we tackle those high yield stations. And we're also very excited to announce actually that we've got a PLAB 2 Academy coming as well. So, and again, we've tried to keep it quite cheap compared to lots of other quite expensive ones. Lots of dates on the website, so do have a look. And that's an opportunity for you guys to learn, practice, and it's kind of a good resource to have. And that is live at the moment, but with COVID at the moment, and while we're waiting for PLAB 2 to start, we've not took bookings yet, but we will be. So you can start picking some of the later dates from August onwards. And the last thing as well, we do have group mocks. So some people like to work in small groups. So again, it's quite useful for you. Small groups, join up, and you'll get expert tuition. It'll be myself, it'll be Dr. Mo, or one of our other UK doctors who will examine you guys as you do the cases that we set you, which is good practice. And then other revision portals for you guys, Instagram. So we've got a good Instagram page, Inspire_medics. We have lots of learning cards. Here's a good example. So endometrial cancer risk factors, remember Honda, hypertension, obesity, nulliparity, diabetes, increased age. So lots of different things that we post on the Instagram page. A bit of some of the other things that we're doing, some of the other projects is our charity work in Bangladesh, where we went through the Rohingya refugee camp, and lots of other learning portals on there. Twitter is another good port of learning. So with Twitter, what we try to do is we try to keep you up to date with the latest medical revision, but also the latest medical news, things like this, things that you may not be aware of, but you're looking to work in the UK. It's good to have an idea. If you're a football fan, for example, you'll like things like this, Liverpool winning the Football League. So we do some cheeky things which are topical in line with what's going on in the UK at the moment, as well as some revision material as well. And last but not least, make sure you join. I know lots of you have joined our PLAB 1 group, and this is where we are at the moment. So we've got a PLAB 1 Facebook group, which is also useful. So many of you are already in there. So I'll stop sharing the screen, and I will hopefully look for Furqan to come onto the screen, and then we will continue.
Yeah, so Dr. Furqan Amjad is going to be with us in the next minute or so. Very quickly, I'll answer one question whilst he's arriving. Let's see. We've got a question here from Sital. It's, thank you, sir. Do you have any recommendations regarding how we can deal with difficult patients? Now, often there's a reason why a patient may be being difficult. Maybe they're angry, they're upset, they're sad. There's going to be a reason behind why they're being difficult. And if you can find out what that reason is and then try to address it, you'll quite easily diffuse the situation and make that patient much more easier to work with. Now, there's a very small chance that the patient themselves are requesting something which isn't fair. Like, for example, if they're a drug addict and they're asking for morphine tablets, then obviously you have to draw the line and be very clear. But most of the time, if it's a genuine concern, if it's that's causing difficulty, if you ask the patient what that concern is, they'll talk you through what that concern is, and then you can address that, and they become a lot more less difficult. So hope that answers the question, Sital. We're going to be with Dr. Furqan Amjad very soon. One more question whilst we're waiting for him to arrive. Let's see. Somebody had a question about the GP training program. So someone's done, okay, for Dr. Furqan Amjad's going to answer that. Actually, we've got a message from Dr. Furqan because he's at work. He's going to be 1 or 2 more minutes. The pros and cons of a GP training as a career. Well, as GPs ourselves, myself and Dr. Sandoo were both GPs. The pros are that actually it's very flexible. Once you've qualified as a GP, you can choose and work your hours. So for example, we're locum GPs. That means I can choose when I want to work and how many hours I want to work. So I work on average 15 hours a week as a GP, but I spend the rest of my time doing iMedic stuff. So I've got that flexibility. And if you've got kids, you've got other passions that you want to pursue. If you want to have a lifestyle where you're on holiday every 2 months, for example, you can do that as a GP. And that's really where the flexibility lies. And sometimes you don't get that as a hospital specialist. And so, as something to bear in mind, also, if you're a woman and you want kids and you want that flexibility built into your training, that, you know, you could spend some time at home with the kids, but other days you're working. General practice, being a family doctor in the UK provides that. And actually the majority of GPs are females, and that wasn't the case in the past historically. Let's see if there's any other questions that we could answer. Oh, here we go. So Dr. Furqan Amjad is good to join us. Furqan, if you can just activate your audio, I think you're doing it now. If you unmute your mic so that we can hear you. So as I said, Dr. Furqan Amjad is a infectious diseases specialist. Furqan, if you don't mind, give everyone an introduction, who you are, and then you can go on to talk a bit about your journey through medicine and where you are at now, any top tips you have for international doctors.
Hi guys, can you hear me okay? Sound fine?
Yeah, perfect.
Cool. So yeah, sorry guys, I'm on call today, so actually I'm at work, so you know, I've given a notice to everyone I'm on pause, so that's fine. So yeah, so as Dr. Mohammed's just mentioned, I'm an infection specialist. That's what we call ourselves these days. What does that mean? Well, actually, these days, the training is combined. So the position I'm holding at the moment is infectious diseases plus microbiology. So it's a dual specialist training. So I'm working as a specialist registrar at the University Hospital of Birmingham in the West Midlands. So I'm an ST7 at the moment. So I'm not far off from my final kind of completion of certificate of training, which is essentially what means, you know, becoming a consultant. I'm also kind of a higher education fellow and one of the tutors for the iMedic online Skype courses as well. So, you know, some of these things are quite interesting. So I'm just going to take you through to my first 10, 15 minutes, just talk about my career, what I've been doing in the past, and then we'll take questions after that. I'm just going to see if it works.
Yeah, good. We can see it. You got a screen share.
Is that working? Okay. So so as I said, my current role is an infection specialist. The higher education fellow is just a kind of a funny thing, really, but it's not a proper role, really. It's just something that I've done some teaching in the past on a certified course, and gained a qualification that goes towards that. Previously was a Royal College of Physicians Associate College tutor, so that is primarily looking at dealing with junior colleagues and their training. And I have been working for iMedics as a Skype tutor. So I mean, I'm a UK graduate. Education was from the UK as well, although I came to the UK when I was a year old or 2 years old. So effectively, I'm born and bred from the UK. So my path has been very different to a lot of people who might be on this conference call. But I think my experiences are still relevant to most people, because it's all about how do you progress in your career as a doctor in the UK. I graduated from Birmingham Uni in 2010, and then I did my FY1, FY2 years in the Midlands. Now FY1, FY2, as some of you may have already come across in this talk or elsewhere, basically means your internship. The FY1 is your foundation year or house officer job, and then your FY2 is your senior house officer, or it's still a foundation job here in the UK. So that's when you become fully registered with GMC, have a bit more responsibility and a bit more freedom from your seniors as an FY2. So my pathway has gone down the core medical training route. I'm just going to stop my share because I might have some information that I can't share with you. Just give me a second. I'll show you the pathway patterns. So here we are. So this particular pathway here, this bit here is your medical school in Birmingham. F1, F2 is the next 2 years, and then this goes through your various pathways. So my pathway was this particular bit here, core medical training, CT1 to 2. The most recent update is now called IMT training, or integrated medical training, which is in a core medical training was what it used to be called, CMT. It's the same thing effectively, except what they've done now is extended the training from 2 years to 3 years. So previously, if you were in this kind of category here, you'd be a kind of internship or at Foundation 1, slightly senior doctor, Foundation 2, and then usually CT1 to 2 in all of these categories, except for this one. So a GP category or CT1 to 3. So 1 to 2, you tend to be registered as or classed as a senior house officer. That's your kind of your role. The CT3 in this category here and in this category here would be where you work as a registrar. So your final year for GP training would be as a registrar, and your third year, usually so essentially your fourth year from qualification, most people start working as registrars. That's very similar to surgical training as well. So CT3 or IMT3, which is what's going to be called now, is actually working as a registrar level, medical reg, and taking responsibility for clerking and running the hospital essentially. This particular run-through training is slightly different, and I'll come on to that in a bit more detail later, but I'll just talk you through my pathway itself. So if I go back to the other screen over here. So I mean, from in the CMT era or part, duration of my training, the key qualification that I need to achieve to be able to progress to the next stage is MRCP, on the Royal College exams there. So that's the most important exam. You take 2 years, or these days, 3 years with the IMT program to get that qualification. Now, that I've seen some questions throughout the day about MRCP, and should you do this as part of your core training in the UK, or whether you can do it pre-hand. Now, I think a lot of this training is to do with hospital-based medicine to some extent, but a lot of it is ensuring that the first part is just an MCQ exam. It's very straightforward. Part 2 is also an MCQ exam as well. So actually, it's the PACES element of it that you really need to be in the UK, because I don't know, is the screen share still working? Something seems to have gone wrong.
Yeah, Furqan, you've gone off the screen share still working, but there's a blank slide, so we can see your slide now.
Okay, fine. So I think part 1 and part 2 you can do remotely. The key thing to remember is these. I think part 1 you can do abroad, and part 2 for the MCQ element I think you can only do in the UK. It might be wrong, that may have changed. So that does add a cost burden into travel, because you have to fly in and fly back out and do your exam at the same time. And if you have to resit it or have to take it again, then that does add that cost to it. So sometimes it's much more easier to do that here. PACES, however, requires practicing technique, practicing communication skills, and also be able to recognize and pick up common signs. Now, the difficulty with doing that or preparing for that in a foreign country, regardless of what country that is, it doesn't really matter, is that the kind of cases you'll see are going to be potentially quite different to what you might see in exams here. Not all that different, but there will be differences. And the communication skills, there's a very big focus on communication skills across the board in all exams. So that's GP exams, that's all specialty exams. Communication skills is a big part of that. And counselling does form a key part of some of these things. History taking, those kind of things. So those are important elements that actually, if you are working in a UK post, will help you prepare for that kind of process, because there are issues with how you go about getting tests, how you go about investigating things, how you would communicate things to the patient, what kind of elements are considered to be advantageous, what kind of phrases you should be using. All this requires real life practice, day-to-day kind of practice, as well as having tutors who are based here, who can give you feedback and kind of take you around patients and show you how to do that. So I think that's the element that you probably will struggle to do from abroad. Part 1 and part 2, no problems at all. So moving on, I think my end of my CT2 year, the second year of my kind of core medical training, I passed my MRCP. I didn't really know what to do. And there was a dilemma for me. Do I apply for a job just to get a job for the sake of it, just because that's what you're expected to do? You're expected to get a registrar job and progress to the next phase of your training. And I half-heartedly applied to a few jobs. I think any interviews, or if I did, I didn't go to them. I don't remember really, because I didn't really have my heart in the interview process or the application process. And I think what happened towards the end of that second year, a few posts were advertised that were looking at sort of fellowships in teaching. And that was one of them was a program linked to the Birmingham University. So I applied. got a post, and actually that was one of my most enjoyable years I've ever done. 95% of my year was actually involved in teaching third year, fourth year, and fifth year medical students from the Birmingham, from University of Birmingham. And we were involved in, quite high level stuff like, defining curriculums, writing up, cases for them to review, preparing material, actual for tutorials, running sim man activities, being an actor, just, all sorts of, elements to that, or facilitating those kind of scenarios. It was a lot of fun. And as part of that, I did a PG cert in medical education, where it was, and that's where I got my higher education fellow kind of, association. It doesn't really mean anything. I guess it was something that, it just highlights that you have an interest in teaching. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything else. It's not really something that would really help on the CV. It's just kind of showing your interest and eagerness that you were involved in that kind of process. So that year, I actually spent a lot of time recharging my batteries. So one of the things you have to remember, work as a junior doctor in the UK is not easy. It can be stressful, it can be busy, it can be hectic. It's a lot of fun as well, and you do learn lots of stuff. You make lots of friends, but you have to remember there are downsides as well, and work can be busy, it can be burdensome. And I needed a year actually to just take take a year out, recharge my batteries, and rethink what I wanted to do. So at that point, I made 4 applications for registrar jobs, and I think what went into deciding what I want to do went into what kind of specialist I want to be. So things that interested me were things like hematology, rheumatology, and infectious diseases. And the reason for these 3 specialties was actually, they all have a wide breadth of involvement in many different types of patients and many different types of conditions that cause systemic illnesses. And often you need to be involved in, patients who, it's a bit more of an investigation type role. So there's a lot of general medicine involved, a lot of knowledge involved to know, okay, is this infection? Is this, is this an immunological problem? Is this an inflammatory problem? Is this a hematological problem? Because sometimes these things can mimic each other. But at the end of the day, I think I set my heart down to do infectious diseases because the appeal of infectious diseases was that actually of the 3 specialties, of those 3 specialties, it was the most medical specialty. It's the one with the most hands-on direct experience with a wide range of patients. Whereas hematology would primarily focus on hematology type patients and maybe have some input elsewhere. Rheumatology was primarily clinic based. So that's the kind of thing you need to think about. Jobs across the world, in your home country may have different ways of working, different ways of practice there. So a hematology doctor or a rheumatology doctor in Pakistan or in the Middle East or elsewhere may have a different way of working. Their day-to-day work is different, whereas in the UK, they may be very different in how they work and what kind of patient cohort they look at. So I think when you're deciding what you want to do, I found that's a very important aspect. What does the consultant role do, and how does the job vary? And it will vary very differently to other locations around the world. Infection specialists or infectious diseases is the kind of the big, what used to be called in microbiology. They used to be 2 separate kind of entities, but actually the training program has been such that they are now combining these 2 roles together into one training program, because actually it's the same thing. So if you're a microbiologist and if you're an infection disease specialist, you're dealing with pretty much the same thing. The spectrum essentially is that you are you either have a slightly more laboratory focus versus slightly more clinical focus. But the difference in the kind of things you're dealing with, there's very little difference between the two. So, my day-to-day post involves working in, I don't work in a laboratory, as in I don't sit at a laboratory bench looking at stuff under a microscope and going, this is a gram-negative rod or whatever. I get told these things. I have biomedical scientists who are doing these things under the laboratory. They're doing biochemical tests for me. That's their job. My job is to oversee what they're doing and be able to recognize that what they've done has been done in the correct way. Be able to give them advice if there is certain things they've picked up. So, is it a large coliform? Is it a large gram-negative rod? Is it small? Whatever. You can give them advice. This is the next investigation to do. Please, can you do this? Please, can you do this extra special test? Please send it away to this particular lab because we want extra sensitivities, or we want extra information about the organism, etc. And often, a lot of work in the laboratory now is automated. So there's machines that will now identify organisms, will do sensitivities. So there isn't as much bench work as there was maybe 10, 15 years ago. And that's across the world, not just here. Across the world, that's changing because it's becoming more efficient, it's becoming more reliable and more accurate. And so, our role, rather than, being in the lab and kind of having to actively do these things and kind of check on things, now we can go out and see patients, and we can go out and provide clinical advice and actually examine patients and liaise with the laboratory results. So for example, like all today, I've had results coming through, like new blood culture, gram-negative rod. What does it mean? Where is this infection coming from? That's all I've got to go on. And you look at the clinical history. You've got to go through a bunch of history, and we ask a lot of questions. And in a way, we're known to be a little bit annoying to junior doctors because they often reply, why do you need to know this question? Why are you asking me this? Why do you need to know about X, Y, Z? Just tell me what antibiotics to use. It's not as simple as that, because actually antibiotics have a big role in many elements which are wider than just in looking after the patient. The side effects of antibiotics, there's complications from antibiotics, there is a wide implication of cost, wide implication of national protocols to say we need to limit use of antibiotics to limit antimicrobial resistance. So how do you go about using the most appropriate empirical antibiotic and then targeting therapy as soon as you can, as soon as you know it's a susceptible organism to, say, amoxicillin, and there's no other reason to have a broader antibiotic, you can de-escalate and kind of get them down to as narrow an antibiotic as possible. And there are very many benefits for that. But, you learn more about these things as you do your training in different, a lot of other specialists start learning about these things because it's important. So hematology patients, a lot of them need to go on antibiotics, and a lot of them, they learn from us, and we can teach them as well to be better at this. So that there's a bit of a teaching role that we have to provide, teaching for juniors, teaching for different specialist teams, developing strategies to counter excessive use of antibiotics, antimicrobial stewardship, and infection control is a big factor. That's another area. So there's that element of teaching and providing specialist input. The laboratory side of things in terms of making sure things run sufficiently. So another example of things that we have to deal with, as everyone knows, it's COVID. Everyone's got COVID. We're all dealing with COVID all the time. We're now restarting services. So we're restarting surgical procedures. And everyone wants to, get rapid tests so that we know the patient's negative and they can go to theatre in a low risk theatre where there's lots of instruments and they can not wear PPE and be able to do the procedure more smoothly and etc. But actually, globally, there's a shortage of the rapid test kit. That is not available because a lot of that has been bought up by other countries or being sent to to Middle East or Africa where there's a need for urgent tests. So we have to rationalize and say, actually, no, we can't provide that rapid test because we just don't have the ability. So we have to look at other alternative means. So, for example, this weekend we've had to use an alternative machine called the Panther machine. It's just another way of doing the test, but it's 4 hours versus 1 hour or 2 hours. So it's just ways of, there's a constantly evolving service provision that needs to be looked at from, so that's usually the microbiology role from the laboratory point of view. But as an infection specialist now, this is all becoming one. The other roles also then include bedside reviews. It's not just remote reviews or discussions with MDTs. It's actually going to see patients and physically examining them and physically looking for signs and asking the right questions about particular infections, because often that doesn't happen. So you go and see patients, you go and see them on the ward and say, okay, you try and work your way through what's going on in that scenario. And then we have clinics for follow-up patients, and often those patients are things like patients getting referred about tropical infections, they've gone abroad, come back with a fever, whatnot, and they're stable, but they come and see them in clinic, or there's a rash or something. So actually, as an infection specialist, I have involvement from every single medical specialty. You can name every single specialty, and I can guarantee you, in the last 2 weeks, I would have probably communicated some sort of result or had some sort of discussion with that particular specialty about dealing with a patient that they're struggling to deal with, or just giving some advice how to manage that particular. So there's a big variety of conditions, and every single day, or nearly every single day, there's a question that pops up. Oh, I don't know the answer to this. Or how do I approach this particular problem or infection or concern or query about this bug? Because always wonderful new bugs that we isolate because we can do. There's so many bugs. A lot of literature reviews come into this. A lot of day-to-day academic reviews need to be done about managing patients in these scenarios, case reports, and looking at what evidence is available out there. And that's not something that happens in very many other specialties, that you're daily having to look up at these things. Most of the things have guidelines or protocols in place, and you just follow that, and there isn't much flexibility, or there isn't much room for doing different things, or you don't tend to get really weird, wonderful things unless you're in a tertiary hospital. So actually that's a big element, that's a big attraction to this particular specialty. So and as you can see, there's always going to be a new infection. So go back a few years, it was swine flu, the new thing. Then it was Ebola. Then it was COVID, or now it's something. There's a swine flu in China. There's a new swine flu that they're worried about. So there's always something going on. That's coming up and coming, or that's now the new thing. Another example is Zika virus. Zika virus has been around since 1959 or something like that. But it was never a concern until 5-6 years ago, whatever, in the Olympics in Brazil. All that was a big hoo-ha then. It was a new thing, a new mutation, a new transmission had happened, and it was a new event. So actually, there's a lot of up-to-date and a constantly evolving aspect to this particular specialty. So that's why I picked it. There's definitely hurdles. The FRC PATH exam is not an easy exam. It is difficult, it is broad, and it requires a lot of knowledge to be able to pass that. And I've yet to sit my part to. Again, I've been affected by COVID, but that's one of the things I need to do. So aside from that, the other benefit of hospital medicine is that you can get involved in the academic stuff. So there is opportunity for research, posters, publications, audits, quality improvements. So I think there was a question earlier about clinical audit and what kind of things you would, or what is a clinical audit, or would a clinical audit help your progression or career, or is it useful to do? And there was a few questions like that. So I think this is something that I'd like to highlight, because actually, yes, audits are very good, and the reason audits are very good is because they highlight your your keenness to be able to look into how a service is being delivered, and if a service is being delivered at the right level and is it quality. Now, an audit by in itself is a very simple thing, and yes, you can say I've done an audit because of this is what I found, and I recommended X, Y, Z. Great, well done. You've done something that's useful, and you've done something that's looked at a gold standard to see how is your service doing, how can you make some recommendations to change that. What's even better is a quality improvement project. So it's a step forward from an audit. And the idea of a quality improvement project is to look at ways of improving your service and introducing interventions, and then reassessing the effect of your intervention. And in terms of both in terms of CV, both in terms of interviews, both in terms and in terms of jobs, being able to do quality improvement projects, good quality improvement projects, and being able to show that you've made interventions that have changed practice, that have improved service, that have provided a better delivery of a service, that will do you good in both getting a job, both being able to do good in your job, because actually you're part of your consultant role or GP role even is to improve your service constantly. You can't just say, okay, I'm now a consultant, I'm now a GP, that's it, I'm done. And, I'm just going to do my box standard surface. We're here to provide good quality service to care to our patients and provide assistance to our colleagues. And if we aren't always looking at ways to improve our work and improve our quality, then actually we are neglecting part of our key duty as a doctor. And if you have developed skills, and if you engage in quality improvement projects, that will do you stead, both in just furthering your career, but also in terms of getting fulfillment from making changes to help caring for our patients. So the only final thing I'd like to touch on. So, as a registrar, you do your specialist training in a field. You get your qualification and your postgrad exam. Great. So that is, getting you on your way to getting your CCT, your consultant, or your certificate of completion to get your consultant post. To get your consultant post, you have to do a little bit more than just pass your exams and just kind of get through the training program and get your portfolio signed off. You actually need to start developing a CV in a particular area and particular focus to kind of push your interest in one particular way. Because every other consultant who's applying is going to have CCT. It's going to have the postgrad exam. It's going to have everything that you've done, essentially. The basic, because that's the basic essential stuff. Now, what you need to do is to show why should someone employ you? And this is where things like the, quality improvement projects and governance comes into it. You can show, okay, the reason why you should employ me is because, I am good at putting in, consistent projects, good quality projects that have changed policy, that improve service. Okay, so you can push that that thing forward. Another element would be teaching. I'm a teacher. I teach, junior colleagues. I'm happy to run the training program. There's always a training director of, each department, or arranging teaching for both junior colleagues, both registrars and medical students. And so if you can push forward, that's okay. What I'm bringing to the table is a portfolio of teaching, experience of teaching, and knowledge of how to deliver a good service. That's another element. Research is another aspect, and publications, because every center is looking for someone who's going to publish things or going to be trying to actively look for research. Now, often that limits you to where you can apply, because you want to be going somewhere where there's funding for research, as well as where there may be, people who can support you and there's a link to a university. So that does limit you to where you can do that. But that's the kind of thing you're looking for then, is in your career as a junior doctor, as a senior clinician, you need to start looking. If you're really interested in research, start early. The earlier you start, the better. And that's an area where you can take gap years. And I've known registrars, colleagues who've taken 4 or 5 years out of training, go to a PhD in a particular thing or an MD, and come back and finish their training and then go forward and take that into their consultant era as a research colleague. Because once you do something like that, that does you good stead. So if you've done things like that, or you want to do that, you need to start applying early, and even consider it before you get to your specialist training. It doesn't really matter where you do it. But that's actually a really good way of furthering your portfolio and kind of pushing a particular role. And then management is another aspect. So some people have good people skills, good charisma, and they've developed experience by picking up roles such as, for example, my associate college tutor role is kind of like a management thing. It's not really, it's more of a teaching thing, but things like that. So picking up roles where you're, representing a cohort. So for example, you always get deanie representation for your registrar program that you then go present represent your colleagues at, for example, those kind of things, and building a CV. So the message is, you need to build the CVs throughout your training. You can't just expect at the end of your 5, 6 years, 7 years of your registrar training to have a job waiting for you. It's never going to happen. Yes, you might get a job somewhere, but you may not get it where you want it. You may not get it in the kind of hospital setting you would like, or the kind of role you want to do, and you may not have you may not be able to do the things you like doing. So I like teaching. I like getting involved on the side. If I haven't developed a portfolio, or if I haven't been able to kind of show evidence of me developing this and having an interest in all these things, then I'm not going to succeed in that side. And I've got a bit of a portfolio, but it may not be enough compared to someone else. So you have to remember that you have to have a backup plan. If that doesn't work, what's your other option? And that's quite important as part of your training. So that's what I want to say about my career so far. I mean, I've got a long way to go still. Part 2 exam is important. I've got another year at least of training, and then after that I've got to look for posts. And one of the things I've always thought about is going abroad for a year or two, come back after that. But there's always that option, is actually you can go back home and then or goes elsewhere and train there for a bit, get some more experience. And in a field like this, actually having experience abroad adds a lot of flavor to your future career as well. And in some aspects, you can actually do part of the training. If you're really interested in doing things like that, or you want to go back home for a few years and come, and intimately picking a job that allows training elements of your program abroad, is a good shout. So infectious diseases is one of those fields where actually you can do a year or 2 years as part, and that would count towards your training in a recognized hospital abroad, to go abroad for a year or 2 and then come back with that experience.
So Furqan, is it okay if we do 1 or 2 quick questions, and then we can wrap up, because obviously most of the attendees have been here all day. Thank you for the talk. Lots of different insights there that you've provided. Just to recap, from your training, once you've done FY1, FY2, how many years until you become an infectious diseases consultant, i.e. a specialist? Is it 7 years altogether?
So FY1, FY2, and then at the moment it'll be IMT 1, 2, and 3. That's 5 years, and then you'll jump into ST4, 5, 6, 7. So it'll be another 3 years, 4 years, I think, from that point on. So that's 9 years minimum.
as a UK doctor, 8-9 years UK doctor until you become an infectious disease consultant.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. And then Vikas, we got any questions on Facebook Live? Because Furqan covered a lot of topics.
So nothing. Yeah, he's done quite a few of them. So that's good. Thank you very much for that, Furqan. It was very useful. And there's nothing specific. I mean, there has been a question about, I think this has been addressed throughout the conference, but I haven't done any audits or research so far. How do you think I should move forward on this? I mean, is there any online resources in particular? That was from Basant in Nepal.
Okay, so that's quite simple to address. I mean, you can do an audit on your ward or wherever you are on hand washing. You know, you can do all sorts of things, you know, very simple things, you know, and the idea is you need to use your initiative and just see, okay, what things am I doing on my day-to-day ward or day-to-day job that actually is governed by a standard, a gold standard, and usually the national guideline or a hospital guideline, or, you know, it could be even things like antimicrobial guideline. Okay, the recommendation for empirical antimicrobials, say for someone who comes in abdominal pain and diarrhea, and we think it's, we think it's empirical, so you might give X, Y, Z. That's your hospital protocol, for example. You can do an audit on, do we follow the guideline? Do we just follow our guideline? Simple, and that can be an afternoon's job or a week's. You know, it may take a few days. So finding something simple to get your foot into the door to get an audit done, that's one way. And then you can then take that somewhere. So, for example, you do an audit on your ward and you find maybe the practice isn't so good. You can expand it to your department or, you know, your hospital. But you can then liaise with your antimicrobial consultant and say, you know, this is what we found. What do you think we should do? And then that can become a quip. So you start small and you can expand it, you can build it, and you can do, you know, all sorts of things. So the recommendation is you can't do an online thing really. It's something you should look at your day-to-day work and see what you can, what are you doing that you can refer to gold standard.
Yeah, sounds good. There is a question. I'm not sure you can help with this. I mean, I think I can anyway, but I don't know if you've heard of the WAST program, which is the widening access to speciality training. It's a sort of extension of the foundation program that junior doctors do when they're unsure about what they want to go into. So Atta from Lahore in Pakistan has said, do you recommend I opt for it? What are the pros and the cons?
I think, I don't know, I'm not familiar with this, but I think this is a program where you can select what you want to do and have kind of an apprenticeship or just a, you know, shadowing period on in an area that you're interested in. So that is always useful because you want to know what does the registrar do as a job. And never judge a job by SHO postings, because SHO postings are essentially making you work hard. They're gonna drive you, and busy ID jobs are generally busy. So as an SHO, you will often have a difficult, busy, complex job, but you have to judge a job by what the registrars do and also what the consultant does. So you want to spend, you know, if you're in an actual post, your job almost always is going to be on the wards, dealing with patients, or you know, dealing with the service or being on call. If you're coming from outside of the service as an observer or as a person shadowing for a career review, you're often going to be then attached to a registrar or attached to the consultant, and actually you're not obliged to be doing the grunt work, as we call it. And then you see, okay, this is what the registrar does, this is how the registrar works, this is what the consultant's doing, and you have a better flavor. So actually they're really, really useful to do that. And I would highly recommend doing something like that.
Yeah, just to add to that, really. So it's basically 6-month rotations. I think it's pediatrics, GP, psychiatry, and I think it's a medical speciality as well. So you know, you get to experience it. You do get paid as well, so you're still a junior doctor. And then after that, you could decide which of those 4 disciplines you want to go down. And normally they can take 1 year off your your training as well. For example, if you go into, say, psychiatry and stuff, but it's a good option. And so there's lots of benefits. It's certainly good for someone who's unsure about what they want to do, because in the UK, it seems as though many people are pushed quite quickly. So they've completed their first year, FY1 year, and they start their F2 year, and then they start to apply for the next stage, whether that's core medical training, core surgical training, GP training, and so forth. So some people do feel very pressured because, of course, you're making a decision that's going to essentially impact the rest of your life. So, I mean, I suppose going for the widening access program is certainly not going to do you any advantage.
I think I agree with that, because actually a lot of trainees are sitting down in October of their second year as a doctor, deciding what jobs to apply, because that's when the applications open, because it takes 6 months to go through the application process for your next job. And so they have to really start early, and that sometimes is too soon to make a decision, and it was too soon for me. But I just went down to core medical training because, you know, that was my flavor, and then I had to take a year out. I couldn't decide. So a lot of people are doing year outs after FY2, just taking a year out, doing either locum work or going abroad or having a bit of a chill, just decide what they want to do. And some people have taken 2 years out, and you can justify that because you can do locum work, you can do kind of career placements, you can do going abroad, coming back, you can kind of and the way you justify a gap in there is by doing something useful that furthers your a choice, your that you can, you know, if you can show that, oh, I was doing this because I was gathering support and interest in a particular field, that actually is better than someone who's applied from F2 trying to get a post, because actually they recognize you've thought about it, you've taken time out, and you've come back. So often, sometimes the career gap helps you get your job rather than hinders you. I came back to the other question from the gentleman in Pakistan. Our department actually has international fellows from Pakistan who do an attachment for 6 months in infectious diseases, and actually, you know, there's a couple of them who've now done MRCP while they've been here, and then applied for UK training programs as registrars. So they've come at a level of SHO level, so foundation year 2, or they've done a couple of years in Pakistan and come across. So that's definitely something that I'd recommend. I've just seen a question on the Q&A about being interested in ID specialists from Sital Karki. Is there any other way of being an IMT, being an ID specialist other than going through the IMT program? Unfortunately, there isn't anymore, because the drive has been to combine infection training. And in the past, you could have done pediatrics, you could have done ITU, you could have done GP training, and then applied for microbiology training, which is kind of the similar thing, not quite the same. That microbiology one program has now been got rid of, because actually what they want is physicians and more clinical focus on infections, because a lot of infections, you know, require a bit more, you know, one-to-one or a bit more patient-focused care, because actually some of these things are quite, you know, important infections that aren't dealt with very well with normal medical teams, and we often go in and tell people, this is how you manage this particular infection, this is what you've got to do, these are the teams you have to liaise with, and we'll help you kind of push for, you know, doing a transesophageal echo, or doing a washout, or taking to theatre, or doing, you know, really invasive procedures that people don't want to do, but, you know, we often are telling people to do these invasive procedures. So I think that has come from the drive that you need to be a physician, you need to have MRCP, you need to be able to kind of have your own confidence that I can deal with a sick patient and justify why and how I need to manage this condition, not just because I'm a microbiologist and this is what the textbooks say, or this is the practice of how we do it. You know, it's more now a clinical focus, and that's why actually you have to do an IT job, you have to do MRCP, and that's the only way to get into the program these days.
So Vikas, switch on your mic. Okay, I think that's pretty much all the questions, unless you got anything else, Vikas.
No, that's there is one I suppose I could open up to the floor, unless Furqan, you're comfortable with this one. Somebody said they've done 3 years of Imran Khan. I'm assuming he's not the president of Pakistan, but 3 years of hematology. Can he skip the junior doctor training and go straight on to a hematology training post?
So I'm assuming 3 years as a registrar.
So he's written, I've 3 years experience in hematology. Can I directly enter hematology training? I think that's what he's implied. So I assume he's probably done hematology in whichever country he's based in. This is from Facebook Live.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, a lot of trainees from abroad have applied directly into specialist training post at registrar level, and that's fine. You need to have MRCP. You can't do that without MRCP. So if you've got MRCP, you can apply to any registrar post as long as you've got the experience. Now, so MRCP, PACES, I believe, requires you to have 6 months experience in a UK hospital before you can sit the PACES exam. That might be wrong, it might have changed, but that's from my memory. It's been a long time since I did it. So that's why actually, if you've done it abroad and you haven't got MRCP, you can't apply for that post. Once you've done that, once you've had 6 months experience, you can sit the MRCP exam, pass that. Well, the PACES bit is the important bit, and then you can apply for training program. Yes, no problem. You don't have to go that. There's a GMC requirement, or I think a Royal College requirement of having 18 months minimum medical experience before you can sit part 1. And then PACES, you have to have worked in 6 months in the UK. That's how it works. And then part of that is because people who haven't worked in the UK always fail PACES, or have a very high failure rate of PACES failure, because they're not familiar with the system, they're not familiar with how clinicians diagnose conditions here, or communication skills is a big factor. So that's why actually it's a hard requirement.
Brilliant. And I think last question for is specifically for you again on Facebook Live from Basant, who's in Nepal. Dr. Furqan, how challenging has clinical practice been due to COVID-19?
It's actually been not too bad, to be honest, because our workload has immensely reduced, because, and that's a little bit worrying, in fact, because most of what do you do for COVID patients? Well, you give them oxygen, you give them fluids, you send them to ITU. There isn't much of an infection import. Yes, you can, there has been a big focus to review patients to say, is this patient COVID? Is this patient non-COVID? So a bit of triaging has to happen. The challenging aspects have been persistent fevers in COVID patients. How do you disseminate or kind of work through the problem? Is this infection or is it a fever from COVID? Is this a new infection, or is something else? Have you missed something? And that's the challenging bit. And some patients have been on ITU for 2-3 weeks. And actually, it turns out maybe all of that period was COVID, and the fever was driven by COVID, and actually there wasn't anything else going on. But you end up often having to think about adding empirical antibiotics, and it's been quite difficult to know what you're treating. So I think a lot of it has been down to trialing short periods of antimicrobials and pushing for investigations to rule out infections, and making sure we've got samples. And if actually things aren't responding, or the negative sample, you stop antibiotics, and actually it hasn't made any difference to their care. It's just all COVID driven. And the worrying aspect is the regular patients. So we've noticed a lot from the infection side that everyone's been very tunnel visioned. So everyone comes in, they're short of breath, there's a fever, oh, must be COVID. Start amoxicillin levo, which is, for chest infection, and just, treat as COVID. Actually, they've got a gram-negative sepsis going on. There's a urine infection, and they're really sick, and they need other antibiotics. Patients have died because of this, because actually people have, or been close to that, people have just, very much not focused on medicine. They've kind of switched their brains off a little bit and said this is COVID, and actually not looked at the wider picture. The other thing that we've noticed a lot is things like MIs and strokes, and routine bread and butter stuff like acute leukemias they haven't been coming in until more recently. There's been a bit of a more normality. But during the height of COVID, people were just, it seems, too scared to come to hospital because of the fear of getting COVID by coming here. But actually, they were really sick and they've just been at home suffering. We don't know, you know, why would stroke suddenly drop off completely? You have no more strokes or no more MIs. That's not something you'd expect with COVID. In fact, you'd expect more of them, but you're not seeing them in the hospitals. And you go to AMU, empty, there's 6 doctors sitting around doing nothing because actually no one's coming in. The odd person that's coming in is going to ED and going straight to ITU. Obviously, that practice is varied in different places, and there were periods of busyness, but most of it actually has been a period of quietness. It's now worse now than it was 3 months ago, because now everyone is now overreacting to how to do PPE, how to do protocols for managing patients. And you know, a lot of things you don't need to wear the full PPE, you don't need to isolate, you don't need to have, you know, the government policy has been misleading, it's been conflicting, it's been politically driven, some of them, and not all of it has been based on medicine. So some of it is overkill, you know. And a good example is the antibody testing in the NHS. What does it mean? No one really knows. There's no evidence it shows any evidence of immunity. It's a lot of money just to test to say, oh yeah, you might have had COVID before, or you've had COVID before. It's a lot of money to do that, but it doesn't change our social distancing practices. It doesn't change how we wear PPE. So if it doesn't change practice, why do a test? It's just a waste of money. And the key factor there is, you know, this is a bit of science. Antibody testing, you need to know an antibody is so this is again something that we have a big role in. You need to know that an antibody is neutralizing the antigen. No one has proven that any of the antibody tests are showing a neutralizing antibody. So if the antibody isn't neutralizing that, you can't show immunity. All we know is the antibody at the moment that we are testing for shows that you've had some exposure to COVID. That's all it shows. Literally, that's all it shows. It doesn't show that you've got immunity. It doesn't say how long it will last for. You know, and the only way to do immunity is to be able to prove that the antibodies that we've found are neutralizing, and that hasn't been shown to work yet. So actually, what is the point of testing? It's a big waste of money, and a lot of it is politics. To say we've tested the whole of the NHS, you know, and we're putting money into it, but actually, you know, it doesn't mean anything. So that's an example of the challenges, because actually those are the things that are more problematic, you know, policies from that side of things. How do you manage, you know, people's anxieties? How do you manage people's worries and address those things? And that's the harder part, not actually the dealing with patients. It's the dealing with other clinicians and the media.
So Furqan, thank you for that answer. Thank you for joining us today, by the way. I know you're on call right now, and your bleep hasn't gone off, which is amazing. So
it hasn't gone off. So it's I've been lucky. I told Switchboard I'm busy for half an hour. So
thank you for the insight into obviously the infectious diseases side of things. Enjoy the rest of your shift. You're going to be finishing very soon. It's about 7 p.m. UK time now, and we'll catch up with you soon. So thank you once more.
Thank you.
So guys, what we'll do is we'll just do a quick wrap up. We want to thank all the panelists who have joined us for today's talk. And of course, you, the participants, you've joined from all different countries, from all parts of the world at different times, morning, afternoon, evening, night time. And it's evening time here in the UK. What we'll wrap up with very quickly is just a quick snapshot of what we provide in terms of the free PLAB question bank. You've got the free PLAB question bank, which you can access from this page here. You can choose up to 12 months if you want to. You've got the PLAB 2 video course. Again, it's available on the website, very cheaply priced. You've got the PLAB 2 Academy, which is a 10-day course, and there's multiple dates there, and you can sign up on the website again, and you'll get confirmation via our team. And of course, our social media links, which is Inspire Medics, the Twitter. Oh, have I not missed? Okay, fine.
It's just screen share.
Fine, so I'll just jump through that again. So the Inspire, the free PLAB 1 course, it's the free PLAB 1 questions. You can access the products from here. You can get up to 12 months from this page. You've got the PLAB 2 video course, which again is priced only at $19.99. The PLAB 2 Academy, which is a 10-day online academy which you can join, flexible dates, and of course we'll get in touch once you've made the booking to let you know what times those are taking place. We also have our Twitter accounts, which I'm going to try and bring up, which you should join if you want to follow us, our tweets. Instagram, we've got lots of learning cards on there which are useful, and of course what we're doing in the office on a week-to-week basis. And then we have our YouTube channel, which has got examination videos relevant for PLAB, and lots of different learning points, for example, macrocytic anemia videos as well. And then finally, of course, we've got our Facebook. We've got our Facebook page, which a lot of you have already joined. So one last shout out to VCAS, and then we'll wrap up from here.
So what I was going to say was maybe we should get everybody just to open up their screens, just the panel. If you guys are still there and you haven't gone to sleep and you've just left yourselves logged in. So just because I think what it is we wanted to thank everybody, because all of these guys have been here from, and Naseer started at 1:30, so he's stayed with us, and so has Ibreez and Ibrahim and Nicholas and Kimberly. So all of these guys could have left at any one point. So that tells you one thing. It tells you that they have commitment. It's always great to see. So I got really excited actually, because when we started the conference, there was 100+ attendees on there, and there was also our Facebook Live going, and people were telling us whereabouts in the world they'd connected from. So, great stuff. We made a note, didn't we? Gambia, China, Japan, Myanmar, Pakistan, India, all different parts of the world. And it was a good opportunity for us to kind of get these fantastic speakers on. So I'm glad that everybody's slowly. Siva, don't forget yourself, Siva. Make sure if you're still there, I know you're probably in clinic, but if you can get your screen opened up again. And also Ibreez and Ibrahim, if you guys are there, just open up your screen. So you know that these guys do fantastic work. So we can see Nicholas and Kimberly, the Savvy IMG co-founders, you know where they are. We'll provide any links as well that anybody asks for. These guys are fantastic. They've got lots of, blogs that can give you lots of information on lots of the questions that you've asked today. So a huge thank you to you two, and obviously exciting times for you guys as well in your personal lives. Naseer, you started off with us, GP trainee at the moment, went through his journey from Pakistan, some of the issues that he faced, but how he tackled them to get to where he is today, where he's been nominated for Junior Doctor of the Year in Kettering. So that's a great achievement. He's also got his cat, which we saw earlier on, Mittens, I think was the name. So Naseer, thank you so much. Not only thanking you guys for what did your talks, but actually sticking around as well, because it just shows how committed you guys are to the cause. So it's absolutely fantastic. Ibreez and Ibrahim may or may not be there, but I think, Road to UK, I'm sure you guys have come across Road to UK. So again, thank you to both of you for taking out your time and contributing and sticking around with us. Furqan is obviously here. He's working. So again, could have easily said, look, guys, I'm busy. I'm at work. But he's done a good job. He's been part of the teaching programs as well that we've done. And considering he's almost a consultant, he's very senior. So it's good to have somebody like that who can offer advice. Siva, I don't know if Siva can hear or see us. There we go. They're back. They're back in the game. And the screen is the right side as well. So that's good. So thank you to Road to UK. So Dr. Ibreez and Dr. Ibrahim for taking the time out, for joining us and for sticking around. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you guys. Siva can't probably see or hear us now, but again, he's also a GP who's working, has inspired us with his journey. Lots of questions were asked. We tried to answer as many as we can. Lots of nice comments coming through, which I think we will try and capture. They're basically going out to all of you guys on the panel. Thank you so much. It was great to have, you guys done a fantastic job. Personal as well, Furqan, Kimberly, Nicholas, Naseer, Ibreez, Ibrahim, Siva. So it's all good to see the positive contributions that everyone's done. And And I think we can wrap up there, unless there's anything else that anybody else wants to add. Anything you want to add, Mo? Or?
No, I think a big thank you to all of you guys. And hopefully we'll see you next year.
There's some questions about how to access the video online. Just maybe worth mentioning that to the listeners to just see how you can get this video.
Okay, we're going to upload onto YouTube. This video will be uploaded onto YouTube. We'll forward you the link after probably in the next 2 days or so you can see the videos back if you need to.
Perfect. Thank you everyone for your time. Thank you for staying with us. And wherever you are.
Thanks for everyone who joined us today. Thanks for inviting us.
All right, see you guys. See ya.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.